Still says Kika's playing. Thomas is actually still under contract with them. He's just on the bench. He's just on the bench right now. Going under the Kika is playing. InstaBreach actually have a really interesting old history. I think they are a little bit different when you compare them to aTTaX. So aTTaX are actively trying to prove themselves, and Into the Breach have stuff to prove, because obviously these guys made the major top 8, so a lot of eyes are on them. And now with the additions of Kika, Masuta, and BMAS, you have so much more experience being added to the server alongside Rallen and Crucial. Kika, a lot of people didn't realize, but he actually did IGL quite a bit on VP. So he's going through as the new IGL. There is definitely some communication issues within the roster. But when speaking to Masuta, he was like, look, this is only the beginning for us. Like, this roster feels good. It's only a matter of time before we start putting up these really good results. And well, they already put up a pretty good result against aTTaX. They beat them in a very close best of 3 over in the Thunderpick World Championship, and also almost made it to the actual World Championship itself, only losing to Saw in the very last hurdle in the semi-finals. So they did really well against aTTaX. However, in that series, it was actually quite worrying, because like Slacks or Zerk Speedy, they had a really poor performance. So what I'm interested to see is if when we come into this rematch, if we just see those people step up and those individuals step up that we know, InstaBreach could be worrying. But if we can see Masuta entering like he knows how to, if we can see Crucial sniping down opponents left, right, and center, then this could be a very good game for the ITB squad, and hopefully a deep run for the UK organization.
Yeah, the thing that's different with Thunderpick is the veto. Look at this. You've got Anubis being picked out. Also aTTaX did this last time. Then it was Inferno for ITB. Instead, that's now the decider. And they've picked Vertigo, which I think is really interesting. Because, look, ITB's veto does not match up favorably against alternate attacks. But with this Vertigo pick in particular, ITB have played this 3 times and lost it every single time. Sure, the results were close, but I think this is a wild pick to bring forward. I'm actually really excited for it, because I just did not expect it.
Yeah, and I think you were talking about that veto. I was wondering what was going to be the insta ban at the very beginning, because both teams insta ban Overpass. So it's just cool to see aTTaX change it up from Ancient to Mirage, which was the reason for their defeat last time. But yeah, the Vertigo map pick, that is bold. And also aTTaX picking back into Anubis, even though they lost it last time. I think this is a really exciting like veto. As you said, Vertigo, it was one of the main maps for the old ITB, when obviously we know about like not crucial with like the Cypher running up ramp and owning Zywoo. Like, we've seen that happen. Now it's basically like, could Masuta do that? Can Masuta perform to the same lengths that the UK boys did? And as you did say, like the games they've played, they have lost them, but like they have all been at least double digits, full 30s against 9, against Saw. Not awful opponents. So I think this is really exciting. And I think for InstaBreach, we come back to the same point I mentioned when we were speaking to Masuta. They're still in a growing period. I think 100%. Like, Kika has only been in this roster for, what, less than a month? 20 days to be exact. Like, this is a very new roster. And I feel like when we are seeing these maps played out, we have no idea what's been happening behind the scenes.
Yeah, no, you're completely spot on. I want to look at something else, which obviously comes hand in hand with obviously teething issues, and that is going to be the head-to-head. Because never mind, I don't want to look at it. I want to look at the game, because apparently it's live. So, you know what? Scrap the graphic. Let's go into the Anubis.
Let's get into it. The inaugural game in the CCT East Europe Series 2 playoffs. This bracket is so stacked, and we start off with a game that is worthy of the grand finals. aTTaX versus Into the Breach. The Germans versus the European side. On aTTaX map pick, ITB on the T side. They aren't favored in the odds, but can they recreate history and win like last time?
I think it's going to be really difficult for them, but we will see. Currently, it's a very slow default. No one's looking for information on the side of alternate attacks. They're just playing quite passive, which allows all this space in mid. Rallen's just walked up into dark for free, and no one's actually holding it. Again, it's really passive from alternate attacks, and whilst this is okay, it also gives ITB a lot of the map, and then they can explode onto a bomb site without really too many issues, and they are going to split on towards B.
This has to be Orzhok's moment. A good flashbang from Speedy, however, just a little bit too early. Would have loved to throw that about now. And Orzhok, I said it had to be his moment, but he instantly gets chopped down. And then as well, crucial, holding that deep angle from Electric for the players that are rotating from the A-bomb side. He's got one kill and just making sure that Perks cannot make any legway or like just any room forward. And with a retake that I think has no legs to it whatsoever, ITB, this should be a first round for them. And they're actually just going to do it flawlessly. Like what, they've taken 32 points of damage. That's a pretty good start if you are into the breach.
Yeah, very clean. That's the danger of just not having any information as well. You can kind of see it in the reactions of Speedy releasing the flash too early, because he sees one piece of utility, but obviously nobody's really jiggling. It's just Orzhok behind the obelisk. So you think they're going in with it, you throw your flash a little bit early. That's all by design for ITB. And they just move in with really good trade space. And not they even need trade spacing, because they find every single kill, as you mentioned, a great start.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I think just the issue you had was you saw two players rotating from the A-bomb site. They couldn't even get close. You had one player isolated on the B-bomb site, and then an attempted retake with two from CT. Like, it was just a pretty, honestly, an impossible round, I feel like, for aTTaX. Like, I actually don't think they could have really won that unless we saw someone like Orzhok just go nuclear, but that was not the case. Now we go in second round. aTTaX, they will force back into it. However, ITB, everyone's got rifles. Because a lot of people didn't take any damage, like they can literally buy head armor for 350. And you see, because of that, AK full util for a lot of these individuals, and then the rest just on Galils. However, this could still be dangerous for them, as these pistols, we know they can do damage, we know they can sing. It's just if that actually will occur.
I like the fact that ITB are just treating this like a gun round. They're being very slow and methodical. They're using utility to clear out the positions. They're trying to ebb their way in towards middle a little bit. Crucial's holding for the window peak. Ryland's holding for close dark. And then you've got Kicker just on the extremity, holding for a push in towards middle. There's very good structure, and it's very disciplined coming out of ITB. And I haven't seen this roster yet, kind of since they brought in Kicker. So I was very interested to watch and kind of see how they do. But this is looking very solid at the moment. There's the opener, held in towards mid for both Crucial and Kicker. Freeze overextends, looking for info, and gets punished. Now this double dark setup needs to hold on, because once again, ITB are looking to split in towards B. And that is not the best of starts. Orzhok will find one, but an immediate trade out of Masuta.
Crisis relieved there a little bit. As you said, could have been maybe a bit difficult if these pistols at close range could have just popped those heads, but no. As you said, yeah, like I've only really watched this roster once. It was against aTTaX, like this exact same matchup, and like it was, I think, literally days after Kika got announced. But what's very interesting is that I think a lot of people don't realize is that Kikat's only on a 3-month trial. Like, this isn't a roster that is 100%. It is not definitive that this will be the next roster for ITB. So I think for Kika, there definitely is some reliance on getting some results during his tenure here. And I think for the likes of Masuta, this is definitely periods where, like, this is where he needs to show himself and show that he can still be capable of playing tier 1, because honestly, a lot of the times I've watched him recently, I haven't been completely convinced. I feel like he isn't putting up the same numbers that we saw from the likes of Cypher, but is that actually going to be necessary in this new system?
I think that's a really good point. And just on like the couple of rounds we've seen, I don't think it will be necessary. Because what it looks like is they're taking, we'll have to see on like gun rounds and like their actual defaults, but even then, just playing very passive, using utility to clear out space and then holding for pushes. It's all very methodical. Whereas you kind of compare and contrast that to what we saw out of ITB at the major, where it was high octane firepower, a lot of reliance on individuals finding space and creating space on their own.
It wasn't even that. It was mostly just Thomas creating space for the individuals, but then the same point does occur of reliance on hitting the shots after that space being created. At the major, ITB, they were playing their hearts out. Like they didn't care. They were playing no scare Counter-Strike. And you saw whenever they did play maybe a little bit scared, like against apex in the opening game. And I think against Liquid, it was kind of like that. But whenever they just kind of almost didn't care and just played CS, that's when they did well. Ooh, Warzone, nice shot. Mac 10 retrieves, kind of not the worst thing to do. However, it will segue ITB towards the A bomb site, which is currently where the majority of, well, everyone's there for aTTaX.
Bomb's not committing though. Yeah. It's a spots one, but look, he's immediately tucking away just in case it is that stack. Now Kiket's walking in slowly. Orzek's going to need to clear his corner in a second. I guess overwhelmed. Masuta even finds one at A, which kind of keeps the rotate over for just half a second. Slack's trying to rotate through, but the bomb's already been planted. Also, aTTaX will definitely give this a look in. But that is a great start as well. Kiket's hit the deck. Oh, and so is BMAS.
Okay, this is now super winnable, crucial. Good kill there to put it back to a 2v2, and now you have the issue of a Mac 10 and USP versus 2. However, the Mac 10, it's going to be victorious. Masuta now, he's been spotted. Grenade puts him even lower. The second grenade finishes him off, and there's ample amounts of time to get the bomb defused. How has that happened? This was a write-off for me. I thought aTTaX had no chance ever winning, especially with the bomb going towards B and going against the stack, but ITB squandered their opportunity very early on.
Well, look, it's really good work from Slacks. 2 critical headshots. I think it was maybe a tag onto another one of these players. I really like the double layering of the nades in towards Dark to kind of find out Masuta. But ITB, there's a clear example of a little bit of teething issues. You've planted the bomb. You've taken the space. You then do not need to be swinging this scout player. Even after he removes Kicker, you don't need that second swing coming in on BMAS. You just need to chill a little bit. Don't need to try and take that fight immediately. Just play Team Counter-Strike. And unfortunately for them, they didn't do that. You're allowing someone like Slacks, who's got the highest rate in all attacks in the past 3 months, to have a go. Great nades. Yeah, well, speaking of Slacks, they're going to try and deal with him without even knowing he's there. Molotov, double nade. Slacks is now on 21 HP, but yeah, like looking at that last round, to be honest, great round from Slacks. First 2 kills in the game. What a way to implement yourself on this server. Really is a force to be reckoned with. However, ITB back to their slow, methodical style of Counter-Strike. Very weird saying that about ITB, because obviously their last roster, as we've mentioned. But with good util over towards the A-bomb site, I thought that might have been some sort of committal early on, but no, they're actually going to take some sort of slow map control towards middle and allow themselves to not have alternate attacks pushing in towards any of these aggressive places, and are now going to converge over towards the A-bomb site, where the AWP still does reside alongside Perk with a quick rotation from Freeze. Oh yeah, good one from Perks. Does a lot of damage as well on towards Masuta. Remember, Slacks is still here on the bomb site, but needs to be, I'd say, spammed out, and he is eventually, but not before he takes kick it to the grave. Masuta walking wounded. That doesn't stop BMAS from chiming in with another 3 versus 2. They've already spammed Orzek as well. They know he's here, and they can't do anything. That's really cool from ITB. Yeah, this was a round that could have got very dangerous, and it's been mitigated very easily. Speedy, a rather impossible 1 versus 3, especially considering he's taken so much damage on the first interaction, and BMAS, the Lithuanian, will end off his adversaries. Very well done from ITB. You said that was a very cool round, and it's put them back into the driver's seat, which could have been, I think, taken away quite quickly because they did lose against that. They lost against the Eco round, but now I feel like they've just made it so that there's no more dangers. You look at this buy for alternate attacks, and it's really weak. Got the AWP out on Slacks, but the only other rifle is on Freeze. Then towards middle. Aggression taking shape over towards A main this time, which is something that ITB might not expect, because it's been very passive from alternate attacks in the past sort of 4 rounds. Masuta will fire off some warning shots, and I was going to say that lets Slax get on the angle, but no, instead Masuta absolutely clotheslines him.
Yeah, high risk, high reward there from Slax. They will actually be able to retrieve. Yeah, that's very high risk. They will actually be able to retrieve the AWP, so that's actually huge that Masuta has allowed them to get the AWP back into their hands. But with Freeze being caught off guard, and now with the 3 versus 4, there's a lot of reliance on Perks just to be in the right position. And if it feels like ITB are going towards B, but Perks is definitely still remaining around this A bomb site in middle, especially because Freeze has died. So I think this round is going to be looking rather unwinnable unless ITB for some reason change their mind last minute and run all the way back towards the A bomb site. That's actually a really good smoke.
Yeah, it is. Oh.
This is great util.
Yeah, and the flash trying to get involved. Spiddy just gets the intel. That's so smart. Now these players can flank from A. Perks.
No!
Oh. They should be getting another opportunity. Maybe, yeah. Instead, it was Orzek. Roland smokes things off. Got to remember, guys, there's 15 seconds. Fortunately, they dealt with a player on the bomb site, so that should just completely remove this round. I don't think also aTTaX will go for this because you've got an AWP and an AK with armor. But that gets nearly really dicey.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate because I think Speedy's had a great round there. He obviously hasn't got a kill, so it doesn't really look like he's had a good round. But the util placement was really pristine. And I'm just kind of also thinking, like, I think if he'd got 1 kill, it would have been a bit different. And I do like the rotation around the A bomb site for Perks and Orzek. Most of that was so they could pick up the AK for Orzek off Masuta's body. But I think if they were potentially running through CT and like Palace, as the first util got brought down by ITB, they would have potentially had a more viable chance to support Speedy, to support the round actually being won. But instead, they basically just got 1 and then no one would peek them from Electric. Regardless, that was a forced buy for aTTaX. So it's going to be going into an eco round for them where they have the AWP and AK saved over, the odd upgraded pistol on the likes of Perks and Freeze and maybe Speedy. But in the end, this should be a pretty smooth sailing round for ITB unless something goes wrong. Most of that would be if Slax goes nuclear or if Orzek goes huge as well.
I like the way you're setting up some of these rounds. It's like, you should be fine unless...
unless... Like, that is how I think... that is literally CS in a nutshell.
It's so true.
Should be fine unless... And, like, we've literally seen that this game as well already. Like, what, round 3? Like, it was...
Absolutely.
Should be a win. Uh-huh.
This is cool. It was a triple up in towards dark to start with. I thought they were going to push further. Instead, that doesn't happen. They just get the AWP on the angles. They clear the space close with the pistols to make sure no one's there. Then they post the AWP, and now Slax can just sit there the entire time. And I was going to say that everyone can rotate towards A. However, everyone's already here for ITB. Great stuff from Orzek. Kick it will find 1, but again, that's a doubler. Bomb, not yet committing, but Perks finds Masuta, and now this unless becomes a bit more of a reality, Freddy. That's a missed shot out of Crucial, swaps to the pistol, and oh dear.
Oh, look at this, though. Potentially winnable for BMAS. It's a 1v3. This never should have been a 1v3, but it's so confusing that he's in this position. And Speedy, the awareness there, that's actually incredible. The smoke's been dropped to try and bait out a peek into BMAS, and Speedy reads into it. Not known for his AWPing, but he picks it up, Crucial's dead body after the USB killed. And as you said, that unless has formulated into a reality. aTTaX win a basic full eco. And honestly, that wasn't even... I don't think that the rifles obviously got frags, but like Slax instantly died when he took contact. Also just traded his teammate, and like the 5-7 USP also got kills.
The thing for also aTTaX now is they need to just do this on the gun rounds, because that's
true.
That's two like half hodgepodge buys they've been able to make work. But when it comes to the gunnies, that's where they're falling flat.
The gunnies.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think like it's a very true point. Like, and this could be a little bit of maybe playing a little bit too scared on the gun rounds, not wanting to make those mistakes that you don't care about on these low buy rounds. Regardless, though, that is an incredible util set early on from Perks, and also a flashbang with a smoke to deter them. So yes, he's used all of his util, but he's taken so much space away from ITB, which they were vying for. He's put Masut to 44 HP, crucial to 80. That is actually an incredible start. And Ralem, this nade might not do too much damage. Nope, it hits him down to 62. Incredible util damage early from the German side. And I think that's German CS in a nutshell, right?
Yeah, utility is king. ITB can't really do these slow defaults when they haven't really got the utility to work with. The other BMAS has got an incendio, but he's holding on to that for when the execute comes in. Probably going to throw it down in towards Glyph. You got 2 smokes that can go in towards the B bomb site as well. Just taking a look at Kicker, and the observer is as well, because he's just walked in towards mid. Slack's holding. We'll get a note of this jiggle. Oh, but actually, Kicker wins out the fight. That's big, because that's going to create a lot of space potentially. The A main players are now going to take A main presence, which is pretty normal, but they're still splitting in towards B here.
Once again, though, this utility is good. It's absolutely halting ITB. Yeah, that second Molotov even bigger. Oh, that A main push comes into fruition with Freeze getting 3, and now with the last 2 players trying to charge through the entrance of the B bomb sites. It's only Crucial left alone. He will maybe survive here, and he will with a kill on the Freeze, but he's not going to get any money, and the economy is going to be a bit disjointed for the RTB side, but the AWP is saved. That's such a good round from Alternate Attacks. Yes, you lose Slacks in middle, you lose your ability to rotate, but instead, you push towards the A-bomb site, and Alternate Attacks, even though they use a lot of early utility, they still somehow have so much left over for 30 seconds left.
Yeah, that's wild, because once you lose Slacks in towards middle, you basically ITB assume that there's going to be a rotate, and normally it's going to be the B player coming in towards mid and holding the angle from the left-hand side where Slacks was, and you can create that crossfire with the camera player, and you got one out towards A main. Instead, what happens is, also attacks go, we don't believe you. You're not kind of coming towards middle. So instead, they push A main, the mollies go in at B, which funnels them back out into this push, and Freeze is just able to completely clean them up. That's a really nice round for Alternate Attacks, and what a call to make by not rotating anyone in towards mid there.
Yeah, that's actually such a good round of CS. Yeah, that was actually really well done. This is another one of those unless rounds, but it's got it's got less weight to it, seeing how it's just an AWP on the T side. He's forced to try to open up this round. However, he just walks straight into Slacks' crosshair. Rallen, I thought that was quite a stupid repeat, but it actually works out. And Rallen maybe even gets second onto Orzurk. However, the inability to trade his teammate will be there, and it's good. Once again, util displacement from Alternate Attacks.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was a lot of util invested over there, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. Sending the play back in towards A here. Perks can just tuck in towards this corner. Thing is, you just need to get Rallen on some of these angles, but
it's so hard.
No one's clearing Perks.
Oh my god, what a spray.
Yeah, he can just do that.
Yeah, like, okay, I've watched an insane amount of Alternate Attacks recently because they are just everywhere. I'm not going to lie, I always thought, okay, they've got great nade damage, and that's actually always something I've been. But this util usage very early on, and I know it's been 8 rounds, like it's such a small, like it's a very small piece to take from the whole grand scheme of things. But every single round, I feel like their util usage has been rather impeccable. And alongside that, when we see Perks getting a triple spray transfer, yeah, it's against pistols, but it's still pretty crisp. But this is formulating to be a little bit scary for Insta Breach. However, as you did say, and as we praised them at the beginning, they had a really good beginning. So if we can kind of see that once again from them, I think it could be a very contestable affair. Insta Breach actually won this map last time they played, but I think this time it's looking a lot better for Alternate Attacks early on the CT side. It's
cool to see this new development of ITB.
It's really cool. I really like this roster. I think it cooks.
I think it's because you've got... We'll talk about it in a sec, actually, because Kicker running in with the Mac-10, trying to create enough space for Rylan to get around the corner. Doesn't quite work. Flashbang forward. Affects everyone. But it's BMAS that gets the kill on towards Orzek. Another smoke drop. The spam is really good. Rylan just removes Spiddy out of the equation. There is a flank. Keep my eye on that, but so too is BMAS. He's seen Freeze. Now the presence is known. 3-on-3. This gets a little bit awkward for ITB.
Yeah, can Crucial upgrade this Tech 9? There is a rifle down in front of him, but I don't think he's going to be allowed to actually pick that up. Almost gets the kill onto Freeze anyways, and Masuta last alive. An attempted 1v3, only strikes down one before he's traded out an alternate attacks. Okay, not the greatest of original holds. Their util usage, once again, was really good, but they didn't actually get the kills off of that. ITB, I thought that was their round to win. However, as soon as BMAS dies trying to cover that flank, I feel like it opens it up for alternate attacks, and they'd actually end up taking the round. So that is them actually taking the lead and forcing Instant Breach yet again onto a low buy with a hero AK on key cut. Oh no, they're buying into it. Okay, bomb down, buying into it. Let's go, sure.
Yeah, so the issue is, as you were mentioning with that BMAS like flank kill where Freeze gets it, basically ITB don't have any space beyond the bomb site. So they're trapped. Also, a smoke goes in towards front dark. So now your options are limited. You can't cross in towards temple because not only do you have no intel there. Okay.
Sorry. What?
Not sure. Not only do you have no intel there and towards temple, you...
Yeah, Brandon, this is a new... Player. This is...
Yeah, this is weird. This round, I don't know. We're just getting aim fights. Is what's going on, Freddy. Freeze, this is brave. I mean, look, Rylan's 1 HP. Rylan. Oh my god.
You sound like me. It's B-Dog on the mic.
Yeah.
And sorry, yeah, you were making a fantastic point, but I just was like, this is such a good weird round.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Perks gets a kill mid-air and then even gets a second while pushing a main. If a 3 versus 5, it's now a 2 versus 2. Orzuk's in T-spawn. He's the one that's actually closest towards the bomb.
Yeah,
Rylan can just... there's no world that Rylan wins out this fight onto Orzuk. He's on 4 HP. Orzuk might even catch him off guard as he's looking away. Comes around the corner. Rylan's even got his knife out. There's no way he expects the Greek god to be there. And BMAS was very much relying on Rylan to be able to pick up that bomb and come towards the B bomb site, which he currently is claiming. But now with 30 seconds left, he's going to have free passageway towards the bomb. Orzuk, timing eludes him. Okay, bomb can be picked up. 1 versus 2, and alternate attacks have no idea where BMAS is, but they're going to have to understand where the bomb is. 18 seconds, Lithuanian needs to get a move on. There's no time. Okay, round's over. There was a moment where if he just runs towards the bomb site, he could have got the bomb down, but that's not going to be the case. And okay, what a weird round. Alternate attacks, they take 6. Also, something I was seeing was they actually won out the City's half last time. They won the City half 9-6. And really struggled on the T side. Like they lost 5 rounds in a row. Yeah. Alternate attacks on the T side really struggled, and that's what lost them the actual game last time. After a very good first half, they lost 5 rounds in a row on the second half and could never really get the ball rolling on the T side.
Interesting. Okay. That was such a weird round. You got so many pushes going on. Everyone is having a one-on-one. Rylan gets challenged at 4 HP and hits a headshot. That's just Rylan things, to be fair. Yeah, interesting. Looks like ITB want to try and go in towards A again.
Well, if Perks here, he's not the player that I normally identify to be at the top of the scoreboard, but right now he's boasting the most kills on the server, and I think he'll be looking to do it again, but this time he's going to have a big lack of help. As I said, that Perks does actually, Slacks actually does rotate in, and Freeze is moving back towards the A bomb site, so ITB, luck, utility propelled forward, but the Germans are ready for them.
Yeah. And you can just keep recycling this smoke at the door. Got one more on Slacks. If you want to. Or he can just hold the angle. Instead, he's going to drop a smoke on himself so the molly doesn't rain in. Flashbang, though, is really good. gets both these players off the angle.
Oh, wow.
BMAS and Masuta just completely overwhelm the bomb site. That's bombed down. That's a save.
That is an incredible execute. Perks gets detonated because of the first flashbang. I don't think Slack's even shot off a bullet, and then you see Freeze is really cautious of middle. I'm not sure if you noticed, but I think Kikit threw a smoke, just just the mid smoke, about 5 seconds before the execute came towards the A bomb site. So Kikit made sure that Freeze had to be scared of middle. And I don't think it doesn't really matter, but it's just a little small micro play that made it even easier for them, and a flawless round from ITB, getting the ball rolling once again on their T side. Really nice execute. If we can see more from that, I think we could be in for some good success for ITB.
Yeah, that was a cool round. Yeah, that smoke definitely does a lot in towards mid. It's good that you brought it up because it does just completely catch defenders in two minds. I think also the decision for Slacks not to smoke off the A main doorway, because if he had thrown it there, then suddenly that makes all of the utility redundant for ITB. And yeah, they could have pushed through a smoke, but it still would have been a little bit touch and go. He's been mollied and naded twice. It feels a bit jaded about that in the past, so just drops a smoke on his position so he doesn't kind of get mollied and he doesn't have to reposition. That's to his detriment because the flashbangs are just so effective from ITB on the way in.
We're praising alternate aTTaX utility. It's only right if we praise ITB when they also have good util. And I think that's one of the instances there. The Germans, though, they still have a lot of money coming into this next round with the 2 saved rifles. We'll have an AWP out for Slacks again. He's actually not been somewhat kind of lit up this server as much as I would have anticipated. When you see like a really powerful start from alternate aTTaX, it's actually been mostly down to the rifles. Crucial also hasn't been very successful. As I say that, though, he does go for a very aggressive pick towards B. He's not going to get the kill, but he creates so much space for his riflers here. And wow, aggression towards the A main. This time Masuda's in a much better position to deal with. However, not going to anticipate Freeze, so a good trade. That's going to favor the CT side because they've got all the space now.
The Crucial shooting knows now for Slacks that he's there. Nice shot out the sky. And Rala misses out on the fighting towards mid. This has completely fallen apart. This was an opening kill for ITB. And instead, it's completely compounded in the other direction. There were so many 1 versus 1s going on. And as we saw a few rounds ago, that's only going to favor alternate aTTaX.
I'm not really sure what Kikit and BMAS can do with this.
Oh, nothing, really.
Yeah, they're so separated as well. If they were together, maybe. But I don't... this is round over. Like, I actually don't think they're going to go for it. I think this is just a straight save now. So, yeah.
Kikit's been way too slow.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not even... It's... yeah, sorry, yeah, it is Kiki. For some reason, I thought BMAS was the other one. Yeah, I mean, if Kiki... Oh, okay, that's really lucky. The reason why we were oohing and ahhing because the nade almost propelled the AWP out of the map. They still would have had a repurchase, if I'm not mistaken, because I think they do have money on Masuta. But that's like $2,000 odd that they don't have to rebuy into the AWP. So that's actually quite nice. Yeah, that would have been a really unlucky end to the round. But as we did say, save alternate aTTaX 7. They got 9 last time on the city side, and that wasn't good enough. So maybe 10 is like the kind of the stance for them they need to get.
Fair play to alternate aTTaX as well, because this was 4-1 in favor of ITB. They've really brought up into this game. Yeah. Everyone's contributing as well across the server in general, which I really love to see. I like that we've got a lot of consistency. It's going to mean that we're going to have a very good series on our hands here.
Yeah, I think this series, like both the series today are really, for us anyways, like Apex 4's this game. Like, these are actually incredible games. I'm really excited to watch this. I'm all for it, to be honest. And right now, as I said, back on the right foot.
What? Do you know what? I rate it so highly.
I don't even. That's like, Brandon, you'll know this. That's such a me thing to do, I feel like. So I kind of rate it. You know what? I back it. That's like, I would do that, so I back it.
The issue is with you losing that player is you're giving over a lot of space for ITB again to try and work this out. Slack's missed shot. That feels like it always should have hit. And with Orzek just missing his lines, suddenly everyone is falling at the hands of Masuta. What a round from him.
Okay, lovely stuff. Masuta's 14-9, praising the likes of Perks. This is when Masuta's stepping up. He's someone I specifically highlighted at the beginning of, I want to see more from him. You said he wasn't necessarily needed in the system. A round like that, I think, is proving his worth in gold. Weight in gold?
Yeah, weight. Yeah.
Weight in gold. That's it.
Yeah, I think, look, if you can find a way to implement Masuta's style into this system, then yeah, that's fantastic. I just more meant he wouldn't have to go on like individual adventures. Crack open like bomb sites on his ones. He didn't do that there either. He was with the pack and he just owns, which is cool to see.
It just makes life so much easier, right? When you don't have to be traded, he just basically makes it so easy for his team. Okay, series stays very contestable. Now ITB are doing well and not allowing aTTaX to trail away and get too much of an advantage. Default once again heading over towards the A bomb side. Normally, we've seen a lot of defeat here for the European side. However, in very recent history, it really worked well for them. And with great util, this is not going to allow Perks much to say. This nade he's got in his hand, when does he throw it? Just hold off. If he has a nade in his hand, it could do so much damage. And as the Molotov comes in, I think he's going to throw it any time now. Yeah. Smoke fades. This nade propelled. Ooh, just a little bit. Literally 1 second later, and it would have been perfect. Unfortunately, it only does a lick of damage. And now, ITB are going to converge on A.
Molly. Although, saying that, I was going to say, I thought Perks would swing off that flash. Instead, goes on the angle. That's great. Masuta again finding success. And this time the trades aren't here for ITB. Crucial finds one onto Freeze, but that is it. And Kickit, who was holding the flank, now has to try and go into A full frontal and deal with all of these players. Nice shot.
Ooh, that's a very good start. Kika, the captain, might lead by example. He can potentially isolate his 1v1s. No util to help him out, and time is going to be an issue. Lovely smoke there from Speedy as well. Just makes Kika quite nervous. However, it could actually allow for the bomb to go down. Only a tap. aTTaX are going to understand this now, especially with the gunshot. 10 seconds, even less time. It's going to have to be some sort of heroics from the IGL. Another tap forces them into his crosshair, but Speedy just destroys on the first hurdle, and aTTaX, they win out the half.
Yeah, I feel like the trade space in there just wasn't really as compact from ITB as we've seen in previous rounds. Also, just the utility didn't really affect the play. First half was really gone. A lot of utility being put down early. Ralen in towards Dark. Are we going to see the same Molly play? I hope so. Although I doubt it.
Okay, Molotovs do come through, and we almost see the same Molotov play. And okay, Ralen's actually going to be caught off guard. I'm not sure what was happening there, but that's negating Crucial's opening kill. with Kika towards middle, he's been very good lurking, which is sometimes something we kind of saw Volt and Roland do in the old team. So Kika, it's been very interesting seeing him take up that mantle. But for the last round and a half, this would be a good big win for ITB. And as I was talking about Kika, he's made his way through middle, can't quite execute Speedy, but is going to force him away. And it's going to make sure it's actually going to prompt this push towards the A bomb site that we've seen so often. However, this time the util isn't quite there to block off the entrance and the choke points for the T side. Regardless though, Speedy is just going to double down. That's a great rotation from him. And talking about that A aggression that was prompted by Kika showing his head in middle, they're going to come through and they're going to be here at the perfect time because now Kika's all by himself. 1 versus 3. There's actually just no time. Alternate attacks take 9.
Yeah, it's interesting that you brought a good point there, and it's Kicker is lurking whilst being the IGL, which is an interesting one. I know some teams have that, but I feel like if you've got Rylan who's done it before, maybe it would make sense to put him there again. Insta Breach taking a pause in the pistol round is exciting. Sinners do this. Pretty much every second half before the pistol, Sinners will take a pause.
This is interesting. I've seen this a lot. I don't think I saw this like at all months ago, but definitely recently I've seen a lot of these tactical pauses before the half. But Brandon, this is history repeating itself momentarily for alternate attacks. They were in the exact same position before, 9-6 lead. They had a very difficult start on the second half. Last time they played ITP, losing 5 in a row, and that basically was the theme for the rest of the half. So this pistol round actually could be a massive deal for the German side.
Let us see. Picker in mid has seen a lot of players, and he thinks, actually, do you know what? I don't really want to fight that, which is probably for the best. Freeze out here trying to hold for lurks, but I don't think he'll be ready for 2 players round the corner here. Crucial, about to take the contact. That should activate Freeze in. But in fact, I think he might catch out Masuta. That's weird timing. Bomb planted in the meantime. There's 3 in A main.
3 in A main, however, everyone else is dying around them. Orzuk, long-range dual Berettas, fair enough. Chops down the players that are coming through CT, and I was talking about how important this pistol round is, and with that, BMAS, he's all by himself. He's done 10 full turn attacks, so this, honestly, is a fantastic start, I think, for them to claim this map.
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, they're just coming through middle. Kicker spots them initially, then gets smoked off. And then that activates the play out towards A main, which is very common on Anubis. They didn't find anything. And the CT players just got completely picked apart. If they'd gone in together there, it would have made a lot more sense. But you've got to give a lot of credit to alternate attacks, especially Orzuk, who actually forced the issue. So prevented that from happening in the first place.
Brandon, where do you stand when looking at this now for ITB? Like, do you think there is basically this reliance on this next gun round of it's a win, or if they don't win that could just be the map going against them? Is that how you potentially view this? Because that's I think how I look at it.
Yes, to a certain extent. However, it's CS. And like, what games aren't won and lost over the course of one round.
Hit him with the best quote of the more I watch CS, the less I understand it.
That's a fantastic one. No, I think it's just more the fact that one round can, obviously they're different like chapters in the story is how I look at CS, and each buy round, even if your buy is literally just a couple of pistols, that can still influence the outcome of an entire game. With that being said, the people that have looked the most dangerous right now on pistols have been alternate attacks. This one's just a gamble stack. No one from ITB is going to move a muscle here. But I think the consideration is they haven't seen anyone, so they don't know how many SMGs have been invested in, so they don't want to give over $600 a kill, which is why they're not going for a little bit of a hunt. Rowling can just have a little peeky peek with his Deeg, maybe. But apart from that, it's going to be an 11th. It's going to be a very silent round. We might get a unicorn here.
Is a unicorn a flawless 10 people alive?
I think so.
No damage either? Is that, does that, it's like a golden egg? Is that in what the term is in cricket when you get bowled out first? Like it's kind of like
I don't know.
It's like a kind of rarity. But regardless, okay, so you were shaping up of like, look, let's not decide this one round. Like let's not put too much weight for Insta Breach on this round, because obviously one round does not dictate a whole game. However, I will throw a curveball and say I think this round is massive for Insta Breach. Okay. If they can't win against 4 Galils and a Mac 10, and if they lose this round, I think that could be curtains for them potentially, as we see like a 12-6 scoreline produced and back on a low buy for ITB. BMAS is on 52 HP. A nade has already rocked it in, and the shrapnel's flown everywhere. Good luck, Util, over towards A, because it's all going to be a ruse, and it's actually going to pull rotations away from the B bomb site and away from middle. So you've only got 2 players here with actually now only a single flashbang. Alternate attacks. This round, like I think this is one already. Mid Util as well is forcing Ralin even further away and making sure that the 2 players in middle are more aptly aware of middle as well. So yeah, like what is the gamble stacking? This is a map that you have to gamble stack, and there's pretty much only 1 player on the bomb site right now because Ralin's over in Palace, and there's more than doubts.
Oh, what?
Ring around the rosies.
That was really cool.
That's funny.
It just didn't work, unfortunately. You got to save this now if you're ITB. I don't think you can commit to this retake.
Oh, surely, right?
Thing is, if you commit to this retake, you lose all your guns, then you're definitely done.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's not going to be a purchase next round. They only have, what, 2,900 loss, if I'm not mistaken. So you're not going to be buying into next round regardless. It's going to be an eco with just 2 pistols on Roland and BMAS, and then some upgrade, and then just the rifles looking to do some damage. We were hyping up Masuta, but you have to take a look at everyone else. Like Roland, BMAS, 6 kills, Crucial 7, Kika 9. That's a big difference when you compare to alternate attacks. And I think for ITB, like if you got 2 of your players on the B bomb side, they're trying to anchor down a big part of the map, and they've got 12 kills combined in round 18. Not exactly it doesn't exactly fill me with hope, right?
Yeah, it's a bit awkward. Especially when Slats can just bring out an AWP now and drop the Galil. That's a notable upgrade. Also, the issue is as well for just CT sites in general is trying to find opening kills. And with ITB, at some point they're gonna want to get proactive to try and get the game back in their favor. And that might, again, just inherently be a little bit of a disadvantage. You're peeking into very long-range angles, and now you're against Slacks, who has got the AWP.
AWPing on the C side is actually quite difficult, and that's why I'm maybe giving Slacks a bit of a bone. I'm throwing him a bone in regards to, like, okay, struggling to AWP on the TT side. Now on the T side, you can actually open up these rounds a lot better. You can really aggressively take some good stances with the big green. Right now he's playing very passive, and they're actually playing a nice little like bait and switch with the flashbang between him and Spiddy towards B. And in the meantime, Freeze is taking a lot of space towards middle. He's going to get supported by utility from Perks. Great utility, actually. Oh my god, sorry, that Molotov and smoke combo is really impeccable, and it gives Freeze all this space, and it cuts off all the rotations. And once again, we're just going to see Ralin and BMAS alone towards the B bomb site.
Look at this rotate though. They're all coming. Are they going to be hit in time is the question. Well, it doesn't look like it. Spiddy's just dealt with Rallen through the smoke B-mass. Needs to hold on for a couple more. Can only find one, and that is not good enough.
Well, nice kill from Kika. I don't really I don't know. There's still it's the fact that we're still on you could make the argument of a bonus by full-time attacks. We're literally still got Khalil's out. Oh wait, is this round winnable? There is a kit on Crucial. There's a genuine chance they win this, and with Speedy dying, it's now a very possible chance. Perks gets dinged, Kit's been picked up. Okay, ITB has exceeded. What a retake.
Kick it with 4. Gonna have to watch the replays again to see how that happened. Because that did not look like a winnable round whatsoever. The kicker has just stepped up in an absolutely massive way. We got replays on that, guys? No? All right.
Yeah, that is a round where I was spectating that and I was like, oh, it's done. You know, I was that's probably it, right? And then Kika, that's him. He is that man. Very, very impressive. Honestly, really well done from him. That I did not anticipate that to be going in their favor. And he just is able to isolate kills one by one, trades out his teammate, and gets the defuse with 2 seconds left on the clock. So really well done from the IGL there. Proven he can call and he can frag. That's a very dangerous thing for a team. If you can call and also win out these impossible rounds, that this is a round that could completely change the tides, but they need to be able to repeat it. And this time they've got 3 players towards the B-bomb site, not just 2. And they've also got Rallen on a very aggressive angle. If he's not flashed off properly, which he will be, but it's Speedy also blind. Oh no, that was perfect opportunity, Brandon.
Yeah, unlucky.
Yeah.
Right idea. Wrong execution. However, you talked about the extra player towards B. Look at the space this is gathered in towards mid. Kick it is holding. If the case they cross, so that gets the intel. But mid is completely open right now. And even if also attacks smoke here and they deny info, Kick it won't really know how many players are here. Oh, good shot. That's the AWP. Nearly does a lot of damage, but they're in.
There was the beginning of successes there for Kika. Issue is that both him and Masuta aren't able to get anything after that opening kill on Slacks. Bomb gets planted, and now I think this time there will actually be a save, as majority of players are just really far away. Alternate attacks at 13. I was talking about it. That can't be an isolated incident for ITB, and it turns out it will be. So, not looking great for the European side. You've got BMAS, who's got one. BMAS and Rallen, I think, have got 1 kill this half combined.
I know they are, but it's weird you just called them European.
It just doesn't. It doesn't feel right, you know?
Yeah, it's gonna take some time to get used to.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Can we even call them UK anymore?
Well, UK org.
Let's go, UK org.
Same with Fnatic, right?
Yeah, but Fnatic actually have UK people, not just on the bench. Imperial were a UK org. And they had Neil Lem as a coach, so we could claim them. Man2 plays on Big, so we claim that. Def, we claim MAT.
Okay.
We claim anything.
I like these nades.
Oh, those are good.
Rallen doesn't.
Yeah, that's happened a lot. That's like the 3rd time that's happened. I'm surprised that Rallen hasn't maybe anticipated that a little bit.
It's actually not been Rallen the player that's been there all the time. It's actually been BMAS as well. So they've just been kind of flip-flopping who takes the nade damage. But you're right, there should be like maybe some communication there. Hey, by the way, they double nade this, be careful. Speaking of being careful, how did Crucial not see Orzek over the top of the smoke? They're through. They're just going to walk straight through this smoke. Yeah. Masuta already caught off guard. Flashbang. Affecting. Kicker dealt with. Masuta removed.
Just no sort of impact there from Masuta. You have a really you kind of almost want to bait kick it in there. And if Masuta was holding the left side pillar swing, he actually could have potentially got some damage off, but there's just no impact whatsoever. Crucial does instantly. You mentioned the York being saved over into the round. You actually got to do something with it. And that's the round over. And they might not even save anyone. 14 for alternate attacks, and eco for ITB. 15 is going to be guaranteed. The Germans, they're singing, and they're looking much, much better than last time.
Yeah, they're looking really good. And this is the value of playing in all of these different tournaments, because you get experience and you're allowed to develop. Perks is having a fantastic game. Normally, you associate alternate attacks doing well at the hands of Orzek, at the hands of Slacks. And maybe it's one of Perks and Freeze to chime in for a map here or there. This has been a very strong start for Perks.
Because when we look at this roster, I look at Slacks, I look at Orzek, I look at Speedy. I've seen Speedy get 32 to like 10 against apex once. Recently, Orzek is, I think a lot of people really like him. Speaking to people in the scene, people really rate Orzek. They think he's really good. Perks and Freeze though, like this is a win potential for them that I didn't quite anticipate. But having them do so well just changes everything. And also, I think what's really interesting, I don't think people realize Perks, Orzek, and Freeze are really inexperienced. Like, before this player break, their best result was like a Meisterschaft second place, I think. So you have them getting into these finals versus the likes of One Win, making deep runs in these Olympic World Championships. These are literally the best results for this trio, and I think that's something that's maybe not spoken about too much. And yeah, like that's really promising when you've got these guys who like this is not a last dance for them. This is a beginning of their career.
Yeah, it's cool to see, isn't it? But ITB, they're going to obviously force in Kicker on a mag 7. He's got to be out towards mid. He is. Have to see whether that pays off in the future. I think it was SDY from Monte. I always associate him with shotguns on Anubis.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
He just buys XMs and literally just plays XM only, like in towards mid. It's ridiculous on CT.
There's someone I saw recently have a mag 7 in middle and and almost got an ace and won a map for someone, and I can't remember. I think it was a Brazilian player in Europe. I think it might have been Cold Zero.
Hang on,
yeah, this is the exact angle. Like you can play above a Molotov if the Molotov's behind you. You see the shadow first. Freeze like literally has no light of day in that one. That's a really strong opening kill for Kika. $900 plus the AK upgrade, and you've cancelled out the lurk from alternate attack. So 3 players now over towards the A bomb side. I say that Kika does rotate off. Good Molotov. They're going to get ahead of it, but it is going to force Masuta to get the kill, and no response yet from alternate attacks. This should be a round for ITB, and Masuta, what a bold swing, but he's going to come out so victorious. Fortune favors the bold, and he will claim 3.
Yeah, I mean, he can do that because look, they're in a 4v3 at that point, and there's 20 seconds. So even if he gets 1 and trades out, his job's basically done. But the fact he gets 2 there is ridiculous. Firing on all cylinders is Masuta, 14-8. ITB win out that force buy round. Enough money in the tank for also attacks to keep going, but they might take a pause in either the next round or this one coming up just to make sure they're all on the same page.
Yeah, I actually would have really liked a tactical pause here, but sadly we don't see one. ITB, they're hanging on by a thread. I'm not sure there's any world they are able to win 6 rounds in a row to even it up to 14. Good early damage. I feel like every single round there's someone from ITB that gets tagged down to below 70, for instance.
Bit awkward. Watching A right now, which is on the mini map. Meanwhile, Spiddy, oh, that was close. Crosshair placement was perfect.
Osper no cigar. And aTTaX, they're playing very similar to what ITB would have done on their T side, just taking the map control very cautiously. But time is definitely running quite low. The bomb is definitely committing towards the B bomb site. And I'm interested in what Perks is doing. If you look at Perks, he's literally going out of the A bomb site. If a kill here would be huge. He might catch off Masuta, but no, Masuta catches off him. Great few rounds for the Frenchman, and that's now going to force aTTaX in a very uncomfortable position because they have to go towards B, and now everyone for ITB is rotating in. Good 1-for-1 from BMAS, but Roland not getting a single kill. That's devastating. That was such a good original hold from BMAS, but as soon as Roland instantly dies, the bomb site is now open for the taking, gets capitulated, but as I said, that retake is very close, and they also do give themselves back the advantage.
There's no smoke as well for this bomb, so now this space over towards main is really crucial for aTTaX. Slack's on this angle. They're going to have to try and clear. Spiddy can take the first contact. Instead, it's going to be the AWP, which means the AK doesn't swing, which is huge. Time starting to run out. Slack's hitting everything. Kicker can't get past him either. It's Slack's in from dark. It's also aTTaX up to 15.
The Titan on the orb. He's had a pretty slow game, all things considered. He had 7 kills going into that last round. However, he does not miss a beat. 2 versus 3. It may as well have just been a 1 versus 3. Magnificent from him. And a round that felt like it was all into the breaches. Everything was going well for them. So quickly goes awry. And the Germans now 7 rounds to the good. They have 7 opportunities to get lucky ones, and with that, we will go on to Vertigo.
Yeah, this buy is rough as well. Oh. It gets even worse. Kicker also tagged down. Sure, he's on the mag 7, but whatever. Crucial, we'll get 1 kill back. Ralen's been tagged. Nice nades. Just kidding. Spiddy just runs past it, dodges it.
I also thought that nade was gonna bonk, but it didn't.
I thought it was gonna hit him straight in the face.
Yeah, actually, same. But that's just not gonna happen. I don't think it really mattered anyway. Spiddy, I think, doesn't even take a single point of damage from the gunfire. I think that 20 damage was from the nade, so it doesn't even matter anyways. And the A-bomb site's open. That's it. That's round over. That's map over.
Oh,
and Speedy, I think, confirms it. Yeah, Crucial is caught in a very awkward position, no man's land. And now with Masuta and Kika rotating in into the breach, the invited team will lose the first map. It is the opponent's map pick. However, last time these two teams played, aTTaX actually lost this map, and that was the reason why ITB actually won the series. So times have changed, and now with Kika and Masuda, there's a world that they win this retake out, but with no kit. And now Perks securing the last 2 frags. It's going to be 16 for the German side.
Let's kick it go for the longest mag 7 kill I think I've ever seen. Fair play. Look, you're right. Anubis gets chalked off in favour of aTTaX, and it's pretty dominant. Now you get a lot of question marks because we are heading to Vertigo, one that ITB have played but have not yet registered a win. And I think aTTaX are not too bad on this map either. I have to see how it pans out. We're going to a break. When we come back, it will be that second map. We'll see it in a few.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens spawn. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
We
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
Champion of champions.
Welcome back to the CCT podcast. We got a couple of things to break down for you. We got some post-player break tournament results. We got the current CCT rankings, and we got the results of the online finals number 2. Interview coming up as well.
Enjoy the interview with one of my favorite and incredibly handsome individuals, along with Taz. It's going to be a banger.
So lots of exciting topics. The absolute legend of the game, it is Taz.
Directly beside him, Taco work together, but they don't go at the same peak. Oh, Taz! The devil strikes, and Taz ties the game.
How's retirement been? Would you get back with the old VP squad?
Would our fans like to see this?
The hunger for glory feeds the desire. The courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness, to become the champion of champions.
Welcome back in, everyone. And after a pretty dominant Anubis, we now head to Vertigo. And I'll be honest, I think this is actually a clear example of stats can sometimes not tell the full story. Because, as mentioned, look, Into the Breach not won Vertigo yet, but they've been really close games. We said that in the pre-show. You take a look at Alternate Attacks results, you think, damn, 75% win rate. They've been winning quite convincingly. You look at the caliber of teams they've been playing, and it's not comparable to the ones that Into the Breach have been going up against. So I actually think this game is a lot closer than we think. With that being said, Into the Breach need to win their map pick. Otherwise, they are invited and then they're being disinvited really quickly here in the playoffs.
They get promoted to spectator for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I mean, the one advantage, I do agree with what you're saying actually quite a lot with, look, like the Kika roster, it's needing time to settle in, and we've actually kind of seen that time a little bit now. So I think for Vertigo, there's definitely going to be a lot more that we can spectate and look at and identify that is new. I think Kika's played twice with them on Vertigo. Yeah, he's played twice with them on Vertigo against Nine and Saw, and they've literally gone the 30 rounds and 29 respectfully. Alternate Attacks, the one advantage maybe is that, like, look, they played Nexus yesterday, which, okay, Nexus is not the same as ITB, but it was yesterday and they won 16-5. So they have some very, very recent successes, but no, you are completely right. This could be, I think, a lot closer of an affair that we are going to anticipate. The game is live. Vertigo, it will be our second map. Not a map that I think we anticipated, but it's going to be really, really intriguing to see what we can see here. There needs to be more from the individuals. We saw quite a poor performance from Crucial, BMAS, Rarlan, and with Masuta and Kika leading the charge. Let's see if they can continue that. ITB, they were never the favorites in this series, and now it's even more severe. The pistol round's underway, smoke and Molotov for Kika, and it's going to be straight towards potential a bomb site. Nope, it's a bait. It's a fake running across the grate. And Alternate Attacks, they may be bit at first. However, they are going to move away from their 4-man A stack.
Yeah, very interesting from ITB. They're trying to drag these rotations, and they kind of have, but also This util's gone too deep, which means that Perks can get active with the dualies. And well, he's firing on all cylinders. A couple of kills collected, but now everyone falls. It's 4 kills on the dual Berettas between Perks and Slacks. And ITB, they've done over. It just didn't happen. There wasn't... The thing with that is you need a player going up the ramp just to kind of keep players interested. That didn't really happen. Didn't get too much progression.
I think regardless, though, really nice rotations from aTTaX. I'm really glad you mentioned that. Look, like there was 4 players towards A at the beginning, and I think everyone ended towards middle or B for the German side. And from that, you see only 1 casualty and just all blue in the kill feed. So ITB, no bomb down. It's not going to be a purchase for them. We saw how important the first pistol round was for them on Anubis, that they got that first pistol round and it gave them some lifeline. After not winning the second pistol, I think we then saw how clearly it formulated to look like they didn't win the pistol and they literally got 2 rounds on their C side because of that. Very dissimilar to what happened the first time these 2 teams played, and now on this eco freeze, 2 kills and dying, kind of best case scenario. He gets an extra $1,200 and now can upgrade to a rifle the next round, and you're not gonna have a single SMG for aTTaX. So honestly, I don't think that's actually too bad for aTTaX. And for ITV now back on the first gun round, we're straight back into the fray.
Yeah, decent. Really solid. And this is where it can start to get a bit scary. If ITB lose this gun round and alternate attacks start to establish a little bit of a snowball, then that's where I really start to fear for ITB. I think it's crucial that they get a very solid start here.
I think very similar to what we saw on Anubis of very slow-paced T-sides. And we're seeing that right here. Some spam towards A, but no actual committal just yet. We saw great util damage from alternate attacks on both their T side and CT side. So it's going to be really interesting to see if that util is still going to be as prominent. And right here, the util, what we can already see, it's actually putting a lot of pressure towards ITB. However, with 1 counter smoke, it's actually going to give all the space back to the European side. And with that, an opening frag towards the A bomb site quite early on in this round as well.
Interesting as well, just looking at the mini maps. And just seeing the rotations out of alternate attacks. Even though they've lost their player, they wanted to go hunting towards B to get intel. There's still 2 defenders here. ITB with 35 seconds might be moving in close, but it might be a little bit of a trap. Spiddy needs to be careful. Well-timed incendiary. Slacks also spotted. That's going to force ITB back in towards A, but look at the space that Masuta's got.
This has to be the round over, unless Perks just does something miraculous that he has. Still, Masuta, you said he was in such a good position, he's still going to perform, but Perks has done it all. He's had such a good series, and he's going to continue at 8-1. What is that? And he might actually have to do it all, because Speedy has died. Nope, sorry, the time is done. The Frenchman, he's equally done everything for his squad, killed 3 players over towards the A-bomb site, but that's all Perks. Man, what a round.
Yeah, so what we've seen there, and you're probably thinking, oh, how on earth is Perks there? He's hit the timing. So he's pushed short at the same time Masuta's pushed up the ramp. And Masuta's gone, guys, I've got all of this space. In actual fact, he didn't. Close round, and ITB know that they can pull rotates, which is a lot of valuable intel, but ultimately they didn't convert the round, and now they're 3 rounds going against them. Much faster play, a change of pace potentially up towards A. Masuta waiting for a molly to fly in towards the sandbags. Kikut's got one, but instead also attacks are fighting forward. Look at this.
This is the same as last round, but the reaction and what's formulated is different. Last time when alternate attacks fought for it, they lost. This time they're going to fight for it and they're going to come away very victorious. And they did use a lot of utility though. That is a little bit of an issue, that a lot of the util was forced out very early on, but similarly was ITB's, and they've come into this with a lot less. Opening kill for Slacks. He's going to double up alongside Freeze. And this is looking really good. I feel like this round is done and dusted, and it's ended at the mouth of ramp. You've had ITB force back, and then as soon as they get forced back, they've lost it all. So really good start for the German side. And Perks, sorry, what is he eating this morning? I want to know his warm-up routine, because like, no flame, but he is just not a player I look at and anticipate to be having these incredible performances. Like, you look at his recent matches, it's been a bit up and down. Doing well when they win against the likes of Nexus, doing well when they win against the likes of Sprout. Bam, this series 21-10 in map 1, 1.54 HLTV rating, and he's already almost got double digits within 4 rounds of played. That is, honestly, I think that's really impressive, and you got to give him to him. However, bit of overextension confirms where Roland is, but also confirms it with his life.
Yeah, I mean, look, Roland's just saving. So let him have that one. You can invest into this if you're ITB. I wouldn't, but you could. Thing is, if you just dip in a little bit and you go Tech 9s, I was gonna say, if Roland saves, then he could definitely afford in the next round, because he'd have 4,000. So he's going to be left with maybe enough if he gets a kill into this. But it's just going to be the pistols, the hero rifle being brought forward, alternate attacks. As you mentioned, started strong. Different reaction already. The change up, thinking on the fly to deal with ITB is really cool to see it coming out on a round by round basis. What? Those flashbangs are just so good.
What? They just swung ramp and got 2 kills, and then double nade. It's not going to do that much damage, but it still tickles BMAS, Kicker, and Rollins. So ITB round up, and this was a save from Rollins. So his money's going to be disjointed in the next, and everyone else a half buy that's contributed 0 success. And for alternate attacks, that was a big key part of their. Okay, that's fine. It was a big key part of their map 1. I think they won 2. Was it 2 low buys? Yes. Yeah, they won 2 low buys very early on, and that basically gave them. That was probably the biggest part for them winning. Still, though, there's a chance. Orzuk, he's in a very aggressive position. He's all by himself. He has to succeed. I'm not a huge fan of this, especially when you've got the advantage. He'll only get 1 kill, but he does put Ryan down to 9 HP and BMAS even lower. So it should be done, but those are very aggressive positions. I'm not a huge fan of that. Like, you're isolating yourself. You've got the advantage. There's no real necessity, but they are still going to potentially survive with 3 players. So I guess all's good that ends well.
It'd be interesting to see what happens with East Europe moving forward into tomorrow, because, we got that tweet. What are you doing this Wednesday?
I believe it's probably going to be I don't know. I think I really imagine if CS2 comes out tomorrow. Like, that will be ridiculous. It's so much better than it was weeks ago, but it's nowhere near competitive ready. I know some teams are practicing it, and well, who needs to practice it when BMAS is popping some heads? That's a great opener. That's the first time I think we've seen some potential good success. Yeah, put into a round.
Nice shot at Crucial. Does come at a very big cost. Those double nades do the damage, but ultimately you still got a 2-player advantage. Mid push we go. BMAS walks away. How far does Orzek go on this? And how far does Slacks progress before big clear? He's going to go around the corner. He'll deem it clear, but you've left A open. You've left B open. ITB, they want to go in towards the first dash of the alphabet instead, rather than holding for this flank. Orzek is going to give him it, but go all the way around instead.
The slow play by ITV is benefiting alternate attacks so much, because they're able to just gamble over towards A with a lurk, initiating so quickly. Counter utility has 2 Molotov. Slacks can put these down and deny, what, like 20 seconds of time on the clock? That's the first. It's before they're on the bomb site, but that's 20 seconds off the clock. 10 seconds with the first. Wait, what? What? Wait, what? Kika just died behind Gap. That was a wall bang. from the yellow wall through gap, and now we're gonna see Orzuk initiate, but Orzuk dies. Slax is on him. An ace 1 versus 4 is required, and he might actually just do it. It's a 1 versus 2. However, he has used his utility, so he can't clear out Crucial, and Ral is gonna potentially get out of dodge. Slax, is this potentially winnable? What a bizarre round. And what is that headshot? Oh no! It's almost heroics. It's almost the best clutch I've ever seen in my life, but Ralin shuts it down. What was that? What is that on the A bomb side from Slax? He's feeling it.
Speechless. Absolutely speechless. You think the shot on towards Kicker is good, and then you just see the sandbags player of Crucial get absolutely demolished. What a pre-aim by Slax. Also aTTaX, sure, they lose the round, but they take nearly everyone to the grave with them. That was nearly something special. In fact, you could call it special, to be honest.
That is the biggest what if. What if? Oh. That is, wow. And Slax, unfortunately, no ult for him in this round. He's going to be subdued onto a Deagle. A lot of players towards the A bomb site for both teams. Perks, this boost could be really good. He's been allowed to jump up, so he's just kind of biding his time now. And I feel like this is definitely an opening kill, but the issue is Speedy's gone a little bit too aggressive. Oh no, they jump off the boost in the worst moments. And now I think that should be potentially the round over for Ultimate aTTaX. They had to get that opener, and they will still get the opener, but it does come at a cost with Perks on 18 HP. 50 seconds, ITB still very much committed towards this part of the map. A good flashbang, only blinds 1. Perks doesn't pick up the AK, but he will eventually. 3 versus 3 still. And I think it's only a matter of time before Perks dies. How's he just got that kill on the Kika? 18 HP, and he's rocking.
How does that happen? How's he not traded out there? Crucial BMAS 2 versus 3 to string together. It's still entirely possible. However, Perks is just going hunting. Crucial bails out his teammate from a sticky situation. 20 seconds left now. The bomb's going to make its way on towards ramp, but no one's peeking until it's too late. Slax finds BMAS. Now Crucial's on towards a FAMAS. And maybe you expect Slax, but you definitely don't expect Orzek. Alternate aTTaX are stamping their authority down on Vertigo.
Sorry, what a round from Slax. 11-2. I actually can't get over that almost 1 versus 4 ace from him. That was almost potentially the best thing I've ever seen in my life. Well, he does continue in a positive manner. And 6-1. This is really looking good for the German side very early on. And on ITV's map pick, maybe this crazy wacky player is not actually gonna succeed and produce the success we would have wanted.
It feels like ITV are just stumbling into a lot of these rounds. You saw on Anubis, they had structure. They were trying to go about rounds in different ways, using utility to clear up positions. That really hasn't happened here. We've just seen a brawl out towards A. We've seen no early rounding towards B, nothing fast in towards middle. It's been very one-dimensional.
An opener. He's feeling it. Molotov doesn't quite land the position he wants it to. Neither does the nade. However, that second from Freeze does, and the MP9 just runs him down. Okay, Brandon, I think we could be seeing quite a quick series and a bit of revenge for alternate aTTaX. Unless, you know, this is still very early on, but this is just looking so good right now. It's so clean. Oh, that, however, the pistol, sorry, the Glocks, missed shot, but the pistol, there's everyone getting kills with the Deagles. This is a 2 versus 2. There is a quick fight from Orzuk, and Speedy is going to throw a good smoke down to try and block off some time, but this is now all of a sudden very winnable for ITB. I ruled them out of this round, and it's all of a sudden now very winnable.
No utility left apart from Orzek's smoke, but he's so far away. It's interesting that he's not actually progressed up the ramp, he's just locking them in. And I like this out of Spiddy. He's playing a very passive line. So Roland could gift the bomb here, but that is ridiculous. And now this means Orzek's going to be on a faster flank all the way over in towards B, while BMAS is just stuck at sandbags. Is he timed out?
I don't know. He's just stuck there. Ralin takes the contact. BMAS, okay, BMAS does move. Okay, the issue is Orzek has no kit. I don't think there's a single kit down nearby. He does have a smoke. BMAS is making loads of noise. I don't know if Orzek would have heard him. Scope on the angle. There's no smoke to cover that. And Orzek crosses. The AWP misses. Tap of the bomb. But again, Orzek, no kit. And I think BMAS has actually identified that Orzek's off the bomb. 10-second defuse. He's just going to try hold it. Is this possible? 5 seconds done. Smoke's about to fade. Deagle's out. Deagle's spamming. Deagle's running out of bullets. But the last two connect. Graced by God there, BMAS is, and into the breach when a second round they had no right in winning after losing the opening 2 kills and getting kills with the Glocks.
Yeah, that's just alternate aTTaX fighting down ramp, thinking they've got all the advantages. Kind of not disrespecting ITB, but disrespecting their buy and thinking, oh, the Deagles won't do anything. We'll just have a little swing. We'll make it 7. Easy peasy. Doesn't quite happen. And now look at what it's done on the other end of things. The money not here now for alternate aTTaX. ITB, this is the best opportunity to work their way back into this half.
Double nade once again. I think one of them missed, but because it missed, it actually connected. So this is a theme I was talking about on map 1 of it. It felt like ITB always had these early rounds of losing a significant amount of HP on a specific player. Ralen's going to jump up, pokes his head out, and he still is able to get the kill onto Orzek. A big opener. That would have gone a long way for the German side, but unfortunately that will not be the case. And ITB, as you said, an opener for them in this game, an opener for them in this round. 6-3 this would be, and then 6-4 against the Eco, and you're right away back in it with one gun round separating the two teams.
Exactly that. Now, we don't want to rule out the Eagles. Especially as they're all in close proximity. Flashbang around the corner. Doesn't really do anything though. Perks still hits the shot. You got Freeze up close. In fact, you got all of alternate aTTaX here. That's the bomb. That's a big issue. 30 seconds. You've got to remember. They need to find these kills. Perks is just sat in the smoke.
He's got an AK. This could be it. They don't know about him. They're still holding from no, like, yeah, because they know Perks got a kill. So Kika is still very cautious about his smoke. He doesn't catch Perks off when the smoke fades. However, so aptly aware. And ITB, that got far too close for comfort, but they still will succeed. And they still will continue that pathway back into this game as we identified.
That's still expensive, though. That's still 3 kills on Deagles. That's keeping money honest for ITB. But at least they are giving themselves a little bit of wiggle room back into this half. This one should always be a 4th. Back over towards A right now for alternate aTTaX. They literally just did this in the previous. Very slow. This is a cool stack. Hello. I like this.
This is the stack of death. Just USPs though, so I really they might actually get 2. They definitely gets 1. But Masuta, this Molotov's gonna clear all of them out. It will force them forward into the scopes of 3. Unfortunately, I don't think that 1's gonna be possible. And no, okay, flawless. You're talking about economy. That's good for ITB to keep it flawless.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. We've got a bit more of a conversation piece now for ITB. They felt like they were getting drowned out, but have been rising to the occasion, and I need to do it again. And Slacks is back on the AWP.
Slacks on the AWP is potentially the most scary and worrying prospect for ITB. He's getting openers. He's getting these incredible, I can't say clutches because he didn't win it, but it was Yeah, incredible highlight reel moments. Let's put it that way. And he's actually doing so well in this round. He's getting a lot of space early and middle. Will they deal with BMAS? I really like this off angle from him. He is going to expose himself slightly a little bit more and might actually push him. He's just holding. He's never going to really expect two people here. That's, I think, the issue. Speedy is going to be the first person to hold for him, and Speedy's going to lose out the gun battle. Slacks was holding. You can't write it. You can't write it for Slacks. Just a wall bang. You know what? Fair enough. Think about BMAS. Can't even be mad.
Oh. Right idea out of ITB there. Double molly and the swing underneath the smoke, but then you're getting past Freeze, who's within it. Arlen, hi. That's a freebie. That was just crucial left. From a round that was looking pretty scary when BMAS found the opener has just completely collapsed in front of ITB's eyes. Crucial searching over towards headshot. Slacks is there, having now peek in towards elevator. That timing is ridiculous from Freeze. Just crouches under default as Crucial goes to clear the left-hand side. 7 rounds plays 4. We talked about the money. There's more than enough for ITB to invest in. But you're already reaching critical point and breaking point. That's ridiculous from Slacks.
That is one of the biggest. Yeah, that's such a good round from Freeze. Like, Slacks, okay, great opener. And you were talking about the mentality for ITB. They double mollied sandbags, and that was the issue because you had no one really swinging with the Molotov. So you had Perk just able to get one, and then Freeze obviously just detonates them. Once again, every single round, someone gets hit by Util. Masuta, he takes one to the dome, he takes the other one next to him, and Freeze, well, he just rocks his head.
That's really clever design as well. Freeze holding Perks. So Perks can escape out of sandbags, holding for that deliberate swing Masuta's going to make. That early nade damage means it's just a one-shot headshot with that M4 as well. 1 minute left on the clock. ITB once again committing up towards a ramp. They've got so much belief they can get this space. Would need a molly to flush Slacks off this angle here. They do have one. In fact, they got a couple. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, they will use it. Really nicely done, but a good Molotov in response. And just biding their time, Alternate Attacks are. They've basically got 4 players here with Speedy and a quick rotation. Orzo also has full control of B, but that's a good opener for Kika. The IGL shows his team how it's done, and now the execute's gonna come fully in. Good counter util from Alternate Attacks, and a good opener as that execute initiates. Rarlin, though, getting cheeky on the default boxes. Finds one above the smoke, sadly cannot find the second. Bomb attempted to get planted, but it's Perks. The immovable force spreads desolation once again. And speaking of Orzuk, here he comes, rears his ugly head. Only 3 frags, but it's impact, baby.
I think what's really interesting is also attacks keep putting down this smoke, and it denies the players from Into the Breach that are progressing up from ramp to swing in towards gap, because it lands in default. And it's really cool to see because it completely isolates ITB out towards gap. It means that alternate attacks can double swing on towards that position and find the kill. And it's really interesting watching it. Speedy's been throwing it a lot, and it's a cool little design that is really working out here.
It's these small little micro plays that I don't think people realize, and this is why Alternate Attacks are doing so well. And once again, we were talking about Slacks, the dynamism from him, going towards mid, going towards A, going towards B. He's getting opening kills everywhere, and Orzuk as well as one more to the tally. This should be a 9th. We've been in this situation before where I've written ITB off in a 3 versus 5. The round that it happened, they had Glocks and a Deagle, no armor. This time, they at least have Deagles and I was going to say armor, but I just realized no one has armor. The AK has been picked off of a dead body of Ralem, so they've got no armor, but they do have at least primary rifle, 2 Deagles. Good util from Orzuk. Is going to restrict them coming up towards B, even though it seems like they wanted to. They might still commit through this, but a round where the operative word is should, but they should win this out.
Slacks in close proximity to put a molly down as well. Everything is feeling good right now for also attacks. Orzek's got to make sure he doesn't commit into this angle. He doesn't. Spiddy swings. Now Orzek can get involved. He does just that. Nice round. 9. Plays 4. Looking to potentially make it 11. Everyone's got money apart from Rallen.
I mean, yeah, they've got money, but it's AK and scraping the barrel with utility. Like, Masua's only got 4K. No AWP out for Crucial. He has been incredibly vacant during this map and this series. Slacks, to be fair, wasn't too prominent in map 1, but we can see the massive difference it has when one side's AWPer actually is taking charge of this game. And with Vertigo being a very difficult map for AWPers, both on the CT side and T side, so a lot of these close angles, a lot of angles get flashed off consistently. Slacks is still finding success, and it's honestly very, very impressive. You talked about money, they're going to buy into it, but look, util's really poor. Rallen has a deagle. You've in the penultimate round and a half, you're trailing by 5 rounds. It's your map pick, and there's no confidence for me right now in the ITB side.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. I just feel like they just need to be a little bit more dynamic in towards middle. You saw that BMAS got the opening kill a few rounds ago. Also attacks, they've just got all of this information, and it's really rough to see. This time, also attacks, again, another variety. They just completely take ARAM away from ITB in this round. They go, okay, we've got this from you. What is now your reaction to this? Because we haven't seen anything from ITB apart from funneling it back in towards a round on round on round.
They're not even going to contest it, are they? Or if they do, it's going to be a little bit later in the round. Alternate attacks, I'm not a huge fan, though, of this massive gamble stack over towards the B bomb site and leaving Perks all by himself. He's very isolated, but who cares? That 1-for-1, good enough, because in the meantime, they've also lost a player over towards the B bomb site. So, yeah, you have one guy that's charging up ramp with the bomb, but with Rallen dying towards B, it actually confirms that BMAS is over towards A by himself because he's dropped that Molotov. So we see a very quick reaction from Orzek to hedge his bets very quickly towards T-spawn, initiating a very fast flank alongside Freeze as well. So you've got 2 players on A, 2 players on the flank. BMAS is unable to connect the taps. This should be double digits, and this should be most likely an 11th, because this next round, the money's going to be very, very poor for the Knights.
It's just awkward. In that situation as well, the 2 versus 4, where BMAS has been throwing that molly, Rallen, he's very quick to activate on the B stairs. If he just holds his nerve for maybe like 5 seconds or so, then there's a potential that one player might rotate away. Then there's a one-on-one on that bomb site. It's all ifs and buts, but it's these little things in which we're seeing a lot of just proactiveness from ITB without too much patience, and it just means the timings are slightly off for them.
Ooh, that nade, it felt like it was going to do loads of damage, but didn't connect. And ITB, I guess the silver lining is that they haven't lost much damage early on, but with a big lack of utility, and it seemingly is just the same thing over and over again of funneling towards the A bomb site. We've actually just seen Masuta get tagged down as I say that, and he eventually falls the wayside. Perks, nothing can stop him right now, but they can stop Freeze. So we see a reliance now put onto Perks' shoulders. Slacks is with him. They still have a Molotov and a smoke, and Crucial is not going to clear his angles. Kika tries, and he tries. There's not much else about that. He swings in to his grave. BMAS has been identified. Will still somehow find the kill on Speedy, but you've got a 2 versus 3 with a combination of 62 HP on the T side. Both players isolated away from each other, but Rallen does have a timing. Oh, never mind.
Blacks aware. Oh,
okay.
And Perks finishes it off with 1 bullet. 11 rounds plays 4. There was a period in which ITV were bringing themselves back into this game. It looked pretty good. It was 6 rounds to 4. They started to find their footing, and then also attacks just completely steal it away from them. Very dominant. You've got players Breach at the 20 kill mark already in perks. Slacks is not far behind him. Slacks nearly on a 3 KD. Just to rub salt in the wound, 1x bet odds are definitely looking in favor of alternate attacks. And to be fair, I don't blame them.
I'd be shocked if it wasn't. You're 11-4 up with a map advantage. You have no one from ITB showing any sense of exuberance. Everyone is just playing quite poorly. And this is sad to see. ITB invited in, new squad, very cool squad. And this could be a cool comeback. There's always a chance. Kika did drop a smoke for himself to come back onto, and he will pick that smoke back up alongside the opening kill. So Perks, who was 20 and 10 going second half, will have nothing to say in this pistol round. And now with these smokes being initiated, it's actually going to be abused by ITB. They've pushed through it into that no man's land space. And with 3 players huddled up, just have to connect the shots now. Trade, that's always going to favor ITB. A double nade from Speedy, a nuke over towards Gap, and now BMAS, they know where he is. He's all by himself. Utility damage has been silently praised for the German side, and once again, they will show us why. Speedy, take a bow. Like, they were low HP, but it was still placed perfectly.
I think we're just going to talk about the purchase in that round for alternate attacks. Double smoke, a single nade. It's a lot of investment to utility. That's the one thing ITB don't expect, and to be honest, why would you? Free in towards Gap. I like the idea. You're getting proactive in front of these smokes, trying to disrupt auto attacks before the hit can even come in. But it's completely blown out, quite literally. Double HP in towards short. Give alternate attacks another pistol. That's both of them here on Vertigo.
That's both the pistols on Vertigo. That's the second pistol that they won, and they won the second pistol on Anubis. The only success we've seen from ITB this whole series was basically that first pistol win. And apart from that, it's just been all closed doors for the Knights. And well, it's going to be night for them, because I feel like this just could be done and dusted. They are going to force back into it. This could be their final dance. They're going to have to be victorious here. 2 Deagles, 2 MP9s, a single 5.7, and with early utility being used, they don't have too much. Rollin also making noise in middle. He's leaving his post, and that's going to allow a perfect segue for Speedy and Orzak to wrap around the B bomb site. They will get spotted out by Rollin, however, he loses his head. BMAS now, it's all up to him. He's got basically everyone converging on him. He's dropping good utility, and the issue is now that Slacks is cutting off his rotation, so even if BMAS does get the kill and does do well, it doesn't really matter. Crucial's been identified, and that is near flawless for attacks.
Yeah, this feels like game over. Because at this point, if you're into the breach, you're either conceding 14 and going for the gun rounds, or you are literally just going to force in. It's going to be the latter. They want to play for 14, which is reasonable, but that means it puts a lot of emphasis here on every gun round. And to be honest, there was also a massive exclamation mark upon every round anyway. This is fast. Straight in. Fast. Nice shot.
As you said, nice shot from BMAS. However, Brandon, I feel like that is going to be like the only success they find. It will be.
This is very dominant. All you do now if you're ITB is just hold for exits. Try and get a Galil. Maybe an AK could be a tasty treat if you're lucky. However, I don't think that's happening. Orzak is just finding BMAS through the smoke. And now Kicker anticipating the flank. One that isn't actually going to come in.
Good awareness though, and it's good to just make sure you double check those things. Shows that even though attacks will be leading by 10 rounds now, they're still basically not anything. They're not going to let anything slide. They don't want to leave any caution around 14-4, a gun round here for ITB. This could be the final chapter for them. On the CT side, we're going to have Crucial pick up an AWP. He's been so vacant in this series. He has to contest Slacks, who isn't on the AWP. This is a prime opportunity for Crucial to get aggressive, do what Slacks was doing, get those openers, not necessarily towards A, could be middle, could be B. He's going to go towards A early, but I don't think he quite has the spawn. Oh, he does have the spawn. Going for aggressive peek. Hertz could challenge him. This could be a good opener for Crucial. He's going to fight into it. However, it's a scrimmage towards ramp. Everyone's fighting for this. A nade and a Molotov's going to force Crucial into a very uncomfortable position. Does try and smoke himself off, and he will trade his teammate. He is surviving a gap in the smoke. He utilizes it for one. A flashbang comes over from his teammate. Yes, it blinds him, but it also blinds Slacks.
Oh, although Orzek finds Masuta, that creates a little bit of an unknown entity over towards gap, especially with Rarlan pushing forward. Another smoke, but Rarlan's ahead of this. Doesn't matter. Slacks eviscerates him. Suddenly, it's a 3 versus 2. There's more utility to get Crucial off this headshot position. He now has to be a little bit more proactive. Slacks with the flash. That's going to enable Orzek to walk through in towards gap. Crucial pushed off. That has to be a save now. Yeah.
Yeah. What's actually devastating, Brandon, is I literally called upon the Dutchman. I went, right, this has to be his round. And it actually is. He does really well. He trades out Kika. He gets the second. And it's still not enough because his riflers just simply don't do anything. And that's really actually quite unfortunate because I don't know what much more he could have done there. Also, what's really positive that I didn't quite mention in the last round is like, look, they had a Galil out. Slacks didn't have an AK because they just haven't been dying and they haven't needed to reinvest. Like that was still almost a bonus round for them. And they go on to 15 with so much in the bank accounts.
I think the issue there, you're speaking about the riflers not getting involved. Well, one of them comes forward to help Crucial get out of sandbags, gets caught off guard initially. I think that was Kicker. Then Rarlan pushes forward, tries to play an off angle, but it's got no support from the AWP because Crucial's fallen all the way back. Meanwhile, at the same time, you've kind of got this miscommunication going on because the gap play is now swinging. They're all trying to help and completely collapse on towards the A ramp, but every kill is taken in isolation. And where the gap player falls, Rarlan then feels he can't activate, so just tries to play an off angle, but again, isolated. It's really awkward to watch sometimes for ITB. And of course, there is going to be teething issues, but that was a clear example of it.
And a very poor start as well into this round. BMAS legged with the AWP. The saved rifles will at least contribute some sort of purchase here, but 15-4, it's hard to try and play with the fact that ITB might come into this one. It's hard to amuse that comeback. Crucial towards sandbags. He was really good last round though, Brandon. This might have to be his moment once again, and it's going to be even further pressure towards him because Kika has fallen.
I like this though. This is better discipline. You've fallen all the way back. The Suitor is still playing a pretty much more advanced line, but this could favor ITB. Crucial's just been naded out. Perks on the swing, dealt with by Masuta. Now we can take this space in towards gap. BMAS with this AWP has been scavenged off of Crucial. And Masuta just falls to Orzek. Okay, this is now crumbling apart. In fact, it might just be done here and now.
Oh, the bomb has been dropped. However, this is most definitely the 11th hour for the Knights. Rarlan has repositioned towards heaven, but he's being held for by everyone. He rears his head, gets the first, but Orzek trades them out. And ITB, they got to be dazzled by alternate attacks. Just mechanical brilliance. Tactical brilliance. Utility was so consistently on point, and with that, the German side will be your first team through to the quarterfinals. So deserved. Honestly, fair enough. That was immaculate from them.
You got to talk about the veto. We spoke about it in the pre-game. We said, look, this veto for Into the Breach doesn't match up well against alternate attacks. Like, where can you take this on your pick? They went for Vertigo. It's a little bit of a curveball, and well, it really has come back to punish them. But you're right, ITB have to bow out. They exit at the earliest opportunity here at the playoffs. Alternate Attacks, a very commanding victory. They move forward to the quarterfinals, and our next best of three, Freddie, is going to set up their opponent. It's apex taking on Force, and that's going to be spicy.
Yes, it is going to be really spicy. I think overall, for anyone who wasn't here at the beginning, basically we were saying like this is one of the most stacked CCT brackets I think I've ever seen ever. Like we've had a year of CCT, and this bracket is so strong. Majority of teams are contesting for tier 1. There's only 1 or 2 teams that have kind of maybe scraped through the main Swiss, but apart from that, you've got so many strong teams. And as you did say, apex versus Fours, we actually will have a bit of a roster change. I think Stiko is not playing this game. Sense is standing in for him. He is from the academy squad, Apex Rebels. He's the IGL of that team, but from what I know, he is actually just filling in for Stiko's positions.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Well, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
Champion of champions.
Welcome back to the CCT podcast. We got a couple of things to break down for you. We got some post-player break tournament results. We got the current CCT rankings, and we got the results of the online finals number 2. Interview coming up as well.
Enjoy the interview with one of my favorite and incredibly handsome individuals, along with Taz. It's going to be a banger.
So lots of exciting topics. The absolute legend of the game, it is Taz.
Directly beside him, talk and work together, but they don't go on the same peak. Oh, Taz! The devil strikes, and Taz ties the game.
How's retirement been? Would you get back with the old VP squad?
Would our fans like to see this?
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Well, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
Champion of champions.
Welcome back to the CCT podcast. We got a couple of things to break down for you. We got some post-player break tournament results. We got the current CCT rankings, and we got the results of the online finals number 2. Interview coming up as well.
Enjoy the interview with one of my favorite and incredibly handsome individuals, along with Taz. It's going to be a banger.
So lots of exciting topics. The absolute legend of the game. It is Taz.
Directly beside him, talk or work together, but they don't go on the same peak. Oh, Taz! The devil strikes, and Taz ties the game.
How's retirement been? Would you get back with the old VP squad?
What our fans like to see this.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire. The courage to look for a challenge. To feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become
The champion of champions.
Hey guys, and welcome back to our second best of 3 of the day and our second best of 3 in the playoffs of the CCT East Europe Series 2. We've already seen one game that was surprisingly actually not that close. Alternate Attacks kind of decimated into the breach, and now we are coming on to apex versus Fours. Two teams very interesting, both making changes in both coaching and players. But before you get going, Brandon, how was your, did you enjoy the first game, and what are your thoughts going to the second one?
Yeah, look, it was a good game. It was sad to see Into the Breach kind of get dismantled like that on Vertigo, but look, these things happen. They're going through development, so we'll give them a little bit of time. This one's interesting because there's a couple of subs, and
yes,
I'm not really too sure how it's gonna play out. I want to take a look at the Apex roster first, if we can, and just kind of talk through what's going on there, because Stico subbed out, Sense is in, and that's going to be a little bit of an interesting one. You mentioned he's IGL for Apex Rebels, obviously coming in to just fill the gap, play some rifles. Amitha is obviously the coach, and he was coaching Apex Rebels, so he could have chosen anyone, but he's decided to go with Sense. for this stand-in game. So that's going to be a really interesting one. Obviously, you've got familiar faces, Kixan, Jchem, Sassanito, and Nork. And they've been doing okay. It's obviously hard to kind of fill the shoes of JL, but Sassanito, I think, hasn't actually been doing that badly. And now having a stand-in, it's going to be interesting. But Freddie, I want to talk about fours. I think like we've got to kind of get through this pre-show. So the most important one for me, and then I'll hand it over to you, is that Elian subbed out, Crad subbed in, which probably means that Resalt's going to be AWPing.
Yes, that's really interesting because Resalt is obviously one of these riflers that we look at. That is like he came in into the last iteration of fours and really surprised a lot of people. You've got Xiaofi, who's their star rifler, and he is going to continuously be that. He performed very well at the Paris Dunva Party LAN. He was kind of the one player that was actually doing really well for fours, but this is a whole different fours look. Like, we don't have Jerry. Jerry was normally the guy that you look at on fours, and he's always going to be in fours. But that isn't the case anymore. And we have seen actually some a lot of roster changes. Like that they actually had Gokushima play in some of the main Swiss games. He played in one against 9 Pandas and actually did like incredible. So you've got a fours that is definitely on like a rebuild. It's very interesting. It's still fairly young. Like, the average age is still very, very young because you've got Xiaofi, who is only 21, Resalt's 18, Stinix is 18, Tin is 22, and then Elian kind of brings up with 24, but then now with Crowd. So like, it's such a weird roster this is. And what I'm intrigued is, like, is this roster, do they believe they can go higher than the last four's roster? Because the last four's roster was really legit. They were really impactful. Jerry was always able to bring up these star players from out of nowhere. We've got like Zorte coming in, Xiaofi, Result even. So now you've got even younger players, but no Jerry, and that's going to be the interesting factor.
Yeah, look, Stinix really impressed me when I watched Fours play last time. That was with Elian. Xiaofi moving over to IGL is an interesting one. It reminds me a lot of like your Kinder swapping to IGL with Liquid. I want to look at the veto, and we can kind of break down some of these players more in the game. Ancient picked by aTTaX, Overpass picked by Forza, Mirage as the decider is pretty interesting to me. Look, apex picking Ancient, where they're 38% win rate, but you think about the teams that they've played, right? Fnatic, Imperial, and they've had wins against like 9, Bet Boom. I mean, this one's just a confidence pick, and Overpass is a punish. Fours have chosen that because they're pretty good on it, and apex have been struggling with it. So I'm not too sure where this goes, Freddie. I'm gonna be real with you. I actually want to say Forza are favored.
I don't know, because you got 2 stand-ins back to back. If maybe Fours had their full roster, I would have potentially gone with you. Overpass has always been a map for Fours, even with their old roster. So I assume that has like converted over. With apex, you have a very awkward stage where they've got a new player, Sassanito. They are like still trying, like a tier 1.5 team where they're going to a lot of these tier 1 lands, such as IM Cologne, Gamers 8, Pro League. They qualified for IM Sydney, and they're not doing great, but they're holding their own. So a lot of their percentages maybe are a bit skewed because, as you said, like, they are kind of playing the best teams in the world on LAN. So like, it's a very awkward one to look at. But the thing is, you would then assume they do really well in these types of tournaments, and they haven't really. Like, being first rounded in a lot of them. North Europe, first round versus Los Cutos. Thunderpick World Championship, first round versus Alternate Attacks, where they actually threw like an incredible lead. CCT Online Finals, only got a win against Nouns. Lost versus VP and Sinners. Like, you'd expect them to come into these online tournaments then and destroy. And I think apex have really struggled with consistency after the major, and a lot of the players have been very vocal about that as well on Twitter. Like, they've always, like, I think majority of them have tweeted me like, I am sorry for this performance recently. Like, it is just unacceptable. And kind of it is. But they have changed their coaching stuff. As you said, like, Mitt has come up from Apex Rebels, and they have some stuff going on in the background as well that I think is going to be announced very soon. So apex, they're going for a change, not massive, but it's definitely a change. I think fours are still favored though, just because Sense, I'm not sure what to expect from him. He actually was, though, one of the players. He's been on Apex Rebels for ages, so Mitta definitely does know him. And the fact that Mitta then is also gone, I believe that you're the player that we should bring up. He was also part of the Apex Rebels team that came second at Fragadelphia that went over to America. So he has played at a decent level. It's just about like if he can continue that now today, because if I'm not mistaken, he's actually playing this whole tournament for Apex. If they make it any further, so that'll be really interesting, and it'll be a perfect showcase for him to do well, because realistically, he's been playing against some of these like lower level teams in CCTs. It hasn't been that great. Like he hasn't put up good stats against some of these guys. So it'll be very interesting to see how he actually performs now put into the server.
If we have it, I'd love to see a head-to-head. We do. There we go. Lovely. Crad standing coolest for Forza when he's a stand-in is really interesting. Don't be deceived by the jersey. It's just taking a little bit of a stand-in position here.
He's benched. The old roster, basically.
Yeah, so this is interesting. But what I will say is take a look at the small sample size. 121 kills. Like, this is... I don't actually think that's really reflective, to be honest. I think that might be a little bit of a bug in our graphic. But
last 3 months, because he hasn't been playing much.
Yeah. J-Chem... in the meanwhile, has been having a lot of impact, which is what I'm really interested in. But Freddie, we've got some tech issues, unfortunately. So, oh no, I'm lying. Actually, it's been resolved, so we can just stall for a little bit longer before we jump into this one. I want to get your predictions. I want you to hit me with some hard-hitting analysis as we transition into the game. Who have you got?
I got Apex. Honestly, I feel like they didn't have the best of pro leagues, but they didn't do badly. Like, they didn't make playoffs, granted, but they didn't make a mockery of themselves. They beat M80, they beat Imperial, they did well against Na'Vi. They took they took a map of Fnatic. They didn't do quite well against 9Z, but there's definitely, I think, hope for this squad. They're back on the right foot. They're qualified for IM Sydney, and I'm expecting Sense to actually take this chance and run with it. Apex, they're favored in the odds. We've got subs on both sides. We're on Ancient. It's Apex's map pick, and it's going to be them on the T side for a fast execute up towards the B bomb side, where Crad, yes, he does get the first kill. However, that's the only success they get.
Oh.
Awkward.
Yeah,
even more awkward.
These are low HP players for the dual Berettas just to go bap on. And, well, you see a little bit of it. Look at all the assists coming in. J-Cam, 1v2. There's no kit, which is the consideration. Tap on the bomb. No one's looking at Cave until Shelfie rounds the corner. Easily just patches the J-Cam. Pretty decent pistol for Fours.
Pretty decent pistol, considering that like they lost the bomb site. Like that was a that's shaping up for a round loss. However, it's very awkward when you have Nork holding the flank with a Glock, misses that first kind of interaction. He misses the headshot straight away. The dual Beretta just pounced on him. As soon as Nork does lose that kill, I feel like that was almost Forza's win entirely. And then a dink as well onto Kicksan, I think it was, on the fadeaway. So really unfortunate for Apex, they still will get the bomb down. And because of that, they still will have a push in this round. So Forza, they're not quite out of the frying pan just yet.
Fast out A. This is really quick. Look at him go. Oh, what shot.
Bye-bye.
There we go. And you're in. One kill, that's all it will take.
I mean, what a shot from Sense, and he's this young star. If you, like, obviously he's the IGL, so you probably don't look at him on the Apex Rebel roster to like be this massive fragger, but at 19 years old, when you're putting someone from an academy team into a main team, you bring him in because he's probably got that star-studded aim, and as well as him not IGLing now, because obviously Kicksan will be calling in this game, you take off a lot of pressure from Sense, and I feel like with that we're going to see him excel a little bit more.
Yeah, right. You can just rely on the crosshair a lot more, and that's all you have to think about. Good stuff. it's wild that that one kill just completely unravels the round. Fours taking a very conservative approach, just saving all of these guns. Now you can reinvest in if you're them. Like it. If we're going to get explosive gameplay back and forth, and we're going to get these really fast rounds, then sign me up, because I'm here to watch some explosive Counter-Strike.
Yeah, we didn't really have like particularly explosive Counter-Strike in the first game, just because ITB play very slow style CS. Alternate attacks were changing up quite a lot. But I feel like these two teams, yeah, like you've got very explosive Fours, very explosive apex. Granted, I haven't actually watched much of this new Fours, but going under the assumption of their old team, and some of those players still staying over, like we're looking at Shalfie to tear out these rounds. We're looking at Result. We're looking at Crowd who's standing in to prove himself once more. And oh, what a flashbang. Jacob doesn't quite capitalize with the util in his hand. However, he could still get the kill onto Result. That's a huge opener, and that opens up so much of the map, and it forces Crad to evacuate the A bomb site and turn his attention a little bit towards Donut. He's in a good position, but there's 4 players in front of him, and as this smoke fades, I feel like he's a dead man walking. And yeah, kicks and just double dinks him with the Mac 10, and that's gonna be the round over. So apex, a very clean rebuttal after losing the pistol round.
Yeah, this has been very solid. I like also as well, just watching the team CS out of apex here. They're all moving together off the back of the initial kill, ensuring that they can be traded out. They can overwhelm these players that are now having to scramble. Such as Crad there. That was really cool to watch and very direct out of apex. And this is what I like. And what I mean by that is, rather than just making that sweeping statement, is the fact that apex are just playing their own game. They're not kind of playing down to the level of Forza, but they're also not kind of adjusting their game plans too much. It's like, okay, we're going to move together as a unit. We're all on the same page. This is how we like to operate things. And if they keep it up in this manner, then that's where it gets scary for Forza.
Good start though for apex on their map pick. You were shaping up a little bit, Brandon, at the beginning. It felt like, from my perspective, that you were favoring Fours. Is that correct?
Like a little bit, just because of the veto. But also, I liked what I saw out of them. I can't remember who they were playing, I'm going to be honest, but they looked really dominant in that best of 3. I saw like it was really good structure. The mechanics were on point, but yeah, I just think from that perspective that, see, there we go, good flash. We'll get Assassinito removed. Nork, oh, good adjustment on towards Result. I think it'll be a close game.
I think it will be a close game. But I still back apex, and I think in this round it shouldn't get dangerous unless Kicksan with the bomb is being charged down. Third player. Okay, he adjusts really well. Yeah, 3 headshots, 3 on the dollar, quick as you like. There was definitely scope for that to get very tantalizingly dangerous for the apex squad, but lucky for them, apparently Kicksan is just nuts.
And that's what you need, your IGL performing. I think also the reason why I was saying it a little bit more towards Forza is because, as you mentioned, apex have been bowing out of a lot of these tournaments early. I also think apex feel a lot of pressure within themselves when they're not the underdog.
Yeah, it's a very difficult... It is actually really difficult for a team like apex to go from being this underdog that does really well, makes a major run, has these players who now get seen as the favorites. How do they deal with that? This is a big gun round for them to see it. Jacob lurking around the smoke. Can't quite see anyone, but it will be Sassanito from the heavens to strike first, and that is a very scrappy affair in middle, but it does not matter because apex win it out.
That was actually a really good play by JChem, because Sassanito's under pressure, and immediately JChem runs through that smoke, and he makes sure that he can, at the bare minimum, trade, or best case scenario, keep Sassanito alive, which is exactly what happens, which keeps the player advantage not only in Apex's favor, but it's twofold. Now Tanir, Crad, they start pushing in towards Donut, They're doubling up, which I quite like, but aTTaX have just pumped the brakes. They're trying to get a reaction out of Forza in towards middle, and JChem is still here holding for this push.
Oh, even if he dies after this to Crad, he's done so well. That's such a huge kill to get, and yeah, like, he dies, but he's still done his work, and he's then also just given the information over to his team that, look, you need to start focusing a little bit towards Donut. 2 players swing him, they know where Stinix is, and he is gonna get caught lacking. Norks can catch him with his knife out. aTTaX, a really good start into this game after losing the pistol round. They win out the vicious force by wars, and then also the first gun round. A decent start on this T side now.
Yeah, feeling really good. It's your map pick. You got to put down some authority. And they're doing exactly that. A lot of nades here for Forza, which I'm interested about. Don't know where they're going to place these. Could just be in towards middle. However, they're gearing more towards B. Okay, it's a combination. And it does work. Nork will get caught off. But JChem's holding for the swing. The AK trying to deny that one. Resort on the edge of this smoke. Doesn't get caught out by JChem.
I'm interested to see what Sense can do here, because he's been allowed onto the A-bomb side, but he has been spotted out by Xiaofi at range. Xiaofi though onto 2 HP, and with this 1 AK still doing good work, Resalt's actually going to get the kill on the Sense, so this is tumbling apart and falling at the seams. apex 2 versus 5, a nade going awry from Sassanito. Crad killing his teammate? That could be an inch in.
It could be, but you've got very good positioning. Resalt has worked mid. Sassanito and Kicksan. Look, this duo was playing together on the Blue Jays. They know how to formulate a clutch. Tanir on a really good angle. Has to be cleared. The spray not connecting. But it does at the second time of asking. Kicksan 1v4. It's a good trade. But are you ready for Resalt? No, not quite. Forza completely steal away around.
They had no right in winning that. That is a huge in for Forza, because it just segues them a little bit closer towards apex, and it makes sure that apex are not able to extend themselves as far as they would have wanted to, because it would have been a 5-1 lead, and then a gun round would have given apex so much confidence and would have probably surged them to like getting a very good first half. But now they've been kept under wraps a little bit before, so they have to be able to recreate the success.
But that's not a good start. Kicksan finds Crad, and now Xiaofi just needs to back all the way up. Has got the support in from Tanir, which is okay. However, apex is just forcing this issue. Look at this aggression.
The aggression is just unrelenting. And you think Forza are one of those teams that are able to deal with the aggression, because I feel like that's kind of their game plan. But Xiaofi and Crad, potentially the 2 biggest hitters down in this round very early on with not much response. We are going to see some sort of response with a move towards middle, but they need to clear Kicksan. Jacob's also there able to swing, and they're not even going to clear it. They are going to head towards the B-bomb site. Brandon, that might actually be the correct way to go.
It is, but again, you still got to deal with these mid flanks. And also, apex don't need to commit in with the bomb. You can see that they're actually thinking about maybe moving away. Spam's good. Now Sassanito can swing the corner. Tanir dealt with. There is a player close long. But here comes this flank. You're not ready for it if you're Resalt. Caught off guard immediately. The swing can now come through from Stinix, but he's fully blind. Well worked from apex.
Yeah, there's really not much to say about that. Like, that was just such a good round for them that they got the 2 openers, and they ended up closing the round out cleanly as well. They only lost 1 player. So Forza, I was talking about replicating that success. They're back on a low by now. And apex, they're back to winning ways and back to looking to extend their victory. Okay, so we've already seen aTTaX with a little bit of difficulty against his low buys, and most of that stemmed from Stinix getting success towards Cave, and the lurk of Sense not quite formulating as he would have wanted it to. But they're playing a lot more of a passive default with Nork just holding down so much space and ground by himself and then allowing Sasanito to progress up. The only issue I have with this is you've got a two-man pronged attack that is basically going all by itself. There's not going to be really that availability to trade. However, they won't need that availability because that's the B bomb site open. And as Sasanito takes further space, Jacob mowing them down in middle, holds the spray. Xiaofi does eventually vanquish him. But in a 2 versus 3, this should be the round over with information of where both Force players are. And it will be. A save from Crowd and Xiaofi is going to come through. I don't really know what the economy plan for Force was here because they didn't completely buy up, but then they had 2 Hero A1Ss on Resaw and Crowd. So I'm not really sure what the plan is next round. And potentially with these saved weapons, it will allow them to buy up. That's, I guess, my thought process on it.
Yeah, especially with the loss bonus, I suppose. The thing you're limiting yourself to is not having this AWP. But I guess, look, if your main AWP is currently subbed out, Result was pretty good when he was playing under Jerry with the AWP. Very flashy. But you can't afford that whatsoever. So... in fact, he can only really afford a FAMAS unless he gets a drop from Crad, which could come in. I wouldn't mind a pause coming out for fours, but no, instead, it can be Stinix and Crad that drop. Okay, fine. It's not the end of the world, but we are approaching dangerous territory, Freddy, because apart from a pistol round, which was at the beginning of the game, and apart from a low buy win, these gun rounds have not been very successful for the CT side.
I think it's so far from successful. They've been so good for aTTaX and well on this gun round. I like the idea that Force do. They tried to initiate contact towards middle with good utility, but it's even better counter utility. And then it'll be aTTaX actually find the heads. They know Stinix is towards Cave, and with everyone dying towards A, Kicksands in a prime position to cancel out the only issue for them. Stinix, okay, fair enough. Very nicely done from the youngster there. The North Macedonian gets not even a look in on the round, but still the same issue. Bombs going towards A. You have Nork on a weird flank with the orb. There's definitely scope for this to be winnable, and especially with the smoke fading and Sense not being able to plant the bomb, this has all of a sudden got very dangerous. Great kill from Jacob, and that Molotov also does block Stinix off.
Yeah, that's not great. Jacob, by the way, is on for a quad kill. Oh, he might be required. Missed shot out of Stinix on towards North. Just turns his back. Flashbang. Oh, really good. Thrown in from North to allow Jacob on the angle. Good adjustment. There's a chance. Smoke can go in. Now, the call's got to be that he's low. That has to be the call in from the aTTaX camp. Bomb being stuck. North.
No way.
No way. Ninja straight in front of him. 15 HP and he sticks the bomb. Makes it work. And Fours, they steal away that round.
Balls of steel right there, and so unfortunate for Nork. A very needed tactical pause. And once again, repeating what you said, these gun rounds are not looking good for Fours, but they're still keeping themselves in it. And that, I don't think, is on Fours. That's on Apex. Like, there's no way that Apex should be allowing these type of victories. There's no way that Apex should be allowing these victories for Force. Like, that is a very dire round for them. And I don't really think that's Nork's fault. I don't think Nork did anything particularly wrong there.
No,
like, it's a 1v1 where, okay, maybe he should have shot it through the smoke, but there's definitely, I think the crosshairs on maybe like Sense, who planted for CT, which I wasn't quite sure because Nork was rotating from Donut. So that's when you start putting the blame on some of the other players. But for Nork, it's easy to blame him because he was the last player alive, but he smoked out with an AWP computer 50. Like, what can you really do there? So very nicely done by Stinix. But just imagine if Kicksan had killed him. Right now, though, very aggressive. Sense will make up for some of his failure last round.
Nice shot. He's been very good at finding this opening kill towards A. And again, look at what space that's created in towards middle. aTTaX have always been able to kind of gather and garner this control, and they've got it again. Near, just on the edge of this smoke, actually catches out J-Chem, looking for more, but it's the IGL of aTTaX to shut him down. Shelfie dodges the flash, but it's Crad, Stinix chiming in with a couple, and in a blink of an eye, you've got Nork in a 1v3, does find the first, swaps to an AK, but then gets tagged by Crad.
Yeah, nade if necessary, but the USP will be there. Shelfie was going to clean up the leftovers if necessary. Stinix, really well done. He's been really good, just continuously getting multi-frag after multi-frag towards middle and cave. He's 1v1'd. He's got 1v2 rather. He's got the winning kills in that round, and that's a little bit better from Fours, but still a gun round where it's not too convincing. Regardless, though, scoreline still 4-6. aTTaX, I don't quite understand how they're going from incredible to fairly poor within like 10 seconds. And it's back and forth.
But just look at the kills, though. You got Jacob on 14, Kixan on 10. Everyone else is 3 and 4. But it's not even.
Yeah, but then the opening kill was Sense. So, like, I get your point, and yeah, okay, you know what, you are right. Sassanito, though, he's the player that you expect to have these quite high kills.
Especially, like, kind of competing against this level, right?
Yeah, exactly. And, well, up against this level of opponent, it will be, however, Fours getting away with the advantage. And Stinix, I'm not quite sure how he's still alive. They spot out Stinix. Sassanito then thinks cave is open for taking. That's when your man Shelfie's there, and that's a little bit more convincing. But once again, aTTaX, what a bizarre round that was from them.
I mean, that was chaos from Forza, right down to the very moment. You've got pushes through the cave smoke. You've got a couple of players just in cave anyway that aTTaX don't know about because their route in has been squandered by the mid push. It's just complete carnage. You're being overwhelmed from 3 different angles there on towards B. That's a really good round from Forza.
Really good round from Forza, and I'll be very interested to see if this is something that's, again, as I said, replicable. If they can replicate it. And this is a round where they're forcing into it. aTTaX have had money for days. Sense has been caught off on this lurk so many occasions now. Luckily for him, though, there will be a trade on the other side of the map. And mid is also going to be under fire for Four. So be very careful. Resalt and Shelfie. And, well, who even needs Shelfie? Because Resalt just nails 2. And Nork, he's just not really had any impact, I feel like, in these rounds. He's playing very passive with the AWP, and Fours are kind of capitalizing upon that slightly.
Yeah, again, I don't even think you save this. I don't think you can. I think Resource in such a good position. Ooh, wow, okay.
Okay, sure.
Why not? Although, you're not ready for the follow-up. I think what's really interesting, actually, is that Crad's AWPing over Result.
I feel like I remember Crad AWPing at one stage.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
He has AWPed before.
Yeah, I feel like that. I mean, we could very much see a double AWP on Mirage, maybe even on this map potentially. It'll be interesting to see who AWPs on the T side, because there's actually a very high chance, Brandon, that Crad won't be AWPing on the T side. Maybe.
Needs to be careful. Look, although there's just Tech 9s, they can overwhelm with pace. And there it is. Sassanito with 1. Gap in the smoke, though, means that Tinir can double down. Bomb should be committed in, should be planted. But how are they still finding these kills all through the smokes?
Still winnable, though. Nork, no armor, is going to get chopped down. Sassanito, the star of the show for aTTaX. A 1v4 for the ages, but Crad cracks open his cranium. And Fours, they take the lead.
Yeah, it's been very streaky, this first half. It hasn't been back and forth rounds. There was the odd one here or there from Forza in the beginning. But suddenly, they're just on a resurgence. They've gathered so many in a row. And aTTaX are looking a bit dumbfounded, thinking, where is it all going wrong? I want to bring up these kill distributions again because it still hasn't changed on the side of aTTaX. But for Forza, suddenly, they're now all elevating. And they're all having a much more even impact. And that is where the difference is going to lie between these two teams. If aTTaX want to start elevating themselves, they need to bring up the floor.
Very tumultuous half, very back and forth, very quick. I'm not always noticing that Kicksan's the one player that we should be seeing on 10 frags compared to the others. Like, as I said, Nork has been so unassertive with his AWP. We might not see him with the AWP for the rest of this half if they lose this round. We need to be seeing more from him on the CT side. I feel like Sense and Sassanito just haven't been really apparent either. And if anything, Sense has been giving away a lot of frags on that lurk towards the A bomb side. It's been very easy to identify. Crowd caught sleeping a little bit, and because of that, Jacob actually just nails the opening frag. I feel like he's got that kill in that exact same position quite a few times.
Look at Riso. I like this angle. Sense will have to clear, but walk straight into him. And okay, Nork, I'm not really too sure what Shalfie's doing there, but it's a freebie, and he even finds Tinir. Stinix. I guess it does stinks for Forza a little bit. They lost 2 in towards middle, but Stinix will trade, more importantly, in towards Shelf. And now would need to have a 1v3, which is, I guess, a little bit harder than a 1 versus 2. But he did have 15 HP at that point, and now he's on 100.
He's also kind of got a surprise factor. Look at this. Jacob's just completely out in the open. Not expecting him to be here. Checking behind. That's the first kill. No trigger discipline. Just wants to secure it. Because of that, we will see Nork reacting and coming back towards Donut and towards the A-bomb side. Kicksan, very well done as being able to get out of dodge, even though there was a Molotov at his feet. Stinix now will confirm where both players are, but he still won't really realize that Kicksan maybe had rotated towards Donut, and sadly enough for him, there is just no time. Kicksan swings in, even secures the headshot, so aTTaX keep this game once again very, very close.
Yeah, that was cool. Just even the little jump there for Nork, just to allow Kicksan to swing on the rifle. Very good to see. They even up the game. And now this is the time that Forza take their first pause. And it's going to be right at the very end of this first half. And they just want to win it out. There's no discussion around money here. It's just about, okay, how do we go about doing this?
I really like the amount of tactical pauses we've had, Brandon, this half. I think we've had quite a few from both sides. And I really, even though it's been a very fast-paced half, I feel like those tactical pauses are very valuable just to slow things down and allow for a breather. Both teams with the utmost of buys they could have wanted. End of this first half now. We saw some of the players that we were kind of calling upon in that last round for aTTaX, like Nork getting 2 kills, and some of the others actually performing alongside Kicksan and Jacob. It's going to be very fast towards A, but it's all a ruse. Crad, in a very exposed position, is forced to drop off. And in the meantime, it's going to draw some rotations towards A and also keep some players there, but the bomb's over towards B.
They couldn't progress here for aTTaX because of that smoke. That's really nicely done. Stinix on a little bit of an off angle here because he's slightly further forward than potentially aTTaX might anticipate.
This is going to be a huge kill to get. Stinix has been the king of cave. However, this time, yeah, Sassanito executes the Jaguar. In the meantime, the B bomb site rocked it open even further. Shalfie only going 1 for 1 in middle. Result, everything's on his shoulders, and that's a pretty good start in his crusade. First kill onto Nork. Didn't identify Jacob with the bomb now. And is rotated over towards short. He is being held for. Result. This has to be his round. He's getting pincered from Sense. He has no support from Crad. I don't know if the jiggle would have seen Jacob, but Sense does confirm Resource there with the shots, and Crowd will get the kill on the Sense because of that. But in the meantime, Bomb goes down in a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, look at Sassanito as well. He just swings. Oh, that flash is really good. Allows Crowd to pick up the AK and finish off Sassanito. Smoke goes in, spam, not quite connecting. We'll still go through the smokes. Creating a little bit of a tunnel, the jump, trying to get away some of these shots. This is awkward. Crowd has got a pretty good inkling of where J-Chem could be, but J-Chem hits the headshot and apex just about squeak that round.
Couldn't be any closer. That was definitely a very good attempt by Crad, because you see he was jumping around trying to force like a spray out from Jacob, maybe just to identify where he is. But in the end, aTTaX, after having the lead pretty much the whole of that first half, they will win it out, but it couldn't have been any closer. And even in that last round, like, it was all looking really good for them, and it ended in a 1 versus 1.
Yeah. Agreed. It's one of those things where Forza are being allowed a lot of opportunities to get back in the game and get involved and post more rounds. Not sure if that's going to happen on CT's side, though. Although, this is quite quick. Ixan's just dropped a smoke and actually blocked himself off, but also has blocked progression for Forza out in towards long. Meanwhile, the players over towards Shelf are completely crunching. That means they have to jump through this smoke and deal with Kixan, and they manage it.
That is such a huge kill to get, and also for free, but the bomb can actually just be defused. Sense, he's dancing. He's turning back and forth. Unfortunately, no kit. If he had a kit, he actually would have got to defuse, and now what is happening? Sense gets another 2 kills. We'll get back on the bomb. A knife was pulled out in a gunfight. You can't bring that to a gunfight. And Sassanito gives perfect coverage, even though he doesn't have any armor. aTTaX, how is that a round win? They lose all their space towards long and short. They still somehow make it work.
I don't know. That was
such a weird round.
The defusers really panicked Forza, especially when Sassanito was getting those 2 kills. They think, oh no, we have to rush this in case they had a kit, because Forza didn't know. Sense gets off and finds 2, and that's fantastic. Really well worked. A much needed pistol. Yeah, traded evenly here on Ancient. Force buy in, of course, for Forza. And in towards Cave they go. And Result finds both.
Fair enough, Result. You know what? You can have that. Yeah. So aTTaX, after winning a pistol round by the skin of their teeth, might lose this following round. Only player remotely in a position to contest the A bomb site is Sense, and he's actually just moved over towards middle, so that should be a save. Fours, okay, they're keeping it a 1-round game.
This is giving a lot of resemblance to how Apex won their first round. It was literally just 1 headshot out of Sense. They were able to overwhelm A, but they didn't come in from middle, they came in through A main. That's your only difference. And now we just wait.
Yeah, it's just not much to really say. I think that round was weirdly impressive from Result. 2 players towards Jaguar. They get the first onto Cynics. Felt like it was all stinking for Fours, but Result kind of saves them, and that's the 2 kills that completely changed the whole course of the round. And now potentially the whole course of this early game in the second half. We saw aTTaX, even though they lost the pistol round, surge through, getting an early lead. That could be just what Fours do now.
I just thought I'd check, because I know Monte are playing now. You know, I was saying about Anubis and the shotguns for SDY. I just thought I'd check HRTV, and yeah, he's using the XM immediately on the CT side.
Respect.
He loves it. Focusing back on this, though, it's a very important round, because whoever wins this has control of the economy. in my opinion, aTTaX can start to build up a little bit of their own, despite forcing in with some MP9s and Deagles. But if Forza win this, suddenly they relegate aTTaX onto pistols and they can get up to double digits.
Be a very big turning point. In sense, he was very aggressive, lurking around the A bomb site on the T side. Will do something similar on the CT side, and once again is not going to warrant him success. That's a very easy opener for Tinner and for Fours.
I know he's not going to, but imagine if Shalfie just spams right now. He could do some damage on towards Nork, who has just fallen away. Passanito. This angle's really cool. You do see it quite a lot. And in fact, the MP9 is actually going to ring out for a kill on towards Result. Okay, but Shalfie and Stinix both combine. And suddenly, oh, even with that gap in the smoke, it doesn't net anything for aTTaX.
The more I spectate, the more I realize that this Stinix-Shalfie duo is
really good.
So scary.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, I don't think I realized how scary this could be. The fact that maybe, if anything, Shalfie is now making space for Stinix. That's crazy.
Sometimes.
Like, yeah, like that's crazy to me that Shalfie's taken a back seat and Stinix is the one now that's like in these more star roles. Like he's playing star roles on the CT side, playing star roles on the T side. Like that's crazy to me when you've got someone like Shalfie in the team.
I think it's what's really scary is that they're quite interchangeable, but on maps specifically like Inferno, Stinix entries a lot on T side, and he's often really good at finding more than one, which is the scary part. And you're right, this is a very dynamic rifle core that they've got. Also, I think Tinir is really good at just being a very capable pair of hands. Not sure if this, obviously Alien's just dropped out for now, but if Crad is playing for the entirety of the tournament, if they make it further, then you're also looking quite scary because Crad is very impactful as a rifler. I don't want him AWPing. I feel like Result should be AWPing.
I'd agree with that. Also, putting Result in that mixture of like the duo of Shalfie and Stinix, even Tinner, like there's so much firepower on this Force roster. Because Tinner played on Webster's.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken. I didn't fact check. Okay, I didn't fact check myself before I said that, so I got scared for a second. But that was a roster that was just pure firepower, pure brawn. And like Tinner's brought that over to this team. I would have then kind of gone on the wavelength of you've got this brawn being specialized into some sort of like tactical team with Jerry. But with Shalfie, I don't know where it's going to end up with, and I think that's going to be really interesting seeing the progression of Fours.
Okay, Freddie, this happened to me a few weeks ago. It's happened to me now. A wasp is in my room, and people at the broadcast that don't know, I'm allergic, so I'll be right back. God.
Okay, well, hopefully Brandon doesn't die. That would be a headline. CCT streamer gets an allergic reaction on broadcast. that would be awful. Okay. I didn't actually know that. I've known Brandon for 7-6 years. Did not know he's allergic to wasps. So you learn something every day. But right now, aTTaX, they do lose the lead. They will be back on the rifles though. Be looking to save this A1 else on Nork. Will he be allowed to do that though? I'm not completely sure because they are hunting him down. They are going to turn the corner. He's got no armor. He swings in. Ooh, the aim punch gets the better of him. He digs the first, almost kills Result. Unlucko. But as I said, okay, they're still going to buy into it. The A1S save would have been cool, but it's not mandatory. And it's still going to be a very contestable map 1 on aPTaX's map pick. I actually have no idea when Brandon will be back. Hopefully he survives. But for now, as I said, first going around for aPTaX. They take good mid control. I could see a world where they try and fight towards Shelf. Jacob playing with fire a little bit. Needs to be careful because there's a smoke fades at elbow. Stinnix can try and utilize some of that space now. With aTTaX relinquishing mid control just because of the lack of utility, it's going to be them going to anchor down this B bomb site, and Fours just taking space. Like, they're not doing anything too vigorous right now. That they're not doing anything too assertive. They're just holding towards B, and that holding could warrant them a free frag with Result getting one. Sassanito does trade. Crowd though here on the scene. It's trades back and forth, and they're going to favor the Swedish AWP. 3 versus 2 for aTTaX now. Still very winnable for Fours. It felt like their setup was going to completely contradict what aTTaX were doing, but Nork being that third prong of attack completely catches them off guard, and Nork might not be done. Finally does get put into the ground, and it's Jacob's time to shine, but Xiaofi now taking up the mantle of the IGL, still got that dog in him, and Sense, the youngster, upgraded from the academy team for this tournament. No kit, 1v2, catches off the first, taps the bomb, forces Xiaofi out, and that's a Sense 1v2, coming from apex Rebels, comes in and keeps the main team alive against Fours.
What a really good clutch.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, we're good.
We good, Sheer.
That was a sweet clutch from Sense as well. Just the fact he crosses cave, and he's like, okay, well, because the bomb planter isn't looking at me, maybe the guy's rotated, or maybe even heard some footsteps towards the back of the bomb site. Not 100% sure, but either way, really smart. Just to tap the bomb and then wide swing, isolates those 1 versus 1s. aTTaX call a pause because they just want to make sure that not only their money is balanced out for this round, but they're able to just establish it on a more consistent basis. They can't keep going back and forth here in the second half, because otherwise you're just going to have Fours making more money overall. It's so much easier for the T side to earn funds compared to the CTs. Everything's a bit more expensive. It's scary that that's happened to me twice in like 3 weeks.
That's actually terrifying. You would have... I probably should have warned you, because you know we had a wasp nest. You remember when you dropped me off after Epic Land?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a wasp nest around my house.
Oh, sweet. Wow. Oh, that's fine. That was a while ago.
That was... Glad you're alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was an interesting round, an interesting affair. Well, Crad is going to kick off with an opener onto Sassanito. This time not Sense, but it is going to be potentially a bit of a bigger hitter that they take down.
Although JCam on towards Result, and Nork through the smoke deals with Crad. Again, there's a little pathway here through all these smokes, and Xiaofi just announces his presence in towards Donut. Sense will drop the bomb though. There is still an advantage here for aTTaX. Bomb should be planted. Although they are so worried about Donut now because Xiaofi's had to give up that control to come into the bomb site.
The operative word is it should be planted, and it will not quite yet. But Kicksan's going to lose his life. He's had a very slow game after going 10-4 at the very beginning. But Jacob, who has not let his foot off the gas, is going to put Xiaofi in a 1 versus 2. Xiaofi, a hero in the last. Unfortunately, couldn't quite warrant them a victory. He's going to just straight plant the bomb, and Jacob calls his bluff and just swings in.
It's a shame because I actually really like that idea from Forza. That not planting the bomb, just sitting patiently and waiting for aTTaX to make the next move. And they were trying to figure out these players. The good kill came through because I can't remember who the MP9 was. Maybe it was Kicksan in towards Temple. He swung a little bit early. Meant that Forza could get a kill, 2 versus 2. Then the space can be worked in towards Temple. Bomb doesn't have to be committed. Xiaofi's still worried about Donut. They're just trying to establish more information before committing. Jacob, that spam is fantastic.
Jacob is just unrelenting right now, 23-14. You were talking about this kill disparity. Well, it might not matter if Jacob is going to continuously just give entries like that. Alongside, Sassanito's going to put Xiaofi to 40 HP. And Fours, with not quite a clear roadmap right now in this map, in this round. They're going to be looking to take some map control towards middle. And I could assume they will take the bomb and go over towards the A bomb site with a two-prong attack through A main and donut. And they're actually going to get given a lot of space. The issue is aTTaX have simultaneously taken that control towards B, which is going to allow for rotations towards middle, towards candles. And with these smokes coming down the middle, Jacob's going to be able to identify that there is going to be a push. He gets the first kill, he sees the second, and will also back off. But no, a very poor missed shot. It was his opportunity to strike, and because he doesn't connect, now it's looking very dire for the CT side. And with two players falling after the Swede, it's now a 2 versus 2 for the Norwegian organization.
Yeah, really awkward. Kixan though ahead of the molly sense. Strikes on towards A main. Near Shalfie just subjected in towards Temple, and yet again it's up to this young man to try and prove his worth. Spots out both, has to try and dance with them. Good isolation. Shalfie low, but hits the shot. It's a crab straight on towards Sense, and he just swings. And
almost a thing of dreams.
Sense was just anticipating he'd be tucked in the corner.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Also, almost a thing of dreams right there for the youngster. 19 years old, he's already claimed 1 versus 2 in the last 3 rounds. Almost makes it a second. Unfortunately, that will not be the case. And because of that loss, aTTaX are going to be forced on an eco and taking their final tactical pause. Honestly, so unlucky for Sense. He's had a lot of impact in some areas, but he has also been struggling a lot, losing a lot of these opening frags, both on CT and T side. But 2 1v2s would make up for everything.
This is aPTaX's last pause, by the way. So as we get closer and closer to the finish, if it starts getting, well, I guess I say starts, if it continues to be this tight, this close, aPTaX have got no more rounds to really talk about things. No 30-second breathers. It's just Counter-Strike after Counter-Strike after Counter-Strike.
Unless Fours potentially take a tactical pause of their own, but for Fours right now, they're in a very good position, especially here on map 1. It's going to be a force buy from it. It's going to be an eco, and this force buy is going to be very, very quick. The SMGs everywhere raining down. So many bullets are flying everywhere, and somehow aPTaX come out with the advantage, and also with the bomb down deep in T spawn towards the B bomb site. Fours are going to have to leave middle and try and pick that up.
You still got to remember that aPTaX are working with very minimal in this round.
No util, or apart from Sassanito.
And also, look at this. They've left B alone. And because of that deep spawn positioning of the C4, well, they've now walked into the B bomb site for free.
Unfortunately, they kind of had to go for a gamble stack there. I don't blame aPTaX for going towards A. It kind of makes sense, right? Because you get the kills towards B and you just go towards A hoping that Force will trail off potentially towards that part of the map. But unfortunately for them, it will not be the case. And with Tinner spotting out Sassanito, Shalfie will put the nail in the coffin for him. Bomb's going to get planted. Round is over. Unless Tinner maybe dies instantly. And well, Kixan, he rocks his head. 3 versus 2. Bomb just going down. There's no kits, but there's 2 rifles, a deagle, and the players are somewhat close. This could be possible, but it might just stem down from the likes of Jacob, forced to get a kill by himself, and he's going to lose the opportunity on Shalfie.
Gotta go. You still can go in here. You still can do it. Nork hits the shot. Stinix position revealed, and look at this big flank from Kixan. This has to be checked, has to be considered. Stinix turns around and locks it in. 1 versus 2, 3 in the round for him. Forza then break the economy of aPTaX.
It's been a game that's defined by comebacks. Well, no, it's not comebacks. A game defined by clutches, with 1v2s going everywhere, 1v1s going everywhere. That was a round for aPTaX where they could have just potentially kept themselves in it. But unfortunately, Fours, now up against the eco, will be looking to stabilize a little bit with their economy and also give themselves a 2-round lead, which is something I don't think we've seen for a while.
As long as they don't lose to the stack. Big nade. Oh, doesn't do as much as I thought it was going to do.
Yeah, we're not seeing as much intense utility damage like we saw on the first game.
But remember, that bomb's out the doorway, Freddy. Okay, doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, the bomb's out the doorway, but all 5 players were here for for fours at one time or another. And they're actually going to do it pretty cleanly. They're going to lose 1 player. 13 to 11. This could be the final DOS for aTTaX in Ancient if they're not able to win out this gun round.
And then that gets tricky because this is one of the better maps for apex. And
I feel like we had to see them win this, right?
Yeah, because fours are really strong on overpass. Especially because a lot of these one-on-one gunfights are just being won out by Forza, which I think is really scary. Cynics has just run through that molly, taking 50 damage, but remove the life of J-Chem, who's the heaviest hitter for Apex. And also, whilst all this is going on, yeah, Reservers caught it. Resalt's just walked out A.
There's been so much reliance on J-Chem, and with him dying first, it's already round over potentially, and I think Resalt is... Oh, okay, wait. Resalt is on the A-bomb side, but Kicksang could be in a powerful position if there was more players in front of him, but that's just not going to be the case. Resalt isn't going to catch Sense off guard, or he might... Yeah, he's going to spot Sense a donut. Very awkward timing, because Sense can get out of dodge a little bit. Back is turned so awkward for fours, but it's not going to really matter because they're still going to be on the bomb side, and now you've got Crowd in a strong position. Okay, head turned. Kicksang catches him, and aTTaX now in a 4 versus 4 post plant with no kits, only 1 Molotov. Sense gets pushed through the smoke, but he gets sent to his death.
Yeah, nice position here from Resalt. Just holding for Kicksang. Should be his kill all day long, and it is. And you got to save. There's no money available to aTTaX. That's Forza finding a bomb site for free and finding the 14th round off the back of it, looking to steal away aTTaX's map pick. And the first time in this game since the start, we've seen one team have a bit of a buffer over the other.
Yeah, literally since when it was 4-1, right? 5-1. Literally since then. The save for aTTaX, I don't even know if it warrants a buy. Like, do they want to play for overtime? Do they want to end this out in regulation? And it appears it's going to be the latter. They're going to get some upgraded rifles out, and they're going to get some decent util, but nothing much to write home about. What, 2 kits? 4 A1Ss and MP9 up against the world? 4s, they don't have their AWP up, they're just doing it with the rifles. And it's already a kill for Resalt. Over towards B. Resalt on the lurk, getting 2 kills. They're not even going towards B. They're going towards A. They're still decimating towards the other side of the map.
And then you're walking into J-Chem's domain. Well, I say that. Tamir actually wins out the gunfight. Sense can't do anything on the MP9. This is looking to be flawless. What a statement round this is for Forza.
What a way to put yourself on map point on your opponent's map pick. Absolutely flawless. aTTaX, they were looking to vie to put it down in regulation, but now because they've lost that round where they fully invested in, they have full max loss bonus, and that's about it. 4.4k on J-Chem, everyone else below 4k. For fours, they've got 4 opportunities, and this is the best one you could ever want.
Yeah, look at it. Double M4, double MP9. No AWP for Nork, but a scout. Fours, this is the best opportunity you have to close out this map right here, right now. Let's see it. I'm interested. Because aTTaX can still put up a fight. We know what they're capable of. They just have to do it 4 times in a row. And that's only to force OT.
So dangerous when you're playing, or so hard when you're playing from this deficit. You have to force overtime. Like, it's just never a nice thing to have in the back of your head. Sense could be the beginning of the end for them. A flash, he is playing around it, and alongside J-Chem, they actually will get a double opener. For the bomb site, it has caved. Nork still doing good damage, and with Resoul by himself, now that's the aTTaX we know and love. Getting kills all over the map. Is this something that can even continue?
Potentially, yeah. That was a good round, and that was everyone winning out their gunfights. Exactly what's needed to happen. Now the buy gets a little bit stronger. Of course, Forza can still invest. Shalfie can drop guns into the next round as well. So aTTaX is going to have to do this the hard way. And we've not once seen a really fast round out of Forza here on this T side. And at any moment, they could just pull that out.
That is true, yeah. Just a simple pop over towards the BRA bomb site could really go a long way. And that's not going to be something they do in this round. aTTaX have been given a lifeline. What can they do on this new lease of life? Resoul, he's been here before. He's been so good lurking around the B bomb site. And he always gets caught off with utility, but a flashbang of his own will allow him some progression upwards. But a Molotov from the CT side and spam, he's going to fall. In the meantime, the A bomb site goes 1-for-1. A dink onto Stinix as well. Nork is quick on the crime scene. He's going to lay another body down, chalking out space for Fours. aTTaX, is there a world they come back into this? And the first 2 rounds out of the 4 they needed are going to go in their favor quite viciously, alongside the fact that it's going to be an eco now for Fours. So aTTaX, a full 30 is guaranteed.
It'd be interesting if they do force this, because you can drop double AK if you're Shalfie. I feel like the correct decision is just to save. He's bought an AWP. Hero AWP in round 29. The first time we've seen an AWP for Forza on this T side. And Shalfie's wielding it.
I don't hate this necessarily. I don't love it either.
This is the last thing you expect, though. Nork, nice. Oh, fantastic from Nork. Holds the spray. Even for the third. Shalfie just looking for any way in and gets denied. What? And Nork says, oh, is that an AWP? Thanks.
I mean, if I'm Nork, I'm staying on the rifle. He holds the spray for 3, USP for the 4th. And now Fours, the Hero AK and Hero Warp is going to really come back to bite them in the ass because they don't have money on 2 players. A tactical pause from Fours. aTTaX have used all of theirs. Fours are going to use their second. I really do not know where Fours go with this. It felt like this was theirs. They're taken on round 27. And now we go on to round 30. And aTTaX, led by Jacob and Nork now, are looking to sail into overtime, but still, when they get to that position, their work is not done.
It's so wild to me that the first fast round we've seen out of Forza comes when they have an AWP, of all things. They boost Shalfie up, they then try and explode onto the bomb site, and it just doesn't work, just falls flat.
Yeah, exactly. The Tech 9s warrant the fast round, right?
Yes.
But then you have an AWP brought up around that. It's like, okay, Hero AK, I can understand that from Tinit. I could understand that purchase. Why not Shalfie save the economy for this round and actually buy up an AWP? And well, that is a very, very poor start. Jacob, a very simple Molotov and nade combo, assisted by a flashbang from Fours. An opening kill, make it a second, and Nork this time will be looking to not miss his mark. The shot, it connects onto Stinix. He re-peeks for a second, he's let one go past his crosshair. That's when Sense comes through to help. A good flashbang, but Nork actually evades it. And a 2 versus 5, overtime's guaranteed.
Yeah, well now it's a 1v5.
4.
Well, no, he got the kill after.
Nope, that's an incredible comeback from aTTaX. And Nork, 7 kills in 2 rounds.
Yeah, fair. Well done. It felt like Forza just completely ran out of ideas. And they didn't stick to what was working. The mid control was being gathered pretty easily by them. They were winning out the fights as well. You had Shalfie going through. You had Stinix in close proximity behind him. And it was fine. Then they changed their game plan. They relied heavily on some more explosive executes. They didn't really group as a unit and move together. It was very bit part. And aTTaX have now got an opportunity where Fours could have closed out this map, or we could have been done heading over towards Overpass. Instead, JChem's trying to make sure that aTTaX live in the reality where they do take their map pick.
It's definitely a world where this does happen, but Fours, they're equally able to reset themselves with the economy, which kind of plagued them in those last few rounds. Going to be an early contact taken by both teams towards Shelf here. Resalt's been really good at lurking around the B bomb site. They make sure that isn't the case. Alongside that, they think because aTTaX are focusing towards B main, there's not going to be anyone holding towards elbow. They couldn't be any more mistaken. 2 players die running through the smoke. Crad, Shalfie, all by themselves now. This should be the first round on the board for aTTaX. Nork even spots Crad's head. Can't quite click and can't quite shoot because it's so awkward, missing the mark. Oh, finally gets the kill. Okay, that's definitely round over now. Jacob's got 30 frags, man.
Yeah, he's farming. Nice shot at Shalfie. He's just hit the 20 mark as well. Flashbang's good to push JChem off the angle, but now with the wide swing, he collects the head anyway. First blood of overtime drawn to aTTaX.
Normally, Hayes' law dictates that whoever pushes them into overtime will lose the first round, but aTTaX, they're looking to break that law, and they're looking to break Fours. You said this veto didn't really favor them. I'd be agreeing with you. And if there's ever a world that has to, of them winning, it has to come down to them taking success on Ancient. And this could really crush Fours' spirits, where you lose a map where you should have been winning it towards the end there. Like, it was all theirs for the taking. Round 27, a really low buy from aTTaX, and here we are now. We're going back once into the fray. Good mid-control by Fours, and this time Resalt's joined by a little bit more of his team. No AWP out. Shalfie has brought up just an AK, but Jacob initiates the first contact and snaps onto Stinix's head.
Oh, Sassanito nearly caught by that reload. Yeah. Overwhelmed. Kicks Sam round the corner. Bomb being committed. The spam. Not good enough to deny the bomb, but it still might deny presence in towards short. JChem will trade. 3 versus 2. Resort around the corner. Can't get past JChem, who's doing everything for his team. Shalfie thrown into the 1 versus 3. But it feels inevitable. It feels like JChem's always going to get this kill, but he's not this time around. Shalfie, position known. Now needs to relocate Nork on the AWP. Won't blindside him. Shalfie does everything. 1 versus 3. Fours are back in the fight.
Oh, a bit of BM as well towards the end. From star player to caller. Initiates every single 1 versus 1. Is able to take apart aTTaX. You said that was a round that he had no right in winning. And he is somehow able to just get 1, and then another 1, and then another 1. They swing isolated, and even though Nork and Jacob have been so fantastic in these last few rounds, they are no match for Shalfie, and he's going to try and invigorate Fours with that clutch now.
Spam lineup this time not happening for aTTaX. JChem still here, tucked in at red. Six would need to clear this corner very diligently. Flashbang. Oh, it's so good.
Okay, so Fours tumbling down a little bit. Now, this is more like it for aTTaX. This should be a flawless CT side. It shouldn't be 17-16. This should be 18 for aTTaX, but unfortunately, that 1 versus 3 just went away. And now we're potentially looking towards Shalfie once again alongside Crad for a 2 versus 5. And I'm not too convinced, especially with Shalfie on 34 HP. And with presence known, with starting to pincer and strangle the map control away from Fours, Sassanito just stands strong towards Cave, finally coming into his element. And Crad, they don't quite know where he is just yet. They are soon going to find out. And with a missed AWP shot, everyone is all around him. Nork makes up for that last round with 2 kills, and as we go on to the T side, aTTaX, it feels like they've got the momentum. It should be 18, as I said, but can they now deliver on that momentum and force us on to overpass with them in the advantage?
Soon find out. Side swap. Money replenished. Game plan still the same. They're able to gather, I think it was 4 or 5 rounds in a row on the CT side. Same with aTTaX. They know how to do it, and they can get it done. It all comes down to this mid control. This fight can really dictate everything. Kixan out. And the flashbangs are so good that it gets Xiaofi off the line. Everyone from Force is having to go at AWP in.
Yeah, Xiaofi's on the AWP now. I kind of rate it. And maybe that's the secret medicine. It's not actually going to be Xiaofi that gets anything done in this round. It'll be Risol and Stinix so far to get the 2 openers. But Tinir wastes his line on the sense. And the Academy player does at least give apex a way into this round.
Awkward for Xiaofi. Knows that one player's low and he's up close, so swaps to the pistol. So he doesn't get betrayed by the gun barrel. Smoke. Oh,
spam could have come through.
Didn't. Now he's allowed back on the angle. Sense at any moment can push through, and he's just heard this scope.
Unfortunately, Sense is not going to be bold enough to move forward. Monkey business could have occurred towards Donut. It's going to be a little bit of normality. In reality, it will just be the B bomb size looking to be capitulated. They still have Sense over towards Donut. I was talking so much about his lurks on the T side, and once again, it's not going to warrant success. Once again, it's going to be the second prong attack that Stiko's so good at acquiring, but apex are not going to be able to utilize that in this round whatsoever. Kixan taking the first contact, crowd baiting in for Stinix. Stinix is able to unleash himself and Norg in a 1 versus 4. What's happening? Oh, doesn't connect the no scope, but unfortunately that's no time then. If he'd actually connected that no scope onto Stinix, we potentially could have got the bomb down. Result was very quick on his heels, but that's Fours evening it up, leveling it 17-17.
That's scary though. Well played from Norg and a good attempt. Before, they've just got the quantity of players to deal with that. Just about. Get it over the line. They equalised this scoreline now. This time, Krad's back out on the AWP. The East Europe squad, Nork back out on his. Not seeing the aggressive fighting towards mid this time from JKem. Waiting for Kixan to line up a flash.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage onto Crad early on. I don't know where that's come from. I think it was a leg from Nork actually with the AWP. Stinix though is going to give some damage back over for his own. You need to be careful as the reload comes through. Kixan could have been bold and he will. Fortune favors the brave. And with that, a very, very good opener for the T side, but will Sense clear jungle? He doesn't seem like he will. This is Xiaofi's time to shine. No one's clearing Xiaofi. A flashbang from Jacob means that Xiaofi can't peek in for a second and can't capitalize on the disillusion, but he will still strike. He's the hero right now for Fours. And Kixan, the IGL on IGL, and the Russian's going to come out on top. Even tries to go for a 4th. The ace is definitely something he could claim right now.
He's doing it all. Leading by example with Xiaofi. 45 seconds, and now Resort starting to push in towards A main. So you can grab this bomb if you're Nork. You can start to head over there, but there's no way you're ready for Result. Grouping up in towards mid. Xiaofi is still in that corner, but Result should be the close. If not, it will be Xiaofi. Result secures it, but it's Xiaofi to get Fours up to map point.
Oh, this is scary for Apex. They're going to have to force us into double overtime if they want to take the map win on their map pick. Yeah?
Can't sport an auto.
He could buy... Is he actively choosing to do that? Like, he could buy an A1S. No. Okay. He's sticking with it. I said Apex should have got 18 because of the 1v3 Xiaofi acquired. But now Xiaofi has been the main reason why they've actually won the majority of this round in overtime. Not going for an aggressive pick towards A this time, not over towards B like he has been doing so often. Isn't going to warrant anything. And big damage on the Xiaofi. That's a huge player to be bringing down the 6 HP. Luckily for Stinix, he doesn't really take too much damage. That could have gone very south for him very quickly. This is a decent start, but Result on this auto, he's actually in a perfect position to at least get one. I don't think they're going to expect an auto here, because why would you?
Ready. He waiting. The molly goes in on his position though, so has to slide over towards Donut. Now could be the player that takes contact. You got to remember that Crad is still here as well. Shalfie 6 HP waiting for the swing. Result looks up high. Doesn't see the boost, but now he does. Jacob takes his head clean off. It's a good dink. It's a lot of damage, but Shalfie hasn't got the HP to contend with it. It's happening potentially. Tanir finds both. Hang on a second. It's still a player advantage here for aTTaX, and this flank on Temple could be everything. Sense in the back lines deals with Stinix, and Tanir falls as well. It's not just one overtime we need, it's the second.
We go again. Lovely from Sense in that round. And unfortunately, the auto sniper for Result may have actually been his downfall. It was a hard shot to hit with any gun, and Jacob actually does decapitate him so quickly. aTTaX still favored in the odds, and as they force it to double overtime, it seems like the CT side is where they're more comfortable on. So from my envision, if they're able to get one round on this T side, that could be enough.
Yeah, such fine margins here. Sense. Oh! How was Crad won that shot?
Sure. I mean, that's one way to do it. He's actually been pretty poor on the AWP this game. He's been using it quite a lot. Not so much success, but he does prevail here in the first round of the second overtime. And once again, it's Sense losing yet another opening pick over towards that A bomb site. I feel like he's cursed towards that side of the map. Wow. And Shalfie's going to continue with one more. Nork does trade onto Result. That's not Crowd though, so they're still going to be very worried of where the AWPer is. He has repositioned very perfectly towards the B bomb site, but he will miss his lines, and now that confirms to aTTaX where he is.
Thing is that you've got Forza being very dynamic on this defense. They keep spreading out and then regrouping together. Stinix still in this corner. Basanito will fall. Now it's a 4-on-2. Flashbang good enough to get Crad off the angle, and Nork actually punishes him. All right. And you know that Stinix is in towards caves. That's confirmed info on another player here.
We've seen Nork go huge. We've seen Kixan go huge. It's time for them, once again, to flex their muscles. Nork was holding the right angle for Stinix, but he's going to go over towards Tinir. He has to hit the shot, and he will. It wasn't an easy one by any means. And now into the 2 versus 2. Shalfie come in very late with a flashbang. It will not blind the adversaries. And now he's revealed his position. There's no time. He's forced to save. aTTaX around where they lose the opening kill, but they're still able to make it work because Nork, he is the gladiator for aTTaX, and no one can match him right now. 33-20. What a resurgence into this game. It's literally the last like 15 rounds. He has just gone above and beyond consistently for aTTaX.
That was a 2 versus 4 they've just won. All off the back of Forza giving up these 1v1s. There was no way that anyone could get into the fight. There's no good trade space in there for Forza. They didn't group up and go together. They all went solo, and it's aTTaX, and it's Nork in particular, being the initiator, taking that contact and wanting those fights. Great nades, though. As, of course, we go back and forth. This one is more fast. aTTaX, they're out A, and they've got it for free.
This time we see a little bit more support with Sense. He's not going to be completely by himself. Good smokes to block out Result for now. And good deep utility towards CT. But a spam, it connects, and Kixan can't get the bomb down. There's no one else really in close proximity to also plant the bomb. But Nork, once again, it could be his moment in the limelight. He's already got one. But with the smoke fizzling out over towards Donuts, and no... I was going to say no smoke, but they do re-smoke it. A Molotov to deny Result coming out, but he still finds a weird angle around it. The bomb's being dropped very far forward as well. This is so awkward for aTTaX.
Especially with Result repositioning. Going back behind default. This needs to be cleared. They're so worried about A main when they should be more concerned. I was going to say about Donut, but Nork finds the shot 3-on-3. Result can still undo everything here. This angle is fantastic. On towards Big Box.
Brandon, they think Resalt's in donuts. They don't realize he's come out and he will catch Nork off guard. That's the Gladiator slain. Advantage swings back in favor of Fours, and Result with only 2 bullets left pokes up his head. He's on for the ace as well. Never mind, it can't because Salvi got in at 1 as well. But Tinir, that's perfect. And Fours around that wasn't actually that easy to win is won on the basis for a single kill from Result to deny the bomb.
Yeah, well done. Now we're getting everyone stepping up. We've got all these hero moments. Strategy goes out the window now. All down to Brawn. 1919. Didn't have this on my bingo card for the first map of this best of 3, especially when Fours were up such an advantage, and they will be kicking themselves if they're not able to convert this map.
I think both teams will be in that mentality of it's like both teams had opportunities to win this out, and both teams have fluffed their lines, but only one will be looking to relish in victory, find solace in that victory. I was talking about the CT side reliance for aTTaX. Is one good enough to at least maybe even secure the third overtime? The second here on the T side, I think actually would secure the victory. That's a lot to ask for, especially after that last round. And this time, a not as much pace initiated over towards a specific bomb side. It's going to be more methodical, taking map control. And they've actually got great setups to CT side with Result very deep in A main. Close there for Shalpy. Could have lost his life. He thought the Molotov wouldn't allow someone to swing forward. And Jacob, he's taken so much space towards Candles, but he has actually confirmed his position. Tinir opens up the kill department on descent. They know that's the lurker, but the bomb is still headed towards B potentially, with actually this smoke that normally is used to wrap around towards A, are going to attempt to wrap towards B.
All posted and securing another one. Got to remember
what more can he do?
There's 2 on B still, and you've also got Shalfie holding this really deep line, but Jacob overwhelmed, and now Sassanito starts to reveal himself. Crowd on the Deagle has just found Sassanito through the smoke, and now it's all up to Nork. And you can see this time Crad isn't advancing on his own. He's got the support of Result. And Forza will do it again. And they take the advantage in this second half of our second overtime.
What a huge isolated frag by Crad. Just a Deagle spam leaves Nork all by himself. A tap of the bomb for Nork, unfortunately, is the worst thing he could do because it allows Result to come further forward. And Nork, alongside Jacob, are at the top of the scoreboard by leaps and bounds. But unfortunately, that might simply not be enough. You were talking about advantages. It's going back and forth, but Fours, they maintain it here. Crowd still on that AWP. It's always intriguing to see who'll have the AWP out and who will be, or even if they even have an AWP. But aTTaX right now, the crosshairs on them. It's their time to shine. It's going to start towards middle. Jacob, great flashbangs, and he does succeed in getting a kill on the Cynics. A very instant opener, and a lot of map control taken now for aTTaX.
Look at Crad, flashbang, he's just staring at it. Probably would have tucked in. Result though on the adjustment. Can't get past Sassanito. Massive kill. Shalfie now looking to trade, but then that's where Kicksan swings in. And suddenly this round is done and dusted in a blink of an eye because Tinir is left all alone. Bomb in the complete opposite side of the map. Sense is even holding this flank. Mind that, you've also got Nork.
Doesn't miss a beat. You've got 2 players on aTTaX that are verging on 40 kills. Bringing Force down with the sharpest fang. The foundations have been laid for both sides, but is it all for nothing? 20 to 20, it's once again evened up.
Now we're looking for... Oh, that's the pause.
I was going to say, looking for a pause. aTTaX are in a difficult position because they've used all their tactical pauses in regulation. Yeah. So now, palms are a bit sweaty.
But it was pause 11-11.
Yeah, that pause, honestly, a little part of me says that favors aTTaX. Because this is something that Grashhog was talking to us about. And he was saying that, like, look, when you take a pause, it's not only for your team. It works both ways. That's equally 30 seconds for Mytha to get on the mic. That's 30 seconds for aTTaX just to go, whew, deep breath. And they're going to utilize that. Now we go back into the fray. We go back into that frontier. 21-21, we go to a third overtime. 22 is the magical, elusive number that one team will be looking to find.
What a game. Baycam again. Look at all this space. He just grabs it. He's even spotted out one. Sassanito finds Shalfie as he tries to go through that smoke. So much control now being gathered up. Boost, spotted, and secured the kill onto JCam.
It's a big, big kill to get for both sides, to be honest. Brad's been spotted. Sassanito swings in. And it's red on the trigger for the AWPer.
I don't know why he's done that.
Don't know why he's done that either. So over-aggressive and so unnecessary. Now leaving Nork in a position where he has to oppress the masses, and he will. Oh, what is that? Finds 40 and may even be the reason why they find the round. Okay, Stinix, sit down, because Nork is here and he's forcing Force to bow down before him. Pressure forms diamonds. Force shatters as Nork glistens in glory.
I can't believe that. What a round again from Nork. Just dancing between angles there. 2 down over at long. Switched over towards short like it's absolutely nothing there. Heads a turn around on a swivel. It's that AWPer coming in with another huge contribution. And that could be the final straw that breaks the camel's back here for Forza. Bam, not connecting. Denix with the nade. Daken brought down low as well. Do we hit 22 or do Force triple OT? This is the first time aTTaX have had a map point.
I want to identify and highlight once again that Nork was actually really struggling at the beginning. But it was literally towards the end where he started stepping up, and it's just been multi-frag after multi-frag after multi-frag. He's been the main reason that aTTaX are in this position. And now, this is when the pressure could get to you. Only map 1, Brandon. We have a whole 2 maps potentially ahead of us. It's the second game of playoffs, looking a lot better than the previous. Sassanito right now, the only defender actually immediately on the bomb site. Spam through from Tinner. Tinner will find 2, make it a third. And Fours, well, they're going to continue dancing into a third overtime.
Yeah, they're doing it. Yeah, I've got Nork on the other end of things, though. Decent nade. That's going to invite the swing. Oh, but he quick switches at probably the worst time. Lens versus 4. This one feels very unlikely, especially with this flank being wrapped around him from Stinix. He goes into his death. We go again.
You know, Brandon, it was too easy for us. It was too easy this morning. It was too easy. We had a very easy game.
The schedule needs to be offset somehow.
Yeah, like it has to. We have to see something exciting. We can't sit here and like, let's be honest. We can't sit here and have 2 easy games in a row. This is really exciting, though. I will say I'm actually really enjoying this game. There's a lot of times where, as a commentator, you might sit there and you might be like, oh crap, a third overtime. This game, I'm actually loving this. This is some real Counter-Strike right now from both sides. Heroics left, right, and center. And
I still think Forza are winning.
I've still kind of got my number for. I've got aTTaX's number right now. On this one.
Forza got theirs.
Forza definitely, yeah. They've read this round perfectly. Towards the A bomb site, no smoke towards Donut. Sent is allowed to enable himself, and he will for 2. Jacob comes in as the third factor. Finally a smoke towards Donut, but the damage has been done.
Why have they not smoked Donut? That's really silly. Nork finds Crad. Oh, and through the smoke goes Kixan. I just don't get it. I don't understand why you're not smoking Donut there.
I kind of get it in the sense of you know there's gonna be one player there potentially, and you try just scrim him out. But then Sense, to be fair to him, does do really well. Like, you can't bash him for that.
Oh, no,
he does hold.
He does incredible.
Like, that is a position where I think 9 out of 10 times you don't get 2 kills. 9 out of 10 times you, if anything, potentially die on the first. You actually die on the first. You die on the first hurdle. And the fact that he gets 2 there and Jacob trades him out, I think that's really impressive from the youngster. And it's showing the nerves aren't quite getting to him. Stinix, however, that's a fabulous opener. Mid control's been such a contended affair in this game, and right now is going to continue in that same manner.
Oh, of course, he's going to hit that shot. Nork is hitting everything. And now Sassanito's starting to come alive. Result and Tinir. But Tinir's got the gap in towards mid. And that's the thing you got to consider if you're apex. JChem, I don't think is accounting for it. It will have to be Sense again spotted. Tinir on that jiggle. Round the corner. Sense does his job once more. Under the pressure. Is securing apex stability into these rounds. And even locks out Result.
Looking a bit more like it for apex. They go into the last round of this first half in the third overtime. We've been here before, right? We've been here in the first overtime.
And the second.
Yeah, actually, yeah. aTTaX have always kind of failed to get that third round on the CT side. This might be their opportunity to do so. No, they only got 1 CT round in the last, I think. But now, yeah, 3 could just be the nail in the coffin for fours. North, Jacob, they're doing it all. We are seeing some lights shining forward in favor of Sense, Kicksan, and Sassanito. And as I mentioned, one of them, it actually falls. And Nork, great position. Hasn't been really playing towards this area, the map, that often, and it is going to catch Result off guard. Once again, the Swedish Orpa, he's doing everything for his squadron. But Crad isn't going to anticipate this crossfire, and Jacob continues to push them in the lead.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Apex. Finally, we're starting to see consistency. Nork should have this kill every single day of the week, but that's a nice shot out of Tinit. Linux, though, on his position now has to reset. Go the long way around, and this might not be expected. And there's an opportunity for Stinix to get these kills here. Nork has to turn around at some point, has to consider this, which is why he slides in towards Donut. Good repositioning. Also, you've got Kicksan that's now pushed and walked through A main. Comes down to timing. Okay.
What? That is dirty. You should never be allowed to do that, Nork. Like, it's such an unnecessary flick. That's so good. Man, check his PC. That's ridiculous. That's so good. Joking, of course, but Nork, I've seen him do some ridiculous things in the past. I've seen him actually have some really impactful games, but nothing like this before. 3 kills. Once again, it's just multi-frag galore. He's going to be sleeping well tonight. Just if he can continue that and overpass, as he maybe let off a little bit too much steam already. 47 to 24. Bow down, fours, because Nork is your king.
Big nades. Oh, Jaken blind. Crad nearly finds both. Kicksan is on 1 HP.
A new lease on life there for Kicksan.
Oh,
and okay, that's why you got to make sure you finish him off, because he nailed Shalfie through the smoke. The IGL Fools, who was the main reason why they got into that second overtime in the first place. And with that, we only have 1 player towards the B-bomb site in the form of Cynics. Tinner has been forced to rotate over. And this could be it. This could be the 11th hour for fours. This could be everything they've built up shattering, with Apex moving their car towards the quarterfinals.
Tinner anticipates Kicksan to be in Donut. But do you clear this close angle on
1 HP?
Everything.
1 HP, 3 kills, and a dream. Is there a possibility that he may have to do more? I think he sold the fake though.
Yeah, he did.
But when do fours realize? Because they've got Result pushing aggressively towards A main, and apex are only just starting to move towards B now. So Kixan luckily has actually got out of dodge and will be able to join his teammates over on B for free.
What a round out of Kixan. Now he can go back and he can just lock out these rotates. Don't want to go too far around the corner. Oh, he slides in. I don't think you clear this if you're still next. Doesn't matter. Nork hits the shot. Result 1v3. Of course, it's Kixan who finds 4. 3 of those kills are on 1 HP. And apex, it takes them triple overtime. But finally, they close things out on their map pick. But what a performance from Forza. You're muted.
Nork went 48-24. He had a 2 KD in a triple overtime. I think that speaks for itself. And now let's see if he can continue that after the break on Overpass.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Well, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
Champion of champions.
Welcome back to the CCT podcast. We got a couple of things to break down for you. We got some post-player break tournament results. We got the current CCT rankings, and we got the results of the online finals number 2. Interview coming up as well.
Enjoy the interview with one of my favorite and incredibly handsome individuals, along with Taz. It's going to be a banger.
So lots of exciting topics. The absolute legend of the game. It is Taz.
Directly beside him, talk or work together, but they don't go on the same peak. Oh! Taz! The devil strikes, and Taz ties the the game.
How's retirement been? Would you get back with the old VP squad?
What our fans like to see this.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
I have no idea how to describe that first game. It was sensational. 25-21 in favor of aTTaX, the European side on their map pick. Nog leading the charge. 48 kills with 24, a 2 KD with 106 ADR, 31 of them being on the AWP. Jacob close in pursuit. And now let's see if they can do it on their opponent's map pick. Sense already off to a pretty poor start. He's going to get charged down by the Hounds.
Yeah, but look at Kicksam. Already swinging, double up in towards Shaw. Oh, okay. Gets completely decimated. Sense will still find one. That brings it back a little bit. With that being said, door slam shut on connector. There's even a flank that's going to come through. Sense seemingly aware of this possibility. Will hit the headshot 3-on-3, but you need to get past Result now.
Result claims the first, looking to claim the second, and will succeed. Kicksan now in a fairly unwinnable 1v3, and he's going to miss it at the first hurdle. As Tinit, honestly, really nice double dink there. That was actually great. And the fact Sense gets one in that position is already quite good, but Result just desolation with that Glock. 3 kills, honestly, really impressive from him.
Or spy for aTTaX. Pistols, MP9, the Scout of Nork. They can try and shut down Forza. And this has been a map that aTTaX have struggled on in recent tenure. In recent times. Jakem gonna jump in for info. Well, we get greeted with a swift headshot. Tinir finds all 3 of the B defenders. There's one more here in Sense. Already being naded down as well. This starts to get a little bit tricky for aTTaX. Tinir just wants all of them.
Ooh, Deagle Sense. I mean, okay, it's very unfortunate. He has to do so much. Similar with Nork and Tinit. Okay, double dink at the end of that pistol round. 4K in this round. It was a force buy for aTTaX, and it gets dealt with actually very easily by the Russian side. So now actually a very good progression and start on their T side. Some of these rounds can come very few and thin, and they're already actually doing pretty well with not many casualties either. Cynics is the only one that's died in both rounds. And for aTTaX, it's going to be an eco, so for fours here, opportunity for Crowd to farm up with that Mac 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how many he can find. Money for the future. Run boost, that's cool. Over the Molly. Sense whiffs the movement a bit, though. It means the Zeus.
So close.
Doesn't quite pan out. Tinir still remains to be immortal. Passive right now out of Forza, apart from that fast move to try and earn an early kill. A lot of rotation up towards A, actually. Everyone's here. It's a gamble.
I mean, there's still possibility for success and in this round. Like, if we can maybe get these 2 kills and then actually, like, get those rifles, but with Jacob whiffing a deagle shots, there is one connected, but with everyone farming up, Forza are actually doing well at keeping these rounds very clean. These the first two kind of gun-ish rounds, well, the rounds where they have guns out of the pistol round. Yeah, people just aren't dying. The money's good. Crowd's not going to be on the Mac 10. Nork back on the AWP very early on. The 31 out of 48 of his kills on map 1 was with the AWP. CD side of overpass. It's a paradise for the wielders of the big green. And now with Nork, he'll be looking to wield it in success.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Oh, leg. Hit things off. Not ideal for Stinix. Jacob and Khan have to dodge the nade because that's a pretty poor one. Flashbang though, really good. Result. Oh, Jacob falls off the angle. That's a little bit of a mistake. Now Nork can try and capitalize on these players. Low HP doesn't normally favor the AWP too much, but he has been able to net result. Tanier around the corner, this time dealt with by Sassanito. So good, isn't he? Free.
So good. So good. He just doesn't miss a beat and hits every note. He's just like, Kickstand was rotating in, and it was like, okay, maybe they need the North Macedonia, but no, the Swede just does it all by himself on that pedestal. He's smiling, he's singing. aTTaX are rejoicing with him. They're happy they've got him. And without Elian, fours don't really have quite a rebuttal to the AWPer. So that's going to be a really difficult thing potentially for this first half, especially there on the T side. And they'd really love an AWP to go for aggressive kills or try to hold these deep angles and not allow Nook to dominate like he is right now.
Yeah, it's awkward, isn't it? Speaking of awkward, Brad and Shalfie combine and completely isolate Jacob. Danae takes control of the short waters. Nork in towards toilets this time. Very deep progression smokes being laid down over towards Divider, but it's all a little bit of a ruse. Still Nork takes the contact up long. Nice jump. And another one. Oh, surely he's dead, and he will be. But the bomb can still be isolated here. This one again gets a little bit weird. The Sense can just run him down. That's the bomb.
Okay, this round, Brandon, I thought it was done for aTTaX.
Not yet. Sense just needs to hold his nerve. Good angle on towards Result. This is now a 3 versus 2. Sassanito can also try and come over.
This is a waiting game. Who will peek into who first? And Shalfie will actually take the first skull. But the issue is, he's now on 11 HP. So with a combination of 24 HP between the two Russians, and Kickstand just nails the first. Shalfie is being identified. They knew he was in the vicinity anyway, so it's now just kind of reconfirming that fact. 15 seconds, there is literally no time to get the bomb and gets the bomb site. So he has to try and potentially get both the kills. Not going to be possible. Shalfie's going to go save. aTTaX in a 3 versus 5, take it in their stride. And a big round from Sense, to be honest. Like, 2 kills were both so much importance. And you know what? That just shows they don't need the reliance and they don't have to rely on Nork, which is actually quite important, I think.
Was taking a pause. You've got the save on Shalfie, but everyone's on double stage loss. A little bit awkward for Shalfie now. Going to go into the next round without anything compared to his team that will have something. So kind of gets a little bit complicated here. Should be the equalization round coming in for aTTaX here. Double pause, okay.
That's really intriguing that they've gone for double pause. We saw how much of, not reliance, but how important those pauses were, especially in that last game. So a double pause is really intriguing, seeing how they haven't actually had that bad of a start. Like 3-2 on the T side isn't tragic. And I don't think these rounds have really been like, you had the first round they lost because Nork just got 4 kills or got 3 kills. So it's kind of like fair enough. That last round definitely was one that you'd want to go over and figure out what went wrong. But I wouldn't have said it was a double tactical pause worthy. A big part, and something I am thinking right now, is potentially that for fours, they've just lost map 1 in a triple overtime where they had so many opportunities to win. So many. 3, they had like 6 match points, I think, or 7. And now I could imagine there's a bit of there's a bit tension there.
Yeah, I'd describe it as just kind of feeling a bit upset because you definitely should have won that map. Crad should have this kill. Yeah, Jacob's not looking.
Ooh.
Good collection. However, you need to get past Sense. He's now on a different angle over towards barrels. Pulls out his incendiary at possibly the worst time, but still is able to find another kill. Flashbang, good enough to get Sense and Sassanito involved, and Kicksan's already out at short. A very clean round, and Jakem, who was nearing on 40 kills in map 1,
he had 41.
Yet to find a singular here in 6 rounds.
42 kills. However, you then throw that on the duality of it. Sense struggling massively, 7 and 3. He's already starting off well. Same with Kicksan and Sassanito. So you kind of throw that on the other. It's like the kind of like the double-edged sword almost of like, okay, maybe one player steps down, but that's when the other steps up. And I think if that can happen, we could see success. Obviously, that last round was never supposed to be a victory for fours, but it's just the way of how it occurred. A scout out for Tinir actually almost wins out the interaction on Nork because he gets a bit awkward with that peak. Result somehow has 2 players in front of him connector and might kill both of them. No, luckily enough for apex, Jacob trades out his dead teammates, and in the meantime, Stinix, we're talking about players not fragging, he's almost virgin on 007 because Nork has nailed him. Jacob, he went, Brandon, you know what? I'm actually just going to kill everyone because of that.
Oh, nearly gets caught off guard by Shalfie. 1 HP, but he's trying to bait Shalfie into the AWP. And the utility's doing the rest. In steps Sassanito from Con. This CT side is being incredibly dynamic right now. It feels fluid. And Crad needs the clutch shot. Remember, he's standing in for Forza. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders. Pulls some weight. Has to pick up the bomb in his first instance. Nork will leg him. And that pretty much seals his fate. Sassanito will close the show. aTTaX 4, Fours 3.
A really impressive turnaround very, very, very early on. It's a city side, so you'd expect them to be doing well. And a technical pause is actually just going to disrupt momentarily. Surprisingly enough, we haven't actually really seen any technical pauses today. So it's only right we have one now.
True. Very true. Hopefully it's just a quick one. We can kind of get this one sorted. A little bit of server issues here and there. That's okay. Take a breather and reflect on what's going on, because it feels like apex are starting to find their groove after losing some of these rounds at the beginning of the map. Forza, it's a long road back into this series, especially with this monetary situation right now. You imagine it's just Tech 9s, Mac 10s, right?
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, it's a massive, agreed, massive road in. However, we've all been there. Like, I think for fours, it's definitely something that it's definitely not impossible.
No, it's not, of course.
But, no, it's going to take a lot, especially considering that, just considering that they've, like, it was a third of 3 overtimes. Like, man, we are, if they want to come back into it, so we're looking at a very extensive, kind of like back into it. However, we do have a technical issue. There's actually some net issues So I think we are going to throw it to a short break. When we get back, we will be here with it's not going to be going around. You're talking about Tech 9 Mac 10. So we're anticipating a fifth for apex. With that in mind, we are going to throw it to a short break. Knowing my luck, it's going to instantly go live as soon as we go to a break.
We're back. And it is
Hey
Tech
guys.
9's. Hello. Let's get into it.
Let's get into the round. Nork aggressive with the orb on an angle that I really hate that from him, but I love it. Like, peeking connector against Tech 9s? Has he got a death wish? Luckily, they're not throwing much pace to it.
Yeah, he loves it. He's in his element right now. Nork is in flow state, and that's a very scary thing. Sassanito doesn't actually spot them creeping up connector, which I would say is a little bit of a worry, but Nork, off the back of finding that kill, he's all the way on the bomb site, and now J-Chem's going to be the next point of contact. He's just seen a leg. Alex on towards Shalfie.
And Nork once again in a prime position to strike. They are closing the angle, and there is good flashbangs. However, that's when Jacob does actually save him. I'm not sure where the flashbang came from, that blind Nork, but it seemed like a team one. Regardless, Jacob, who was 0-6, is now 5-7. Stinix is actually the one 0-7. So after fours, we're actually getting quite a lot of kills early on without dying. That script has kind of flipped on its head a little bit.
Needs some contributions out of fours. This time it's kind of a role reverse of what we saw on Ancient, where aTTaX didn't have a couple of players stepping up. This time around it's Forza. Tanir was 7-0 at one stage, and now he's 7-6. Hits the deck over towards the waters. Nork getting active and being so versatile about his starting position. Nick starts to walk forward. J-Chem this time on a different angle out long, and Krad's not ready for it.
Nork once again, prime position, kind of exposed. A flashbang could deteriorate him. However, he peeked before the flashbang pops and will also progress forward. Jacob then gets baited in. Shalfie left all by himself, isolated. Bomb on his back, but the world against him.
I'm not sure really how you do this one if you're Shalfie. It's not even like you can go for economic damage because the economy is just so well progressed here for Apex. Forward and towards the toilets. I would say has the timing on J-Chem, but Nork holding specifically, but J-Chem will even put Shalfie out of his misery. Upgrades to an AK. So to several players on Apex. In fact, look at this from the CT side. 4 AKs and an AWP.
That's when you know the CT side's going well. When you firstly won 6 in a row, so that's already a good baseline. And secondly, 4 AKs, AWP, and everyone's doing pretty decently. Jacob's back in form. Norkic just getting a kill every single round. Back on the Tech 9s. Nork, this time not a frag, but a leg, and he will give confirmation of what's happening. Jacob needs to be very careful. He's smoked off connector, but they're going to abuse that smoke. Sassanito's going to try and come through. Nork very aggressively. However, he's not going to be able to pin anyone down that's coming through around Banana as they all hedge into toilets. And with Sassanito dead, they're going to try and go down connector, but really nice rotation from Sense. He's also going to place himself here. Strikes the first. That's the rifle, but the P250 swings across the screen, and now the B bomb site is capitulated with the red carpet being rolled out.
Oh, Kicksan's here. The thing is, you want to play this passive enough so your teammate isn't thrown into a clutch. You also want to do some damage. That is fantastic from Kicksan. Holds the spray and even gets the final kill with the P250. Does it all, and Nork doesn't need to be involved.
Heroics from Kicksan kind of saves his team there a little bit, because it did look very scary. So aTTaX continues 7 in a row. This time they won't have 4 AKs, just 1, because they suffered quite a few casualties. But realistically, when you do build up such a big bank account, it's rounds like that you can warrant just giving away a few kills, because you can always lean back on the rest of your economy. So it's not the end of the world for aTTaX. It was a little bit close, and for Fours, just a little bit of a belated spree, like a belated breath of despair, because they're like, oh, we could have done that, but sadly not to be. And once again, Fours buying back into it. Crowd's on the AWP. He has... No, it was Resort that the scout that legged Nork. That's like the only trouble that Nork's had versus a sniper. And it's actually going to be a 4-man stack over towards the B bomb site, because Fours have been consistently going towards A. I think aTTaX are definitely in a position where they're like, or mentality rather, where they're like, surely they just go B one round. And again, towards A.
But this is new. They've not really progressed up long too much. And you've only got JChem out here. And they could just be a flashbang that gets them over. They have been quite vocal about being here. Surely there's a flash that gets pulled here to clear this corner. No, instead one goes deep. JChem able to adjust and find the first. Kicksan is here, as well as, looks like Sense. Okay, pretty cool. And at the same time, you've got Sassanito, who's walking up connector. Forza need to be careful here, because whilst they got this kill, look at this angle. This is disgusting.
What? Oh, but he's going to move. Is this going to be good or bad? I think the latter, as he gets a bit discombobulated, but that's when Nork is here. I don't know why he's in this position, but it's prime real estate for the Swede. And he's just everywhere where Fours don't want him to be. The issue is that he has let Tinner creep out of Monster. Nork has to identify this, but will not in time. And Tinner could just secure this finally before some sort of layering success. Tinner, the Belarusian, still causing trouble, not allowing Sense much to work with. Kicksan's done incredible on this bomb site in the last round. He might be called upon once again. Sense has got out of heaven. Norwegian bounding his way forward, creating quite a lot of space, playing around the smokes now, actually. He has to get at least one, but he will actually give up his position with that spam. I feel like he was shrouded a little bit and they didn't quite know where he is, but now they definitely will with the bomb half ticked, Kicksan falls, and simultaneously so does Sense. Lovely round from Tinner. It's only 2 frags, but those kills are so impactful.
Yeah, agreed. That was a really nice round, and you get different moving pieces there. Sassanito oversteps, and then that means that Nork has to be committed in towards the connector angle, which allows that space for Tinner out towards Monster. JChem only going 1 for 1. It would have been fine if the setup just held, but instead, because they moved, and Forza were expecting it, that's the punish. Issue is, there's so much money here for aTTaX, so they can just keep on buying, and it doesn't really get any easier for Forza. Hello.
No, quick switch. Don't know why Kicksan's done that, but the IGL will actually be allowed to still survive. Now with the man advantage, Fours will be looking to sail towards the B bomb site, but the bomb's actually moving. Yeah, the bomb's moving away. In the meantime, it is so confusing towards short. Sassanito throws a nade, think he would have got the kill on the Shalfie anyways. They know results here. The Molotov is going to basically disintegrate him, and in the fire and the flames, Tin is now all by himself. He's got a 1 versus 3 ahead of him, now a 1 versus 2. Has a pathway towards this A bomb site, and there is a real chance for success now. He's going to bait out some noise. Sassanito is going to get caught with that, and Tinir, this 1v3 is looking very plausible, but Nork, will he read into it correctly? Seemingly no.
If he goes long here, yeah, this is so smart.
Perfect.
You just hide all of the noise. Nork looks at Monster, thinks, oh, hang on, that's clear. Looks at Short, well, no one's here. Pace slows down. This is where the doubt is in the mind for both of these players. Veneer's got a really good head start here because if he even plants for bank, then he can go into it and cut off the rotate. He might even walk in here and has the time to like kind of clear deep. Has a little bit of a check. Drops a nade. Now plants the bomb. And this is so smart because he's planted for bank and Nork is going to rotate up con.
He has upgraded to that A1S, and Tinit is a little bit low, and luckily for him, Tinit's not going to be looking, but on 6 HP, he snaps back a 1 versus 3 of Dreams. You could not write that!
What a shot from Tinit. Back turns, and he just hits the headshot on a swivel. Massive impact from him. Keeps on building. Keeps Forza alive in this. There's still one more buy available for aTTaX. And the worst part about this is if they win this, then the money's completely reset again for Forza.
However, that is a fantastic start for Nork. Unfortunately, whiffs his line the last, but we'll make up for it there. I don't know how he's missed that, actually. Maybe the AWP would have been the upgrade, not even the A1S. And Tinit, mechanical exuberance. Can that follow through into round 13? 6 rounds, 5 rounds, not bad on the T side. But it's just all about momentum. We've seen how momentum can plague teams in this game so far. Nork, good angle on the toilets. Will hold if anyone comes in, tries to get cheeky towards long. Jacob's holding his other end, so he stands strong here and gets a kill on the crowd. Okay, a dink almost is the better of him. But that's a really good double opener, and I think we're going to see them because that's some sort of like last-ditch effort from players to try and force their hand, and that's actually going to allow a double entry. Sassanito, bye-bye, because Tinir, he is so crisp, but he is so strong.
Yeah, Stennis can just run away now. He's done his job. He's kept all the attention here. And now if you're Nork and your JChem, you've got to save. This half looked like it was completely escaping Forza, and suddenly they're now 6 rounds deep on the T side. That's your benchmark normally. This is perfect. And there's room for them to grow. The money is not here for aTTaX. Incredible stuff. And Stinix finding that kill on towards Kixan is everything. Just makes the aTTaX players doubt. But you got to talk about Tinir and those entries towards Monster. The pre-fire on towards the Storm Train. The movement that like offsets crosshairs and it makes him immediately reset as he hits the floor. Oh, it's just unbelievable.
I actually don't understand how he's done that again. He has really been the savior for Fours in the later stages of this first half. I think this could be spelling Mirage if he's able to continue that. But once again, you do just have the issue. Yeah, you just do have the issue once again of like looking at others. Good nades. Kixan luckily does dodge the second, so he's only on 51 HP. It's a silver lining.
Yeah, again, you got this stack out here for aTTaX. Out towards B, and the progression in towards short could be quite damaging here for Forza. They need to clear this. They need to look at it because Sassanito, oh, he's just on this left-hand angle. I don't think you clear this at all, Justinix. No, he lets them go. Sassanito could have held the trigger for maybe a little bit longer. And now the pressure's on Nork to hit the shot. It's just a pixel. And he falls back in. A well-timed incendio from Sense. Keeps Falls at bay for now.
This boost, though, it's such a quick reaction. There's no one quite in a position where they can capitalize upon it, but Sense might walk into Shalvy's cross. That's exactly what will happen. A lovely reaction to warrant them an equal 3 versus 3.
$35. Your decision's made. You have to go B. It's the only piece of map control you've got. It is short. A little bit of connectors control as well. And if you're aTTaX, you got JChem just saying, I don't see anything here. They could be out long technically, but with that flash, that's going to really invite aTTaX to remain resolute in this defense.
Nork dodges the flashbangs, peeks in, his teammate falls. It's all on the Swede once again. Hits the second, the close range shots, goes for a third, and he is an impassable object. You can simply not get past him. 15-6, 4 kills in this round. Is there anything this man can't do right now?
Really good flash as well. Being thrown in. And whilst it doesn't blind Fours, they can't look at him because it sails over the top of his head. But that target selection and the constant repositioning really undoes Forza yet again. 8 rounds plays 6. Money, a bit of an issue for Shalfie and Crad. Unfortunate. And potentially a 9th round is on the cards here.
Man, I don't know what Nork ate this morning, but I want it. His warm-up routine, whatever. We've had AWPers today being the main dictators. Slacks in map 1. Oh, sorry, in game 1. With almost the best clutch I've ever seen in my life. Nork here, he's got, well, he had 48 kills in map 1. 15 right now.
48.
Let's do some quick. It's 48-24 as well with 100 ADR on AWP. Like, just... It's also the fact that he had a really poor, like, first 20 rounds, which is crazy. Okay, let's do some math. So 250 plus 13. He's got 63 kills in... Like, he's definitely got 63 kills and more than 63. He's got that, and we haven't seen 63 rounds. He's got over a 1 kill per round, and it's at such important times with so much consistency.
We have seen more than those rounds, but it's okay.
Have we? How many? Yeah. Wait,
well, 25 plus 21 is like 46.
Oh, yeah.
Plus 15, it's about 70-ish.
Okay. Oh, okay. You know what? This is why I didn't do maths. He's also got 4 opening kills in this map.
I'll tell you what, Freddie, he's got a lot of kills.
Yeah. Like, he's just so good at getting his opening kills time and time and time again, alongside the consistency. Always, it's your man. It's the Swede.
I feel like what I'm most impressed with for aTTaX is the fact that everyone is close behind him. We haven't got this disparity of Nork and JChem and then the rest. It's Nork and everyone else very close behind. Seeing utility being juggled over, which suggests to me we're about to get things underway. Everyone's looking at each other like, okay, we're good, we're fine. All right. Hopefully that unpause will come through very shortly, and we can conclude this first half. And Fours, I think they've done more than enough already. They've laid down the foundations for aTTaX. They're looking to just secure as many rounds as they can on the defense.
I feel like they need to get 9 here. I really don't think an 8-7 is good enough. And they actually have quite a good opportunity to do it. Like Galil, Deagle, 3 AKs. A big lack of utility. Yeah, Jacob. Oh no, he does have util. There's a nade and flash on the floor. Probably one more. I would assume a Molotov. There's also a Molotov on the floor of Fours. But yeah, a technical pause, which we're waiting because I think Fours have some loss issues. So hopefully that will be resumed promptly. Brandon,
hello.
How you doing? How's life? Do you want to, you know what? Do you want to talk about the 10K you did? Because I feel like that wasn't it was a very impressive feat, and also for a very noble cause as well.
Yeah, we can talk about it. For context, guys, like I don't run. I haven't. I tried training for this, but I couldn't really do it. I'm actually on a waiting list to get surgery on my leg.
And you did a 10K? Yeah.
But with that aside, I did a 10K because I was raising money for charity for mental health, which was cool. Raised just under £300, which was really great to see. Did the run in, I think, like just over an hour. So yeah, very happy. And hopefully once I kind of get my legs sorted, I can do more because I actually really enjoyed it.
That's actually very nice. Very well done. I had a very different weekend. I was at a German national riding competition. Student riding. It was very good fun.
Okay, that's cool.
I was chilling. I was relaxing. Do love Germany.
Well, what I don't love, Freddie, is technical pauses. And I'm going to do the thing where I'm going to go, oh, we're going to go to a break.
Just send to a break. Just send to a break. Okay, we're going to a break. No. We're not doing this. Brandon loves to lead us on and go, okay, we're going to a break. Huh? But no, Brandon, we'll send it to a break. I love you lots, and we'll see you guys very soon to find the resolve of this first half.
And we're about to go to the break. Oh, there we go. It is live. It always works. Apex Forza. Back involved.
We're back into it. Back right into the frontier. It's going to be a lot of utility splurged out very early on for Forza to almost fake out an A push. However, it's going to be easily identified that it isn't. And now we see aTTaX actually rotate back over towards the B bomb. So we've only got two players here, and Forza looking to strike and pounce very early on in this round.
Yes, quick. Oh, look at this. Sassanito overwhelmed. Sense will find one, but look at this double up in towards heaven. To nearly trying to double down. Instead, there's good trades out of Forza. 2 versus 2, it's still possible, but Nork rotates in from CT. Crad thinking about dropping a flashbang over. Dead. Pick up an
That's
M4.
Good. That's
and
huge.
Throw Shalfie back at Galil.
I was about to say that we have a bit of a precarious moment with Shalfie on the Deagle. However, with him upgrading to the Galil, it actually increases Forza's chances so much, and that predicament kind of gets nullified. Good smoke there by Sense. However, it could actually allow some space for Forza, but Sense, he's going to read into this. No, never mind. Oh, what's happening? He still gets the kill and drops the bomb. 4 HP he remains on, but Xiaofi can finish off what his teammate started. Has this smoke vanishes. He's going to spot out Sense. Still no information of where Nork is. Bomb yet to be picked up. And now with the time very low, he has to commit to a fight or the bomb being planted. He swings into Nork's crosshair. And once again, the Swede simply does not miss. aTTaX, I said they had to get a 9 at a minimum, and they shall achieve that.
Yeah, good job. One thing that's happened on Ancient is that we traded pistol rounds. So I wonder if we're going to get the same result again. I have to find out. Odds still very much favouring 1x. We're favouring apex on 1xbet. cct.gg/1xbet if you want to get involved with those. But of course, it's gambling. Please make sure you're of age. Please make sure you're gambling responsibly. And please don't go chasing your losses because it is not worth it. Please be sensible as we get involved into this pistol. aTTaX, this is fast. Through monster. Result. Oh, gets dinked. Wally, unsettling. Flashbang, overwhelming. There's 4 players here for Forza, and not one of them has found a kill at the moment. J-Chem and Casanito all chiming in. It's a complete overwhelm.
USPs had to find a head. They had to find a target, but running out of bullets. The Glocks now, maybe a little bit overzealous, but the bane of Forza is going to be the lack of ammo in their USPs, and aTTaX a big pistol round to get because it pushes them further in the lead. A force buy here from the CT side could start to spell difficulty for them. We were talking about the rifles of Stinix, of Xiaofi, of Tinir, Result. 3 of the 4 are doing pretty well right now. Stinix has 1 kill to 14 deaths. Crad equally 5 kills. Had a very poor performance this so far actually in this whole series.
That's it. Force buy can yield success. At the moment, it's just short control being gathered by the CT side. This is exactly how aTTaX set themselves up on this force. The jump. That's where J-Chem got completely domed in the last round, on the last time by Tinir. This time, instead, aTTaX are taking long-range fights out towards long.
We're precarious for Forza. Krad's all by himself on the A-bomb site, and that's where aTTaX are looking to strike. It would most likely symbolize somewhat of a save from the 4 players on B. Oh my god, Krad. Sorry, what is that read? Did they see him? Either way, Molotov nade dunks him, and that's easy for aTTaX. I was saying how it was going to symbolize a save for the last 4 players on the B bomb site. However, Jacob's done very well. The Norwegian on the outskirts of the map and on the extremity towards the B bomb site could even go for a third. Will do. That's good enough. Xiaofi gets the kill. That's 1 player saved out of the possible 4.
Tony Galil is bringing over. Casanito seems pretty intent on hunting him as well. And look at this. Everyone from aTTaX is coming in. Xiaofi, this is a great angle to surprise. We'll find the first, but Nork immediately trades. Nothing saved over for Forza. And now they've got an eco. aTTaX could double their score.
It's looking a bit dire for the Russians as we start to head potentially towards the end of this series.
Yeah, it feels like they need a resurgence sooner rather than later. It will probably have to come in the next gun round.
Yeah, I think you'll have to.
I feel like if they lose that, then aTTaX are just in the driving seat. This game just gets closed out. Unfortunately, that's kind of the harsh reality.
Yeah. This is, I think, going back to our points we were making about apex not maybe having the best results in the past, because they've been playing against some very good teams on LAN, and they've even done quite well against some of them, like Imperial, Gamer Legion, amongst others, Astralis. So they're statistically not great, but it's because of the caliber of teams they're playing against, and they're in their awkward phase of not quite able to contest tier 1, but are still getting there because of their victories in tier 2. And off the back still from the major and their world ranking, of course. In this round, though, you'd hope it's clean. Operative word, you hope. There's always belief. Belief's a dangerous game, but for Force, it's what they're banking on right now. Because Kixan, he's been caught off guard. That's a P2K getting a kill. Jacob has done well to somewhat meander his way onto the B bomb site. But it's a 3 versus 5 for Force. Unfortunately, they get by Stinix. He's got 1 kill, but that was just unlucky in that interaction. And it's down to 3 versus 3. I was saying they actually yet to pick up any of the rifles that were dropped. It was only 1 drop because it was actually a Mac 10 on Resol. Oh no, Jacob's low. Sensed as well to take down the player towards short, and with Crad having picked up an AK. 1 versus 2, 1 versus 1. Shadow's been spotted. Oh my god, that should have never got that close, and it's Sense to breathe life back into Apex.
Yeah, that's terrifying. But they're able to do it, and able to net 5 rounds in a row for Apex. Brad buys the AWP. So he's just perfectly slotted into Elian's roles. He's like, okay, I'll be Elian today. Gotta talk about Stinix and not be too critical, but just say kind of need more output from him on this second half if Fours want a slight chance in this.
Yeah, Slate. And ooh, that's good spam from Shalfie. Jacob's walking wounded, still alive though. That's kind of all that matters. I was very confused by the angles there. I thought Stinix might have seen Jacob or the other way around, but no, that wasn't the case because of the deeper angle, and it's going to be a pop towards B bomb site. 3 players here, 2 close in connects that can rotate in. Tinny holds the spray, gets a third. Now it's under Shalfie. The IGL is the final hurdle they cannot cross through. Tinny, what a round. So good. And now Nork with the rifle in a 1 versus 3 does get the first, knows where they both are because he hears them. Can't quite connect the 1 tap onto Stinix. And it might actually, it's a very winnable 1v2 because look at the players again. So they've got 9 kills combined. He's got over double that. 45 HP. Crab's missing his AWP shots. They're hunting him down. The USP will finish it off. Unfortunate for Norg, and that was so tantalizingly close, but it's Tinir, and he's the main reason they succeed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great spray by Tinir. And because the round prior was so close, look at the money now for Apex. They've got to call a pause. They're first of Overpass. And just to discuss about things, they're on first stage loss. If you invest in, well, and you definitely can't buy into the next. If you save, whilst that isn't really the typical thing to do with the loss bonuses, you should get out an investment into the next round.
You did say if there was ever a world that Force came back into it, it's winning this gun round here, and they did. And because of 1 player staying alive in the last, money is looking dire for Apex. Nork, that AWP coming out as soon as possible would be so vital. 2 AKs, Galil, Deagle, Tech 9. It's ropey, but it's still usable. There's not going to be any early aggression towards A, but early aggression towards Connector. Sassanito is there with a Tech 9. Stinix alongside Shalfie need to try and deal with him. They need to be careful they don't get wrapped around. That's because there's so many players coming from above them, and Kraz not really in a position to help. So they can exit towards Connector right now because Sassanito's not really holding for them. And that might be something they have to do. Sassanito raises his head, and Stinix, this has to be, he has to get a kill. But he's being, I mean, he does get the kill, but it's just way too late. And Sense a lovely double. You lose one of your pistols, but you upgrade 1 player to a rifle, and you carry 3 AKs in the Galil with a man advantage into this round.
Look at this from Nork as well. But remember that Nork's going to understand how the AWP's going to play and which angles he's going to take. Crowd out towards long, holding for a connector push. Nork could backstab him right here, right now. aTTaX pump the brakes. Nork is just going to push forward. Nork could even wrap Heaven. That's the timing he's currently got.
With that in mind, we kind of have to be saying goodbye to Force in this round. Could be an aTTaX moment. Oh, timing. Crowd. He has the right idea, but just the wrong execution. Jacob's holding for him, and now it's definitely the round over. Yeah, they are walking into the last two players.
20 seconds.
20 seconds. So, but Result, they think it's towards the A bomb site. Result confirms it's not towards A. Tinner, surely not. 1 versus 4. 1 versus 2. Jacobs giving him a 1v1. Nork now last alive. Tinner, how is he consistently able to do this? There's no time. That's the round over. 1 versus 4. He keeps on doing it. He keeps on delivering. And he might even kill Nork after time. Yes, he does. Nail in the coffin for aTTaX and Force. They're right back into it with a 1 versus 4 of dreams.
aTTaX completely lost control of the time in that round. They wanted Nork to be that player to take the contact. They really wanted him to do it. And it just didn't happen. There's 20 seconds left. Result goes in. And it gives all the info over. But take nothing away from Tinner. Again, so consistent. Killing Nork after time as well. That really hurts. And now aTTaX need to force into this round to balance out the economy with their AWPer. This game is not done.
Far from it. And especially with Nork not saving anything in the last round. He has $150. You can't even buy armor, let alone a pistol. Hero AK on Jacob, rest with the Deagles. And Jacob, that's actually a fantastic start. Stinix, 23 HP, now nothing. Once again, the advantage for aTTaX. We've been here. We've been in these positions. Kicksan's going to make it even further, but Tin is still alive. You always got to keep it alive and amuse the fact that it could be a round win when the Belarusian is a 2 KD and rivaling what Nork was doing on map 1.
I don't think it's happening though. Look, sure, Tinner gets that kill. However, oh yeah, I was going to say, Shafi needs to find both, and Kicksan's already just staring at him alongside J-Cam. Not Kicksan. One of the other ones that were on the team. Yeah, Kicksan was the one that died. Tinner just jumps in his body and just makes sure. $13 for aTTaX. They break the deadlock.
A very bizarre round to break it as well. Like, of all rounds to do it, you have Nork, who literally has a Glock and no armor. You have pistols and a Hero AK, and it's not even necessarily Jacob that does the heavy lifting. Like, he gets the opener, but it's the pistols that close the space down, and it's the picked up rifles that actually do the work. So, Fours, yeah, they were in the driver's seat temporarily, but those rounds were, what, 1 player alive, 2 players alive. So they've got barely any economy, and it's going to force an eco here. Hero AK on Hero A1S on Result is dropped by Stinix. 2 kills. They're just going, look, you obviously can't shoot. Give us a weapon. Sorry. So harsh.
That was very harsh.
Yeah, if you got 2 and 18 at round 22, fair enough. It is very harsh though that they force him to drop an A1S, and he's $150 going into the next round. But 5 players towards the B bomb site.
Oh.
The crowd almost hits a dirty 1-deeg. Result is here with the A1S.
Yeah, it's not like this.
But yeah, he dies. That's the only piece of armor. So the A1S can be juggled around, but for what? But what accord?
Look at Nork. That's the player I'm currently watching on the minimap. He's about to find A completely open. And now with enough time on the clock, he can even go down in towards B and start delivering a little more pain. J-Cam.
It's good. It's actually really important oh my god, I was gonna say it's actually really important he makes sure no one can save this A1S, because it just makes sure that Stinix has nothing, right? Like just making sure that no rifle gets saved over is actually really impactful. They have to identify that Shalfi is actually here. Bomb gets planted. I don't think there's a world where Shalfi gets away with it, because Nork's in heaven, Sensor's in connector, you've got Jacob still towards monster, and yeah, nothing being saved over into the next. You have 2400 lost. Restart will put armors on 37. Stinix drop the A1S on 2.5. Everyone else is in a position where they can buy A1S or FAMAS. Force taking their third tactical pause after taking a double earlier. 14-8. They trail by 6. And this is such a bad position to be in when you look at your economy, and it's because of their own fault.
They might even save this. Might even just buy Deegs. And just play for OT. I don't think investing and having two like kind of half buys is the right answer. I think it's actually better to save your money, as ridiculous as that might sound. Instead, they are going to go all in. Crad's going to sacrifice his money to get an MP9, and he drops the M4 over towards Stinix.
Well, at least Stinix gets the A1S. It would have been pretty harsh if they didn't give it to him.
But this is make or break.
Oh, it's so far make or break. And Jacob, well, a nade and spam. Tinnet, bye-bye. Result, even better. Crad bowed down before him, but no. Vanquishes the king, but the damage has been inflicted. And now Stinix on an island actually does do well to get one. It's shockingly a 2 versus 2. They know where Shalfi is. They know where Crad is. They know the B bomb site is. The A bomb has opened for their taking. Bomb's going to get planted. Molotov won't be able to deny. It's just a little bit too late. Crad's coming from behind. And Shalfi, they're looking to punish him and looking to oppress him. Getting very quickly on his heels. They know he's rotating in CT. He's going to spot them both out, but it's going to be spotting that with his life. Crad makes noise of a Molotov towards Bang. It forces them both to reposition towards Dumpster, and the bomb's actually not planted for them. A weird smoke, no kit. This is maybe winnable, but the no kit and the lack of time is going to be the biggest issue, and he's going to fall away. Flashbang to allow him and allow his escape. That's 15. That's mapping series point. That's aTTaX looking to secure themselves as the second team through to the quarterfinals, and the second team to win out 2-0 today.
Yeah, winner of this goes on to play alternate attacks.
That's never fun.
No, it's not. But aTTaX will be looking for revenge, especially after that crazy game in Thunderpick where they were leading, what, 15-6, 15-7, something like that on Ancient, and alternate attacks came around, forced it to OT and beat them.
Let me actually check, because I was casting it, and I cannot explain how ridiculous that comeback was. Speedy went silent like 32-10, and when we interviewed him afterwards, I've never seen someone just so happy. He was like, I've been here for ages, I've been around for ages, that's never happened to me. It was 15-6 to 19-16. Speedy went 36-21. And well,
it could all just break down here.
Yeah, it could be somewhat of a victory for Fours. There's always a chance. But right now, I think the Russian side, who narrowly made it through to the playoffs, going 3-2 in the main Swiss, are now being brought down by the sharpest fang, Jacob Sense, Norwegian duo, the young blood and the veterans. Doing it all. Wow. Last is Crad, isolated towards A. It's all Norwegian, flying the flag proudly. 16-8, aTTaX secure the victory and vanquish Fours.
Yeah, unfortunate for Fours. They just kind of gassed out a little bit after that triple OT, where they had 2 map points to try and close in overtime, but also had like so many. It was like 15-11. They could have closed it out. They didn't. And they pay the price. aTTaX double down. And they are the second team to make it through to the quarterfinals, where they set themselves up to play against alternate attacks. There is still a lot of Counter-Strike going on, Freddie. We've still got 2 more best of 3s to bring you as well. We're amazingly still on schedule today, which is just incredible. Coming up next, it's Sinners versus Preezy, and then Aurora taking on the Falcons. We're going to a break. When we come back, 2 new faces bringing you 2 new games.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Well, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you got to do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
Champion of champions.
Welcome back to the CCT podcast. We got a couple of things to break down for you. We got some post-player break tournament results. We got the current CCT rankings, and we got the results of the online finals number 2. Interview coming up as well.
Enjoy the interview with one of my favorite and incredibly handsome individuals, along with Taz. It's going to be a banger.
So lots of exciting topics. The absolute legend of the game, it is Taz.
Directly beside him, talk and work together, but they don't go on the same peak. Oh, Taz! The devil strikes, and Taz ties the game.
How's retirement been? Would you get back with the old VP squad?
Would our fans like to see this?
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select a mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
Champion of champions.
Welcome back to the CCT podcast. We got a couple of things to break down for you. We got some post-player break tournament results. We got the current CCT rankings, and we got the results of the online finals number 2. Interview coming up as well.
Enjoy the interview with one of my favorite and incredibly handsome individuals, along with Taz. It's going to be a banger.
So lots of exciting topics. The absolute legend of the game, it is Taz.
Directly beside him, talk and work together, but they don't go on the same peak. Oh, Taz! The devil strikes, and Taz ties the game.
How's retirement been? Would you get back with the old VP squad?
What our fans like to see this.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire. The courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions, to reach for greatness, to become
Champion of champions.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to the East Europe playoffs. We are continuing forward with some exciting matchups today here. For the rest of our calendar here today, we've got Sinners taking on Preezy. That's going to be our first matchup. And then Aurora taking on Falcons. And to lead you all through that, it's going to be myself, Exner, and a lovely face beside me, and Sneaky Beaky. How you doing today, man?
Yeah, it's good to be back. I had a day off yesterday from the Counter-Strike action, but delving back into East Europe, it is exciting because not only are we coming to the end of CSGO as we know it, we're also coming to the end of a lot of our series here throughout the CCT circuit. I mean, we got 2 left for East Europe. We got 1 left for South America, already wrapping up shop in North Europe. So we really are coming to an end of an era here, and this is at the moment a last grab attempt at getting as many points as possible to see if we can still qualify to one of our online finals. And I do think all of the teams here have a serious shot of making it far in the playoffs, and I'm very excited to see what our first matchup, a rematch of recent times, the Sinners and Preezy, can take us.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Obviously, Breezy, you just mentioned the online finals here, did some excellent work in that event. They were able to make a deep run. I think they got third place, if I'm not mistaken. So, again, saw some tweets from them after the loss to MIBR that didn't seem too happy about that result, with in particular the loss to MIBR, but definitely happy in the result of the tournament overall. So I gotta say, man, good work from them. It's obviously pretty exciting to see this roster go on an upwards trajectory since their establishment. And if this keeps up, right, if they continue to do some good work here, especially in East Europe, man, I can expect some good things in the future here. But obviously, you take a look at the roster coming through out of the gates, and aTTaX definitely one of the big names for me coming into this roster. Clearly was a huge influence when it comes to the deep run that this roster had in that online final. He had one of the top ratings as a rifler, which was very impressive. A lot of hype around this name here in particular. So keeping a close eye on him. Alongside that, they've got some of that experience coming through from Nikodos and refresh from the tier 1 space. Even Vorborg, who has that coaching experience in the tier 1 space. So I feel like a lot of value, a lot of good connections in this team are being made.
Yeah, I'm glad that we brought Vorborg back from NA, putting him back into the Danish scene, because this man, I called him a wizard on Twitter after the tournament, because I don't know how he does it. He gets all the free agents, and then you have the likes of Nikodos, who was benched, and TMB coming in from elsewhere. He gets them all, he pushes them into one package, and creates a tier 1 caliber team. Yes, they weren't quite able to win that CCT online tournament, but at the same time, their run was incredibly deep. They outdid so many teams of a higher ranking than them. They're pushing well and truly that top 30 ranking by sort of the start of CS2, and they look really clean. I also really enjoyed watching aTTaX. It was interesting watching Roll Swap with Refresh on Inferno for a little while as well. Nikodos is hitting the best AWP shots he has done since he left Copenhagen Flames, and even Tops, the youngster, putting up very impactful plays. TMB hitting shots well despite IGLing. But I've sort of talked Preezy's praises to death here, so let's also take a look at the other side in Sinners. Now, the likes of Sinners also been putting in a pretty decent effort recently, also going quite far in their lower bracket run at the online finals. But we got Shelp, Beastic, Zedco, Quirt, Oscar, and Tom Keys, the coach. Fun little fact there. Back in the old days, Tom Keys, I used to see him play with this team more than Oscar, because Oscar was constantly out and about. So I have a particular affliction for Tom Keys. I love this coach, and I'm excited to see him still here with the rest of the Sinners lot.
Yeah, it's cool to see him sticking around here and keeping up with the Sinners roster. I feel like this team, though, there's no question a roster that's feeling very confident as well. Obviously, being able to lock themselves in a position here in the playoffs is quite nice there. They're probably pretty excited about that. But again, this roster is another team that I feel like is looking to rise above the ranks, get back to the form that they were in like 2022, even late 2021 of just getting a lot of reps in, playing as much Counter-Strike as possible, getting all those officials in, and building into a really good form here. And I feel like they're starting to build back into that, which is what I like to see out of this team, because again, I see a lot of potential here. Oscar, obviously, coming through here, I imagine brings a lot of the energy into this roster when it comes to some of the op work and having him back in. But yeah, I feel like a lot more of it comes down to which rifler is going to be able to step up to the plate in any given day, and that sort of question here definitely going to be leaning more on individuals like, say, a Shock here who needs to step up, say Zedco when it comes to some of the entry work there, right? So keeping close eyes on some of these players here and seeing what they can do is going to be the key here for Sinners in this series in particular here. So I believe, all that being said, we should be able to lock in a cheeky little veto here. There we are, as you can see here, and just taking a look at the maps here, starting things off on Inferno, of course, for Preezy, picking into that one. Again, speaking of a team that's putting a lot of work in this online series, playing a lot of officials here. They've got 20 maps played recently here, so clearly putting in a lot of work, Preezy, in terms of the officials, which is always very exciting.
Yeah, Preezy had been putting in a lot of work, but they've been putting in a lot of work specifically on three maps. They've been playing a lot of Ancient, a lot of Overpass, and a lot of Inferno. They've 31 Ancients, despite being a little over a month old as a roster. That will be our decider today. Inferno and Overpass is an identical start to the map pool that we had against these two teams previously, on both. So it's Sinners going to be fighting an uphill battle here on Inferno and Overpass. But is it just me, Cole? Or is the European Tier 2 map pool right now basically just Ancient, Overpass, Inferno, and maybe a Mirage?
Yeah, it depends though, because sometimes you get teams that really like Vertigo, you get teams that really like Anubis, right? So those two maps sneak in there. I don't feel like Nuke is as common. I casted a lot of CCT. I casted a lot of the online finals. Didn't get a lot of Nuke action in there. But yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with you. Inferno, I think even has kind of fallen out of, I would say common place, as I think some teams like to ban that just because it's like what the best teams of the world are really good on. So I know that's been talked quite a bit in the tier 2 space. Yeah, it's interesting to see the direction that these teams go to in the vetoes.
No, I mean, I thought the same. I thought Inferno was sort of almost on its way out until last week of casting, because there was a lot of Inferno, a lot of Overpass, and a lot of Ancient, and it's amazing to see how good Preezy have become, especially on that Ancient. They are wildly good on it. They're also beating the likes of Alternate Attacks on Overpass, and Alternate Attacks were the sort of tier 2 champions of that map until, I'd say, very, very recently. They even beat them 16-4 on it at one point, which is why Sinners need to be careful. But Sinners, now I'm speaking of Preezy playing maps tons of times, 28 overpasses in the past 3 months, and a pretty decent 65% win rate. They're also very competitive on those Ancients, but Inferno definitely a bit of a punish pick there against the likes of Sinners. I think Preezy should have that one on lockdown, and we're about to test my thesis as we go to game.
Here we go. Inferno to kick us off here for the day. Looking forward to this matchup here. Of course, again, two teams that are very hardworking, willing to put in the hours, willing to put in the reps. See who's going to be rewarded here today in East Europe here. TMB getting a quick little jump spot right there. We'll take a look at those 1x bet odds favoring the likes of Preezy, but maybe that's why here TMB just committed to the fight there. Quartz goes in initially, gets sidelined very quickly. No chance for any damage. TMB will just dispatch of him. The rest of the players going to follow suit on Banana. They're going to have to move past these two players, and Tops alongside that actually does have a smoke that he can work off of as well. So as soon as he hears any sort of execution, any sort of utility, feels any sort of presence, I think he's going to get that smoke down. They even have a third rotate over. Ooh, TMB just walking in the head right there. Finds another one. Oh, TMB! He just gets the ace right there. Finds them all straight up. Oh my god, TMB, what a start to this series.
Yeah, that was sensational. Excuse me. I had my microphone muted for that first round. That's probably why you didn't hear much from me there, Cole. But TMB, he's making sure we hear his name plenty of times to start things off. A wild start, just continues to tap away. Zeko walks into his crosshairs, and then he finishes the rest of them off like leading lambs to the slaughter. Preezy going to be very, very happy with how that one started off on a single casualty, and TMB just does all the work for them. Sinners now just Glocks, as they really had nothing to show in that previous round. aTTaX got a cheeky nade lined up. I think Zeko just about avoids that, but will they be able to avoid getting farmed up and added to the balances of Preezy? Well, that's another question entirely. And aTTaX is here with the cash farm and SMG itself to try and put a couple of extra dollars in their back pockets in round number 2. Okay, TMB has all of the frags right now. TMB quite literally has all of the frags on the server. Back-to-back aces, maybe? He's a little bit far away for it to come through. Okay, aTTaX, this is... That's free. Oh, all the money farmed up by the SMGs. aTTaX is a very rich man, and Sinners have had approximately 0 success so far in this map.
Yeah, that's never ideal to start off a series without any kills, right? That's a big problem when it comes to trying to lock in some ground, get a little bit of momentum here on your opponent's map pick. When you start the first 2 rounds with 0 kills, it's never easy to come back from that point, but we'll see if they can do it in the first gun round here. Definitely farmed up a lot of cash on the side of Preezy. All 5 players getting the MP9 kills in that last round is going to mean a lot. See if they can keep it up here. MP9's got to get those close range angles there, and you can see that they're fighting for banana control here. That's something just TMB thrives in, is taking these control, fighting for ground here. And this will lead to a 4-man stack over towards that B side of the map, or A side of the map rather. Question is, will Sinners walk into this trap?
Well, Quirt's looking tempted with Zedgo. As Tom standing around the close angle, gets his head cleanly lopped off. They see more presence towards long, but they don't realise just yet that short is also very well defended. Now that Molotov, does that force aTTaX forward? It does indeed. How he gets away with that headshot so cleanly is beyond me, but Zedco removed and we're back to a 4-on-4. Still weaker weaponry for Preezy here, but it's not stopped them so far. And they've still got a decent bit more util than the offending side. aTTaX dancing around the boiler. Can he catch this timing on Quirts? Of course he can. And aTTaX, the little miscreant, going in for more. My God, aTTaX. And that's why he's got his high rating. Give him any gun and he will work his magic.
Just doesn't matter what you give him, what tools he has at his disposal. Now, still a little bit of a problem at hand here. Shock still on the server. Not for long, though. Here, he has to fight up against 3. Oscar gets leveled out by DMB. What a flash as well. Just a little extra flair to that round to ensure Shock has no chance of winning the first duel, let alone any further. That's going to be a quick and confident 3rd round right there. You love those small details still being put together late into a round in a 3v1 situation.
Yeah, that was incredibly clean. Great flashbang from Refresh there, but what makes me chuckle is there are 15 kills on the CT side held entirely by TMB and aTTaX right now. Yeah, Refresh has helped on out with that flashbang, but there is no frag in the bottom 3. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, that's a whole gun round right there where that trend stays true. That's insane.
Have they just dropped an extra A1S for good measure and spawn there for Preezy?
It's a retake A1S, really.
A retake A1S.
That's what we say when we accidentally buy our teammates, and we didn't realize it. Just call it a retake gun, and then we all were no longer tilted that we wasted money here, but TFT keeps the trend true of continuing it. Nikodos finally breaks the streak right there, and he breaks it with a 3K of his own. We might keep things nice and tight-knit as Nikodos, he wants to join the pack of aTTaX and DMB. Just keep it between these 3.
It's so brutal. Preezy are just farming right now. Sinners have had nothing. They can't even get their foot in the door. They've broken their foot trying to open it in the first place. As Sinners have 3 kills in 4 rounds. TMB has 10, aTTaX 6, and Nikodos 4. And Nikodos and Refresh haven't died yet. It really is not going well for Sinners. And yes, I fully expect Preezy to be able to win this map. It's a punishment pick for a reason. They played it 20 times. Sinners have only played it 11 and have won on 3 of those occasions. And they lost 16-12 last time. Preezy, well, they've clearly already done their homework, and now they've been revising. I know it's still very early doors, but TMB, 11-1. This man's the IGL, by the way, but he's entry fracking like a madman.
Yeah, well, he's no stranger here to taking these duels and fighting for control on Banana Man. That's his domain. This is his world right now, and he is getting every last advantage of this team right now. There's just no question about it. Now, they do lose a little bit of that ground towards brackets, but not for too long. Where aTTaX steps up, man. You're running into 2 brick walls here on both sides of the map. aTTaX and TMB just determine every last round here. And still a bracket setup. That should work, maybe. Tops. Vapor spray there costs his life, and now Beastic has a chance to work in this 1v2. And he's going to look for another isolated duel here. The coverage, though, from TMB is perfect. It's exactly what he needs here. He's going to peek right into his crosshair. That's about as easy as it gets, and it's 5-0 here.
Yeah, it's about this point in my Face-It games where the team starts leaving and fighting each other, and it's like, it's all your fault. It's just, wow. It's still only 6 kills in 5 rounds for Sinners right now. They just got Quirts on 0, everybody getting mashed to pieces. As you said, it really is just running into 2 brick walls, and it's not even the end of the marathon. We're only at the beginning. This is like me if I tried to run a marathon. I reckon I'd probably get a mile before I start gasping.
I want to add some extra details here. It's not like one of those 5-0 starts here where you've had some clutches or close rounds. I mean, the best look that they really have has been a 3v1. So that's where my big concern here is that a lot of these rounds not very close either. And that adds to the frustration of this first initial phase of the map so far. So there's definitely some time to recover, like you said, a little bit early in the half here, but they got to make some of these rounds close at the very least if they're going to lose it. And that could be helped out by Shock finding some entries right there and breaking down the walls here of this A side. Only one left here. Refresh going to have a tough task at hand. Able to isolate for one, but of course that was going to be far too much a task right there to handle.
Okay, that's what we needed to see from Sinners. A nice opener and a good follow-through. Refresh, as you said, completely overwhelmed. Nikodos decides to hold the long angle. Instead, they all push out through short, so he's left isolated. And unfortunately, Refresh is 2 in a much worse position. Quirt's lobbing that smoke on over to ensure nobody even attempts the retake. And with that first round on the board, still only requires 2 kills to get the round win. So, Quirt's still yet to frag. At least they keep almost everybody alive in this one. That builds up a bit of money and hopefully a bit of confidence and momentum to come with it, because I don't want a complete whitewash here. It would be nice to see Sinners being competitive in what is a rematch. This is actually Sinners' first game since losing 16-12 to Preezy. That was 3 days ago.
Run it right back. A little bit of redemption chances. Like you said, I feel like Preezy are a team that a lot of tier 2 teams struggle against here. Again, that's probably largely due to their skill here, but I think there's a certain flair that they give that makes them kind of advantage in some of these head-to-heads here, where some rising teams, like I know Alternate Attacks really struggle with this roster, and their rise in the tier 2 scene, they've struggled so much against this team. Same case was true in that online finals. Got Sinners, who in particular have a bit of a struggle here versus this roster. But they give that flair, especially that flair of CT side proactivity, the fluidness and ability to shift things up here and get aggressive, I think is something that a lot of teams will struggle against here. It's a large lack of maybe even just respect for their opposition here. They play without fear in a lot of these matches. And that's something that you're going to have to figure out how to punish here. If you're on the side of Sinners, well, again, Shock, you can do just that. They're a great little opening dink. Unfortunately, not the kill for him, but you'll take the damage done.
Yeah, TMB very lucky to be alive there. Look at us. Ensures it's not Quirt's lucky day. He is 0-6. Maybe a James Bonding on the cards, as Nikodos needs to keep himself alive in the meantime, but this time playing aggressive, and it will punish him. B-Stick, a nice return headshot. Refresh. It's a tough angle to hold from. Goes 1 for 1. That should be good enough, but rotations, they're very far away, and as much as we've described aTTaX as a brick wall, even brick walls have their cracks. And Shock, Has he been able to crack past it? Apparently so. Zedko, lovely hold towards short, tops the second swing. It's enough to deal with him. The 2 versus 2 here, but they still don't actually know about aTTaX because they never really cleared him, but they do spot a shoulder through the cartwheel. Shock now continuing to peer on down towards the short side as Oscar gets cover from the library. This is a really nice hold in the post plant, but Oscar misses a shot. Shock relied upon to find now both kills. Oscar peeking on through. aTTaX looking to win this duel, and he does. He's got the defuse kit, and he should have plenty of time to defuse as long as he can find the bomb.
Able to get on it as well. What a great little bit of patience right there. That brick wall won't fall in pit. Able to stand through all the turmoil, through all the fights right there. Eventually does deliver the round as well. Beautiful work from aTTaX, staying alive, and a nice attempt again. I mean, you like to rely on a man like Shock there in the clutch. Does come down to some of those small details there. Of course, would have been helped out by some more op presence there. Some more work being done by Oscar. But that wasn't afforded to him right there, and it's cost him dearly. That'll be a 6th round. But at least, again, in these rounds here, that one a lot closer than any of the first 5. So it's promising. It's some recovery, but now Shock is down early. Not what you wanted to see right there. As he gets leveled by Nikodos' op immediately. And again, it's another fight towards Banana that they win.
Yeah, Banana is just under complete control, it seems, for Preezy. We've not really even seen Sinners go for Banana presence all that much so far. They've given A crack a couple of times, though. They have found some success as Nikodos, that nade, will also find a good bit of damage onto B-Stick and Oscar. As they walk into a 4-man trap here, it's been very well gambled from Preezy so far, with that one exception where Refresh was left solo. Nikodos again watching out towards the long side, and Oscar, all his feet about to be spotted. It's a freebie for Nikodos, almost into the second shot too. This Quirts will now be James Bonding. 007, Nikodos swings wide, and it's all up to Zedko in a 1 versus 5. Can't even find the first. A bloody hell, Carl. This is dominant stuff from Preezy.
It's not easy to manage right now at all. Preezy just, again, asserting some dominance, starting things off with a big opening pick here. Again, we've seen some promise in I would say, just really Shock to fight back against that. But once he gets taken down by an op early, what more do you really have to rely on? Who are you going to call upon here to be the next man? Try and lead the pack here. That's kind of the question we're going to be asking up until we start to see some more rounds and some ground being gained here by the likes of Sinners. Shock again trying to be that guy right now. He's lost a lot of his teammates' HP. He's lost a lot of his own HP. A little bit low. Jiggle out from Zedko. Doesn't get the ground there. Was hoping to bait out an op shot, maybe get a cheeky peek, but Zed just gets taken down early.
Yeah, just limited opening success for Sinners in a lot of these rounds. As Quirts tries his best to clear up the apartments, but aTTaX is there, just giving off a menacing aura towards the balcony. They're going for an apps waterfall by all accounts, and aTTaX, well, shuts most of that down in tandem with Refresh, leaving Quirts and Shock in a 2 versus 3. Hold on a moment. Perhaps I was a little too nonchalant there. It is a 2 versus 2, a very winnable situation now. Shock can upgrade to a rifle, but hold on a minute. Shock has just found tops on the rotation in, and TMB almost seems none the wiser, but charging through the fire and flame, gets to the bomb site. There will be no plant as of yet, and as he fades away, does he think they've gone towards B, or is he just biding his time? No, here's the bomb now being planted. Quirts, a Molotov drop towards short, thinks it's clear. TMB clears him out instead. The IGL, a monster performance so far. Does he deal with Shock? Not quite. That is an incredible effort from the Tech-9 there. 2 massively impactful frags.
Shock able to do it right there, big time. Again, a man that you can rely on. Steps up to the plate again in another round, but there you go. Quartz is on the board as well. So you've got a couple members now being able to arrive onto the scene here and deliver some impact. That's exactly what we needed right there. We talked about a little bit of helping presence for the likes of Shock as well, and you could see that, you know, maybe Quartz is going to be that guy that can step up. We know he can be. Just hasn't been able to find that ground just yet, but finally starting a little bit of a campaign here into this one. Good work coming through. And he starts it off again, taking down the op. Nikados. aTTaX going to find some more ground as well. TMB wants it. He wants to trade it out, and he will be able to find success here, keeping that advantage. aTTaX somehow managing to dodge away from this fight, but he doesn't have any support on that A site proper. He's going to dive out of apartment and start to anchor down this site, but he's too late. Quartz was too aggressive right there, and he finds another entry here, taking the full A site, smoking off Moto, but there's a gap. There is a gap here that they've got to be very careful about here. Quartz is trying to cover that gap here. Knows he made a bit of a mistake in smoking that off, so he'll just keep his eyes trucked in, making sure that Refresh can cross safely in towards that, or rather, it was Shock that crossed into the site, and this should just be a save, to be honest with you.
It should be, but it is still 3 versus 3. They do still have 3 flashbangs and a smoke to work with. Only a single nade on the Sinner side now, and time might be ticking, but they got kits galore. They've got what they need to make this one a reality, but they do need to thin in those numbers. I've completely butchered that sentence, but Tops, Butcher's Shock, there is still a bit of time. Quartz has a crossfire, finds 2, but Tops is thinking it. Does he realise? I don't know if he does, but he sprays on down. Tops removed, and that is an ace for Quartz, our second ace of the game. And this time, it's in a very impactful gun round. Sinners can thank their hero for dragging them onto 3.
There we go, man. Again, Quartz going to be that second man here, helping out Shock now. And this time, he does it all on his own. Right there. Shock able to take a round off. All he needed to do was plant the bomb and let Quartz cook up around right there. That's exactly what he was able to do. Beautiful. I mean, just considering the slow start here that he had, I love the resiliency that this guy's able to shout. Started off a little bit sour here, doesn't get a kill in the first 6 or 7 rounds. Finally, once he does, he gets 2 in a round, and then just immediately starts firing up from this point forward. We'll see if he can keep this up here, as again, that's going to be an exciting prospect. If Quartz can continue to succeed for his roster, it will be put in a much better position here.
Quartz has been a bit of a hero so far for Sinners, getting them out of some very, very tough scenarios. TMB was, I guess, the most comparable player on the other side up until this point. It's hard to say a player is slowed down when they're sitting 14-4 in round number 11, but
right.
TMB was, I mean, like, going crazy to start this match off. He was on 9 kills before anybody else on his team had even fragged other than aTTaX. You know, Sinners start executing on towards A. They look like they've seemingly identified a bit of a weak point. aTTaX now playing a very different play style with Nikados in the site here, but that's actually going to come back and bite them instantaneously. Sinners now going for a B split, and Tops is trying to take a fight of range to the 5-7 and does surprisingly well. Still going, manages to upgrade to an SMG, and Shock, is he aware of the Coffin's flare? Might not have to be. Refresh swings wide. No, Refresh! That second frag was monstrous, and without aTTaX and Nikados, they've been brought a lifeline into this round.
Chance here offered up. And there's again, post-plant situation right now. Both players on the flank. No one positioning themselves towards CT, and you've got deep CT spawn control now. Perfect bit of proactivity for Oscar. And honestly, again, a lot of these retake efforts here haven't been rewarded. Some of them have, to be fair. But we know how risky these retakes can be on this A side of the map, so you can understand the call to fall. That's exactly what they're going to do here. Give it a little bit of grace. Rotate on off.
Yeah, Sinners, they're looking a lot more comfortable right now, Colt. They've had a massive turnaround from being just pummeled relentlessly at the start of this map. Looking like we've had a bit of a competitive game on our hands here, and we certainly do now. Freezy actually demonstrating a few signs of struggle as they are just being outplayed a little bit now by Sinners, who seem to have adapted, not quite on the fly, but after a little bit of wriggle room given.
Yeah, I almost think, there was some adaptations. Like, I do think they're getting a little aggressive earlier and able to punish some of the aggression from Preezy, but also just having some players get some kills, right? Like, at the end of the day, having such a slow start for so many individuals there in the first 5 or 6 rounds did make you feel like Preezy were going to maintain the entire pace of this game, and then, bam, as soon as you start to see a player like Quartz get activated, all of a sudden you got a little bit more faith that the game plan can go right. They just needed to have the frags to back it up. So it's good to see that they were able to keep to their own up until the point where they're finally able to find some of those kills to back it up and build the faith.
Interesting round here for both teams, though. Nobody's economy all that secure, given how back and forth some of these last few rounds have been. Refresh and Tops both on pistols. TMB a USP. aTTaX starting strong, though. One of 2 rifle players deals with Quirts, a very problematic player with Refresh. He's just run into B-Stick in the smoke. That's so unfortunate. Tries to play it sneaky. Ends up costing him his life as aTTaX now has a very tall order on his hands, but that's a 2K spray down waiting to happen, and aTTaX does exactly that. TMB really wishing he didn't just have a USP, though. These Tops and Nikodos in a very tumultuous 2 versus 2.
Able to still deliver despite aTTaX's best efforts here. He's got the rifle. He's got the hero rifle that he was able to save over. Tries to bring it to the table, but like you said, there wasn't a lot behind that here. Tops is going to inch his way forward. He's taking good space right now. Oh! Just can't contain that MAC-10. And Oscar will take care of both. A little bit scary on the bomb site, but they keep things nice and contained. And the 2v2 are going to be able to close things down as well. It is going to be Sinners closing that distance even further here on their T side. Again, very slow start for them, but they have launched.
Yeah, speaking of keeping things contained, Preezy have been well and truly contained on that 7-round mark for a long time now. 7-1, now 7-5. I think Preezy would be very upset with themselves if they weren't able to win this half out. Sinners only 3 away from denying that possibility, which is not something I thought I'd be saying at the start of this map. As aTTaX continuing his best efforts, TMB still fragging. Speaking of, charging down Banana. A lot of damage dealt to B-Stick and Quirts here, but can't hide himself in towards Logs just yet. A Molotov keeps the position covered, but TMB jumps on down, covers off Shock, but B-Stick quick for a trade. Nikodos now here with Tops, looking to fight for further presence. B-Stick very low. Do they want to continue pushing this? Quirt's not doing great either, and now Quirts is deceased. 4v3 in favor of Preezy. They're looking to finally close out this half, but an unnecessary extension there with no flashbang means that Tops has had his head lopped off, and Nikodos just has to accept that his teammate's been guillotined, and he has to hold off B on his own.
A bit of brazen proactivity right there, like you said. Not the utility to back it up. Just hoping that the aim can carry him the extra mile here. Now, there is a decent bit of good news here for Nikodos. If you're looking at the position of these players remaining, he's got a good opportunity to do some work here. He's got a player very low HP, and B-Stick with the rifle, and an opt to try and trade, but now they've got a third rifler here over as well. Zedko has joined the pack. There's an instant kill coming through. There's the trade that needed to come through, but didn't, and the op shot misses there. That's the exact sort of exchange Nikodos was hoping to gather right there. But eventually, Oscar gets him on the repeat, and now we've got a 2v1 here. Oscar, can he deliver here? The flashbang goes in through the smoke here. He's able to avoid it. Gets himself tucked in towards the back of Firebox. You know this is prime real estate for an opper and a clutch. And a refresh HE could solve all of their problems right now, but it need to be on the money. And they're both going to double up here in the back of Coffins. Oscar starting to hear some of this pressure. Steps out for the first. That's exactly what he needs. Flashbang now out as well. Peeks, baits him out. aTTaX blinded by it. And trying to get on that bomb here as soon as possible. He gets clotheslined. A kit for aTTaX and another successful retake and clutch for the young gun.
Yeah, there is a reason that in my notes I've just written next to aTTaX's name, Star. because he is a star for this team for Preezy. He is their highest rated player other than Nikodos on that orb. And he is incredibly impactful, just regardless of the map, the position you put him in. He lurks on this map, he entries, he's second man in. He can do anything you want him to. And he can even hit a nice AWP shot when he has to. But with that, tactical timeout called by Preezy, because realistically, these rounds have not been clean. They have been down to individuals for the most part. Even though that was a 2 versus 1, it gets incredibly dicey, courtesy of Oscar there. aTTaX is a hero again, but Preezy can't afford to let rounds keep getting that close, although money shouldn't be too much of an issue, given that they have the buy round tier, Sinners do not, and we are in the penultimate of the first half.
Yeah, I mean, something that has kind of activated a little bit of this roster is the success that they've had with these like Tech 9 scrappy purchases. So I think that Preezy are actually going to be taking this time to discuss how they want to win this round, because there's not the best purchase coming through. I mean, realistically, I don't think Sinners are going to have that many tools. I mean, they don't even have the Tech 9s that found them a lot of ground here, just the Eagles here. Of course. Of course, as I say that, immediately Oscar says this round might have a little bit more to it than you might expect right there. An instant 1 Deeg out of the gates for this round, a 4v5 that they have to recover from here.
You know what, Cole? It feels nice that it's not me in your chair for once. That's normally my job in these casts, but Oscar, that was saucy. My main problem here is somebody forgot to buy the flashbang. But no flashbang, that app's waterfall is more like a app's trickle as they fizzle out, and Quirtz is left in a 1 versus 4. Refresh, farming up a couple of confidence kills here, and okay, Quirtz, why not? Nikodos just decimated, and I still don't think Quirtz has any chance of winning this round, but he's about to try and prove me wrong.
That was a sick shot right there onto heavy hitter, but like you said, probably not much else behind it. Refresh will keep that nice and contained, and the op is recovered as well, so all is well there for side of Preezy. They do lose a couple names, but nothing too concerning, really, at the end of the day. Just a great little establishment in this half here. Late into things here, Preezy grabbing themselves some extra credit, I feel like. Sure, maybe they did slip up midway through, but especially if they can close out this last round. You know, double digits is something you can be pretty happy with on the CT side. Certainly something that a team with a lot more success and history over the last couple months can utilize to their advantage, hopping into that second half. Alongside that, TMB playing a good game is going to help out in that second half as well. But in this first here, the last round, they are taking some great space right now. This is full brackets control established.
Yeah, Tops as well. Almost gets caught out by the wall. Oscar catches out Nikodos in that AWP duel. Quirtz furthers the advantage. TMB, as you said, playing very well, but might not be able to play for much longer as Quirtz slips through that smoke and obliterates him. Refresh now caught in a difficult position, lands a dink, but it's not the converted frag. And, well, aTTaX, I've called him a star, I've called him a hero. If he was able to win out this 1 versus 5, I might as well put a poster of him on my wall, because this seems like an impossible task. And he's already being held for by B-Stick. This seemed like it is the end. And what an incredible round from Sinners.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfectly called out right there. I mean, again, the fast ground being gained there towards the A side, almost immediately taking full brackets control with almost no utility really used as well, because they just took the contact approach. It just sets you up for success there, and it's not like they required a lot of util anyways. They ended up just nailing some nice headshots to close that round out. But if they were to get an execute rolling from that point forward, they'd be already up in a big advantage. That not even necessary. They'll just close the round straight up. Definitely a handshake half here. Both teams probably happy. A little bit of recovery right there. for Sinners. A slow start, but able to bring back some energy, whereas he did have the answer eventually come through with some more success from Exaprezi. See how the second half shapes up here with those details being included.
Yeah, I feel like, as always, the second pistol round, a very important and decisive factor to who gets the early burst of momentum. Sinners win this, and realistically, we could be staring down the barrel of an equalised scoreline. Prezi on the flip side, though, will only extend Sinners' woes if they are able to capitalise. And as you said, it was a very good end to the half for Sinners. They finally woke themselves up after the first 8 rounds really weren't all going too well for them. Yeah, Beastic. In the meantime, though, a jiggle towards the B-bomb site, and oh my goodness, Nikodos on the P250. Hayes' Law, Orpus are cracked on P250s and pistol rounds, and he will only deliver to further that present as Shark presents 2 gorgeous frags in retaliation, and Sinners are right back within this pistol round. How nobody is checking behind quad there is criminal from the likes of Prezi. Now, I love Nikodos' position, though, but unless they can deal with Shock, which they can, things will only continue to get a little bit wacky. Nico finally fades away back in towards the church as aTTaX lobs a flash on over, but bomb is still dropped in CT.
Problems yet to be solved here just yet. 3v3. aTTaX with the USP here. No operas are good on these pistols, but so are players with good aim here. Looking to lock down some kills. They just aren't giving over the ground in this bomb right now. They continue to try and jiggle out for some info here, but eventually the low HP on Oscar gets finished off, and Refresh just says, I'm going to take some fights, I'm going to take some duels, and he's going to win those. aTTaX able to land another headshot there to follow it up, and just brute forcing their way through that round right there. They eventually get the job done.
Yeah, it got a little bit complicated there. Very nice effort from the backside player to pull off 2 just gorgeous one-set frags. Look at those 1xBet odds now. 1.41 to the 2.82 in favour of Prezi. I was always pretty confident in Prezi's Inferno here. Overpass should be a little bit more contested as Oscar, late run boosted over. P2000 in hand. As, yeah, Prezi have a lot more to their name than just unupgraded pistols. This should be a relatively quick cleanup. They'll probably want to send in Tops and TMB first here. But Nikodos, he wants some ecos, and so Shock gets obliterated by a 7.62 round.
Going quick and easy. To lock it down here. Again, just not too much ground being held off there. Kill through the smoke is nice as always, but they're going to continue to break through this defense with relative ease. Like you said, confidence in Inferno continues to be inspired here. This is both pistols now converted and the following. So, leading to a lot of success in that front there. They look to continue.
A bit of a bonus buy round here for Prezi. Mac-10 and Galil still in tow, but it's an effectively mirrored buy on the other side of the equation. Sinners got Beastic with the lesser weapon. The IGL still out fragging Zedco here. He never really recovered from the rockier start that Sinners had. aTTaX in the meantime just flexing 17 and 7. Nikodos not too far behind him. That Shark lobbing some util down. Banana falls a little bit short of finding that desired impact. And speaking of desired impact, Prezi will be laughing when they find out how much they just done to Shock on HE's alone. He's on 23, barely clinging on. Oscar doesn't take damage, but does give up tick damage or tick sound effects. So his position is now known. But Breezy haven't been able to convert on a kill yet. They don't have all that much map control. Time's starting to tick on down now. This is where they should probably start getting their skates on. Pick one of the 2 bomb sites to play into.
See some poking, prodding there. Coming through right there towards the top of brackets here. Just a lurk, though, of aTTaX. Ready to strike here with the impact. Trying to call in distractions, keep rotations on over towards that A side. That's mission accomplished. Only 2 players still over towards B. This late into the round without the full information of where the play is going. They do make the rotations in. 17 seconds left, and the players are blinded up on the site. Shock low on HP. Jumped over. Oh, nikodos has his teammates back. Now aTTaX is in spawn. Ready to strike, but it's all about getting your bomb down in time right now. Numbers successfully punched in. aTTaX lands the flank. And they're going to push towards CT. Refresh has a big surprise waiting for you. This is confidence asserted. All the pieces of the puzzle figured out here for Breezy. Everything strikes in unison. And it's going to lead to a beautiful first gun round.
Honestly, I really do feel like moving nikodos and Refresh back onto a Danish-speaking lineup was the answer to all their problems, because they've been performing exceptionally well, like far superior to anything on Sprout or, well, okay, EG, but I'm sorry. I have to throw my NA shade in at least twice a map.
It's fair. I mean,
but yeah,
I'm never going to be the one to defend DG. That's a little bit difficult to do. Maybe this team now more than the old ones.
Oh, but nikodos has done it again. B-stick flattened. And hey, I'm a heroic fan, and they scored the same finish at EPL as EG, so who am I to talk? Yeah, that was rough.
Same devastating start here for Sinners. Obviously not too much expected in this round of them. With the upgraded pistols, of course, though, they've been able to surprise in the past. Just already nikodos striking gear. We have some, great firepower shown out from this 4-man. Usually we're talking about strong trios. But you have like the IGL being able to step up here big time as well in this group. The only one struggling a little bit is Tops, and he can activate at any given time, playing some of the more supportive elements, as you can see right now in this round, leading the pack in terms of trying to take these fights versus the pistols, clearing angles and stuff like that. So, his deaths are often traded. But yeah, you have nikodos with 18 kills, Refresh with 14. aTTaX with 19, and TMB the IGL leading the for 20 kills himself. But wow, look at Quartz.
Okay, that does make things a little bit spicy. aTTaX is about to get bullied. Oh no, this is a 2-on-3 right now. Breezy do still have themselves a post plant. The bomb is ticking down, and okay, Sinners will scamper away with those 2 saved over AKs. I think that's probably the right call. They would have lost them otherwise. But Breezy let them slip on a bit of an awkward round there. Thankfully, do still get away with those 2 players, and will be, of course, able to invest into the next. My problem now is that the gap between Breezy and Sinners is so big that even those saved over rifles might not make all that much of a difference. I mean, we're talking pretty big round difference of 7 here. Breezy just 3 away from taking their map in just another crazily dominant fashion. Now, my one critique of Sinners is I don't think they've ever managed to regain their form from when Oscar originally joined that lineup, because when Oscar was originally on Sinners, they looked insanely good, and Oscar's individual level was far elevated above what he's delivering now. I feel like that year out, that year of sort of Titans and Gorillas and other random failed projects, really did massively hurt his confidence and his abilities as a player. I do hope he's able to recover himself to that level, because he was the dominant force on the server, regardless of the opposition Sinners used to be up against. But yeah, I think in Oscar's current form, sticking with Forzy, Forzy might still have been the better option for Sinners. That's my hot take on this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, you also got to take into consideration that they lost like their star rifler as well in Neofrag, who was...
He's also never looked the same since.
Yeah, 100%. Wow. I can't believe that works out for Preezy. I thought that was going to be maybe the play to make right there. But TMB, while blinded, just deals with the CT aggression. They don't even try and pump back towards brackets. They immediately double back. That smoke's going to be arriving onto the scene a little late. They're just going to pop through that. There's just no question about it here. So now it's all about shock buying time for his teammates. Maybe it's right on cue, but no, the flashes still come through. TMB still looking to lead the pack here, clearing out the boost for his team. Tops doesn't have his gun out, though. Shock able to deliver a big multi-kill. All the rotations arriving here. Shock another one with the deagle. You can't be serious right now. Nikodos here left into the clutch. His teammate is a little late to the party here. He's going to have to do all the work on his own. He's chasing down in CT spawn. Almost lines up a couple, but I don't think that aTTaX will be able to arrive onto the scene in time. There's a player already in coffins. Bomb recovered, but there's just no chance here. They'll be able to find some exit kills. That's great. Oh, and both of them. Oscar drops as well. They went around, but does it feel like a hollow victory for the CT side when all fall?
Oh my goodness, and Oscar's brought straight into an AWP as well, meaning some of his teammates won't be able to afford a buy. They got Zedco on a shotgun, Shock on a FAMAS, and Beastic back down to the MP9. This game has not gone well for Zedco. He still sits on just 6 frags and 17 deaths as Preezy. I mean, aTTaX, even in a round like that, even in a round that they cannot win, he takes a big risk going for that effective 1 versus 2 instead of just falling back down banana. He's 21-8 because of it and has just scuppered the entire economy of the boys in blue. Preezy have some real stars on this team. As aTTaX is now caught up with TMB as well. Nikodos just a single frag behind them. The Beastic looks to pick up his own tally a little bit. Deals with the youngster in tops, who's also having a pretty rough game out there. 6 in 14. But at least it is an even stature in terms of man advantage right now, even if Nikodos is in the danger zone. Can Oscar be another difference maker here? Oh, the timing just eludes him. And Nikodos, despite his low HP, has just destroyed any hopes of that steep investment. Finding any kills, because Shock can't bag it either.
They're going to be absolutely leveled if they drop this round. I just don't think they got it in them right now. aTTaX, it's another kill on the lurk right there. As he falls away, he's not even committed to his A lurk. He'll just back out, and Shock, he has no close by rotation. The rotation he has is a Mag 7. Zedco finds the right timing right there, but Shock is eventually overrun. He again multi-kills. He again tries to stand as tall as he can. But there's only so much he can do right there on that defense. And he will fall eventually with the FAMAS, man. Again, I mean, valiant effort there with the multi-kill he finds. He has a FAMAS getting chased down by AKs. He's able to deliver the ground, but there's just not the resources Sinners have ready to deal with that aggression. And they're all in on for the rest of the game, it feels like now. Going for the force buys. Auto shotties are out here. MP9s continue to roll out. So Sinners aren't letting go off the gas, but they might run out soon.
Yeah, Sinners with half the round count of Preezy do still have Quirts doing some ridiculous stuff. That's a massive start for him, and Tops, as he chases, is likely being led into a trap. He does manage to stop before waltzing straight into an early demise, like the rest of his teammates. aTTaX looking to set one up in the meantime for Zedco yet again. Auto shotty round the corner for Oscar as Tops down to a swing from Quirts. Almost a 4th kill there. But Oscar, there we go, delivers with a heavy caliber punch to the face, leaving Nikodos in a 1 versus 4. And it looks like Preezy won't be able to close this out just yet. Now, they still have a decent economy, and there we go, Shot. There's another 2 to his tally. The economy will not be strong enough to buy up into this one. I reckon a near full save is on the cards.
It's a way to stay alive right there. It's big time. Closing out a round like that. It's going to save you a lot of worries.
I lied, by the way. That's nowhere near a full save. That's a full force for Breezy. They want to get this one done as soon as they possibly can.
See if they can clean up on some of the small errors of that last round. They certainly have. Look at that. Flash setup right there. Good for a 1-for-1. Top's unable to answer back there, but they continue to throw these flashes to keep the further aggression at bay. Like you said, all in this round here. Sadko getting aggressive, but not watched for either. Doesn't catch any aggression here, and Tops clears him. Oh, there's the ace site completely fallen. There's no one on the site proper right now. aTTaX going to cover off the lane. He still wins that duel versus Oscar. Nice coverage right there, and it was a hiccup. A bump in the road that last round, and then they immediately strike back.
Breezy back to their winning ways almost instantaneously. Jock and Quirts decide to run away, as is probably the appropriate play here. Breezy also need to get a bit of a move on. That bomb radius is particularly cruel. Yeah, no real point hunting here. Just keep all the money in their back pockets for this next round, as that's an upgrade for T&B. And that looks like all of Breezy should be able to survive the blast radius here. Yeah, nicely done. 15-8, 7 opportunities to close as they look to post an even more dominant scoreline up against the Sinners than they did only 3 days ago. That was a 16-12. But, oh, wow, okay, look at those odds. 1.18 to the 4.52, according to 1xBet, in favor of Breezy. That's not a good sign if you're a Sinners fan here, Cole.
Not exactly ideal there, but again, a sign of the times here of the force that you're up against right now on this first map. Ooh, look at that angle. Jeez, Oscar's so on the money right there with those peaks. I mean, you didn't even see TMB fully on crouch right there. He kind of on crouched a little bit and then immediately recrouched for that aggression, and you can see how well that worked out. A little bit of a misspray there from Quartz, but he'll finish his dinner eventually. And again, Center's going to be able to stay alive there quite nicely. Nice setup by B-Stick. Very impressive round right there. Their backs against the wall. These guys know how to stand up, stand tall. They got to do it for 6 more rounds here. And again, there is no relief as the investments continue to come through here.
Yeah, Breezy want to get this one done as soon as they possibly can. They've gone for T&B and Refresh on the Tech 9s as a remedy. And Oscar, I thought that was a hit, but Quirts doesn't care. Makes it look as if the AWP shot landed in the first place. And he's removed aTTaX as well. aTTaX going above and beyond for Breezy on this map so far. An incredible fighting force, defiant in the face of Sinners. Unfortunately, not quite enough so that he's able to last out. Past the first 30 seconds of the round, Nikodos back to his old ways, in towards logs. Waiting to bite back a bit of presence off of Sinners. But speaking of presence, Sinners have gained some towards the balcony room and have now confirmed that second mid is clear. This could cause a bit of a rotation. It appears that Quirts is confident enough to start waltzing over to B. In fact, yeah, he started running with his knife out. The shark runs through Nikodos. Now a 3 versus 5. Not looking all that convincing in the slightest for the side of Breezy.
Loosen out on all the numbers right now. Again, this is a full investment, a chance for Sinners to completely reset the economy. Get them back on to those Glocks once again. That's exactly where... Exactly where you want to be when you're in a comeback effort, right? You don't want to be dealing with rifles every time. Sneaky little plant there, baits out the spam. Maybe this round isn't as set and done as we thought it would be. Op is going to try and save it. Missed shot from Oscar right there. Bomb needs to be planted. 5 seconds was on the clock right there before Refresh finally gets it safe and sound. I thought for a second there, Sinners, we were going to get that first phase of a comeback complete of cracking that economy, but they have to break through this round here. HE is going to do further damage, and it's not going to find that kill on the tops here. All three players playing on the left side of sight. Flashes come through there. Peek is in. Shock finds a quick one, but it's just one man left standing. Zed Kodo fall. And the 5v3, they managed to crack through this B bomb site in incredible fashion. That is just nothing but persistence right there from Preezy.
Yeah, and Preezy even able to get it over the line despite that flashbang exclusively blinding their teammates. Poor old Tops in towards first orange there, likely full whited, but as he swings wide, he gets the rest of the kills over the line. And yeah, that's another great performance from Preezy on the likes of Inferno. That was their 21st game on it in, I say, the past 3 months. They've been together for about, a month and a half now, pushing 2. But it's a lot of maps on Inferno and a lot of maps on Overpass and Ancient, and those are our 2 remaining maps. But Sinners, I'm going to give them a much better chance at taking map 2 and Overpass here. We will have to find out how that goes, though, after this short break. So, see you back here in about 8 minutes.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Well, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you got to do is click here, select the mod, and boom. New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
Champion of champions.
Welcome back to the CCT podcast. We got a couple of things to break down for you. We got some post-player break tournament results. We got the current CCT rankings, and we got the results of the online finals number 2. Interview coming up as well.
Enjoy the interview with one of my favorite and incredibly handsome individuals, along with Taz. It's going to be a banger.
So lots of exciting topics. The absolute legend of the game, it is Taz.
Directly beside him, talk and work together, but they don't go on the same peak. Oh, Taz! The devil strikes, and Taz ties the game.
How's retirement been? Would you get back with the old VP squad?
Would our fans like to see this?
The hunger for glory feeds the desire. The courage to look for a challenge. To feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become
The champion of champions.
We are so back in the second map right now. We've got Preezy up a map here, Sinners staring down the barrel of of what could be a 2-0, but they're staring on to overpass here, and maybe that's greener pastures than Inferno for this roster as they head into their own map pick. We'll see if that is the case here. Map number 2 coming through. Not a single soul on that B site, just one over towards heaven, watching down from above, and that one is Refresh.
Yeah, can Refresh find all 5 pistol kills like his IGL did in the previous map? Probably not, if I'm honest, Cole, but Nikodos looking to cut off a couple players from behind. Refresh still biding his time with that smoke. That will buy him a little bit of wriggle room. It's actually to serve as a distraction, as look at all this presence coming up from Monster. Nikodos finds the first quirk, still dancing around in the waters. Refresh will swing through his own smoke. He finds 2 to his name now, a 3v2 situation. The speed stick fires on now from the heavens. It's a complete role reversal. What's going on? aTTaX on the P2000. There's him and Nikodos try and fend off Oscar. Oscar goes down. The bomb needs to be defused, and wow, it will be with plenty of time to spare as Nikodos bags a kit and the first on the board for Preezy. What an active pistol round.
Yeah, all over the map right there and there. I mean, I think active is probably the best word to describe it, considering what we just saw. Just constant aggression on that CT side. You saw them push all the way through on that flank there, get active in that sense. Some activity over towards heaven as well. Just keeping it very, very mobile all throughout the map. But again, so far now it's 3 for 3 here for Preezy. Pistols have been flawless for them, so.
It's a good sign. The technical pause, less of a good sign. Not entirely sure the reasoning behind it there. I'm sure production will let us know in a moment. But in the meantime, I don't think it's a Preezy problem. They bought up into a couple of rifles at MP9. Coach disconnected. Okay, we are waiting for a coach to rejoin the server. Hopefully that gets sorted reasonably quickly. Never good not to have your behind the scenes piece of the puzzle on the server with you. As for this, we've got Vorborg and Tomkeys. Again, Tomkeys my goat. We share a name. We share an affinity for bottom fragging. Yeah, not much else to be honest. But Preezy,
I think Oscar has the same name as well.
Yeah, I mean, Tom is the best name.
I wonder where. I think I'm sure you said this before, but I don't know exactly where Oscar's name comes from. His name is Tom, right? Or Thomas.
Yeah. As in the meantime, TMB farms up a bit of cash. That's a force buy from Sinners, by the way. TMB does not care, and Oscar doesn't care about Nikodos' feelings. Just Refresh. That's the lurker I know. Spins back round the corner, deals with a fellow Tom. Yeah, no, I have no idea where Oscar comes from. I'm sure it's some like folklore or something silly. As Quirts gets a little silly on the spray, misses a turned away Refresh. And just like that, Preezy put 2 on the board, and Sinners, I reckon, aren't going to go for more than a half buy here.
Probably for the best. Force buy doesn't really work out for them. So, not a lot of tools at their disposal in the here and now. We will see just one singular P250 purchased out here.
Oh, that's really cute. Sorry, I've just looked up the story behind Oscar's name. It's apparently a nickname his mother gave him when he was 4 or 5 years old, and it translates to happy or lucky.
Oh. This is cute.
Shout out to Oscar's mum, and shout out to TMB for just absolutely thwacking Sinners in the opening rounds of 2 maps now with his MP9 Pro S. There you go. For those of you who didn't know, though, why Oscar was called as such. Yeah, it's a wholesome story. We love a wholesome story in CS.
Yeah. I was about to say, I'm sure there's like some sort of article that comes up there, because whenever you get people that have like kind of names as their the profile. People always ask about it, which is interesting. But either way, we are in the first gun round there, and the first kill down. Nikados clips him right on the side of that wall. Manages to be a one-shot kill right there as well, which I thought maybe Wallbang wouldn't fully convert, but able to still find it. Start things off in an immediate 4v5. Start things off with some good success early, but TMB gives one back there, a little bit unsuspecting of the slow crawl up, and gets caught off guard big time.
Yeah. In the meantime, I want someone to get me an interview with XG57V and ask him where the hell that name came from. I want to know.
I think there is an interview out there. I remember hearing the story.
I want to know if he wasn't your classic nerdy computer kid.
I think it's just Steam authentication code right there.
Okay. Whoa. That's very clean from Tops.
Walking down that B-bomb site there, catching them while they push through the smoke. It's always a dreamy situation for any anchor, but sometimes you don't have that level of success. Sometimes it's a 1-for-1 if, at the worst case scenario, you don't get anything rolling. You fumble your spray for a second there, it can cost you your life. But no, he locks down both the kills there and is able to, out of the gates, deliver. Should be the first gun around here. It's on the opposite side of the map for Oscar, so certain save coming through for him.
Counter-terrorists win.
Sorry, I'm really busy looking for an interview.
With X5?
Yeah, X5.
I think it was something to do with like a Pro League stream or something like that where he talked about his name.
Yeah,
but if you look up X5, it's his full name. I can't even remember all the letters. But if you look up his full name and I type Reddit, I bet you there's something there.
Alright, there we go.
It's the solution to all the problems.
Story behind his name. This is a big rabbit hole. I'll let you cover for a second.
Another sneaky investment here. Sinners not looking to let off the gas. They've gone for it. Got themselves some decent ground here. Nikados going to cut off the first. Wants a repeat key rolling. Nice reposition. Gets himself tucked in. Ooh, it switches off his mark just in time for the peak to come on through. A bit awkward right there. Back of dice molly tossed in as well. Countered by a molly of their very own. And some late long aggression right now. They've shifted up the setup here, including TMB over towards long. Shot does not prevail. Quartz gets spotted on the entry work right there. Again, more chip damage done. TMB, though, he gives up his long angle in an effort to try and defend. And they're losing a lot of space, a lot of ground here. It's reclaimed by refresh on the site. And their calling of extra rotations here as well is going to hurt even further. They've got a nasty little crossfire smoke assembled here, but maybe sight is safe for now. Spam through the smoke from Zedco. He's looking to take some further space. They flash the offer off, but again, there's too many names, or maybe not. Shock delivers a multi. He's going to take that sight right on back. No wall bangs through the back of dice right now, instead just waiting for a flank to come on through, but they're both holding their angles. Flank already activating, but Shock another one. Makes it look so easy. Doesn't even sweat at the ideal flank player. Nikados has no option but to save here if he can get away. Maybe he has some options here as he does nail a shot onto Oscar, but he can't take another shot out of the rifle. Shock's reposition should cut it here. Oscar running out of time, or rather, Nikados running out of time. Clotheslined by Shock.
Yeah, that's a nice headshot there on Shock. Excellent 4 kills to his name, and unfortunately, I must announce that my investigations turned up fruitless. I have no idea where his name comes from or why it exists, and none of the articles know either. All the articles I could find were just sort of saying, it looks like a Steam Guard code, and apparently that stuck. And yeah, no, I came across other curious names in the meantime. Rip Pablo Escobar. Blackpink Rosa, that's a North American player. Truck Lover 86.
I do know that one name. I casted them quite a bit in advance. Blackpink. What's the last part? I can't remember. It's an artist though.
Blackpink Rosa is a K-pop singer.
K-pop.
And that's just their full HLTV name. Oh man.
Good times.
These guys. What are they doing? So I feel like that one's like a lawsuit waiting to happen.
It's okay. I think lawsuits only happen when you start to make money.
Damn. Could never be a North American Counter-Strike player. I'm sorry, that was mean.
It's okay. You're not too far off of being right.
At Complexity, they're doing pretty good stuff.
True.
They sort of just decided to wake up, and Elish kind of went nuts. Nikodos. Oh,
he's got to be a finger spotted.
Pixel, yeah. That's so unfortunate, but he sees Zeka running past, and thankfully TMB there to mitigate. Nikodos plucks off another, and Oscar caught between a rock and a hard place. That is a really nice flick shot, but it's not enough for the kill. No scope attempted, and Refresh will steal the frag away from those hungry, Preezy teammates. That's now 5-1. They hit 7-1 on Inferno. Are they destined for a similar scoreline, or can Sinners stop that from reoccurring here?
Again, back-to-back slow starts on series and on both maps here is not going to be the best chance to close out versus a team like Preezy. Certainly going to establish Preezy such a strong foothold in this head-to-head here. Never want to be the team that's trying to recover. Left with a lot of options when the CT side is so dominant, so aggressive right now. As you can see, aTTaX adds another kill to his tally here once more, and Refresh and TMB have their back. It's flawless on the anti-half-bot, and they will keep things nice and level there. And like you said, this gun round goes in the way. You might just see them rolling on right on back. Another huge start to this map.
Yeah, Preezy have looked, I would say, godly on Overpass for some of their previous games. I mean, I say godly. I saw them play alternate attacks twice in the past, 2 weeks, and they dispatched of them with relative ease for some of them. Yeah, they did go to a triple overtime in one instance, but if we ignore that, they've otherwise looked very, very convincing against the German side and have yet to really lose to them at all on the map here of Overpass. A very, very formidable foe right here. And outside of their alternate attacks, aTTaX still have 8 wins in 12 maps played. Pretty damn good going, especially for a newer roster, especially on a more technical map of Overpass. Although we do also need to remember that this is the CT side they're playing on right now. And it's a fairly CT dominant map. We're not quite talking Anubis levels of one-sidedness, but yeah, Sinners struggle to get started here. There might still be some hope for them. Zedko adds a little extra as Nikodos cut down from behind. Preezy losing a bit of crucial map control there. If Nikodos had managed to get all the way through towards T-Spawn, that could have been a round-winning play, but in the meantime now, Quirtz does walk past an unsuspecting TMB, but that leaves Refresh with a very tall order. And as distractions are created down towards B, oh no, Refresh is deciding to rotate off. That's the round.
Yeah, there's a lot you could say right there about that. If you Refresh trying to lock things down, aTTaX and tops the other side of the map right there, and a couple entries. So yeah, at least Sinners, they avoid replication of that last map. Don't give themselves the 7-1 start there. They don't dig themselves in that deep of a hole. They're still down and out a little bit, but honestly, that's to be expected when you lose a pistol and you're on the T side of a map like Overpass. Can be tough to activate here. The hunt is actually pretty important here. Great flash setup right there. Tops is never escaping. aTTaX might be sneaky enough to escape, but no, not afforded that luxury. And some key details there, some key exit kills found, not letting them save here. Avoiding some issues, for sure.
Yeah, that's a more comfortable finish there for Sinners, though. At least putting 2 up on the board. But Preezy, they got Nikodos back on the AWP. They're flush with cash, at least for this round. Plenty of utility. Now, my one issue is, despite being able to afford diffuse kids, I don't see any present right now. As TMB, not the kind of present you want to be receiving. You prefer Cole to that, down to 47 for old TMB. Then it's taking a bit of space in the meantime. Shot pushing forward. Does get ticked by his own Molotov through the wall, rather unfortunately. As the IGL being pushed and pulled by Util towards the bathroom here. Connector control completely taken by Sinners as Preezy. They've got 2 players holding on to Banana. Nikodos covering off his IGL's weaker flank. As Zedco left with the bomb and the responsibility of lurking down towards Monster, just going for that information, whilst the rest of his team tries to take some presence. TMB, how he's not been spotted yet, it's beyond me, but Shot doesn't mind too much now that he gets the kill anyway.
Shock's been playing like an absolute monster, and you know, when they are able to combine their efforts, Quartz and Shock have been an unbelievable duo right there. And once again, both of these players able to have their say in this round. 2 entries here, and what I feel like is already enough space to concede a save. They're lurking out towards B, though. They're walking out towards B right now. Well, then maybe it's going to work for them still. They might find the kills necessary, but they might lose a lot of names as well. Cops keeps it steady. Finally, the bomb gets its way onto site there. A missed shot. Nikodos cost a little bit of ground here, and now will cost him his life very likely. Trying to dance between these angles right now. Quartz spots him out and takes care of business there. We'll finish the job. No money here really for the CT side. They are broke.
Yeah, and they've only got 2-stage loss bonus as well. We might see a couple of upgraded pistols coming out, refresh and tops maybe, but I'll be wanting to look after those pennies to avoid getting pounded by a now awoken Sinners side. It seems the Sinners have been having some very slow starts to recent matches, but are able to at least make good of end of first halves. I mean, still ample opportunity here to capitalise on a 1-out first half here, as Quartz realises pretty quickly that he probably shouldn't be walking into this 5-man stack, but the rest of his team... Oh, I say the rest of his team. It's actually Quartz to go straight back in and steal 4 of those kills away. Basic only good for the single, denies the ace as Sinners ensure that we aren't kept waiting around too much in a full eco round. Preezy do not have the money to reinvest, though. It's up to Tops whether or not he wants to drop Nikodos and AWP, but I don't think that's going to be happening here. Instead, buys in with the A4. Don't see too many of those around these days, at least not on CSGO. But yeah, I'm quite scared, Cole. It seems like we will actually be having CS2 from tomorrow.
Yeah, right. I wasn't sure if it was going to be like the full release, if they're going to be removing it or what. Like, I doubt that's going to happen tomorrow, right? But that's all speculation from my end anyway, so what do I know, really? Right? It's going to be a wild time these next couple months, so I'll tell you that much.
I would like it to be like a full open beta rather than a full release.
Right, that's what I was expecting.
It is still pretty janky. I'm still rubber banding very, very hard off of my teammates. And I mean, watching Josiah's highlights of just clipping into the ceiling and getting all kills. He got banned on Faceit for clipping into the ceiling and getting untradeable kills on Mirage. That was quite entertaining.
Yeah, I've seen the JoJo clips. I genuinely think he might have double anyone's hours on CS2.
I don't think he sleeps.
No, he's not. I can tell you that much.
Okay, hold on a minute. Things getting awkward here. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention in this round that we've had a complete trade of roles. The CT's now defending T-spawn instead of the actual bomb sites because they have found the bomb. And it seems almost an impossible task for Beastic and Shunk to retake it here. I mean, the CT still have enough utility to buy enough time that there is no longer an opportunity to make it to a bomb site. Nikodos just sticking around for frags, lands a dink, shot fires right on back. Hold on a minute. aTTaX, just run. Just run and hide. This round is yours. I wouldn't stand there with your knife out if I were you, but Shock at the same time can't really do anything as aTTaX, can he kill him off the time? Ooh, that's so close, but Shock, he will survive. That was a wild and wacky round as Preezy are at least able to find 7.
Yeah, it's 7 here, but it is as scrappy as can be right there. Shock made that one pricey. Even when he can't win the round, you find so many kills, you do so much damage. You're still kind of taking that again as a slight victory right there. You got plenty of money to reinvest, so that's not any worry. Now, you've got yourself in some good standing here to even build some further foundations. You answer back here with another round, you're going to be in good stead. There's just no question about it.
Yeah. But back to a CS2 line of questioning very briefly. I mean, are you ready for CCT in CS2?
Dude, if it's MR12, I telling you what, I cannot be more ready. Well, it would be MR12 as soon as CS2 officially drops, right?
Yeah, I mean, they've already polled pros at EPL. Okay, we'll get back to that point in a second because refresh. Oh, what is going on there? He's just jumped on top of Quirt's head. Quirt walks backwards, knocks Refresh's head off of the wall behind him as Nikodos again aggresses, trades out his fallen teammate, and that is quite the way to start the round for Preezy. aTTaX a freebie onto Zedko, a 4 versus 2 now ensuing. As Preezy looking to win out this half in style as Sinners just don't quite know what hit them. And aTTaX hits him again. Shock beaten to the curb as Oscar now a 1 versus 4. And something tells me this one ain't all that winnable.
Yeah. I'd actually give it more of a try than you'd think here. A lot of Voppers wouldn't dream of trying a round like this. Wouldn't even inch their way forward. Wouldn't try and find a kill or two. No, they wouldn't even go for it. Oscar's not that guy, man. He's going to give us a bit of a show here.
You're not that guy, Oscar.
He's not that guy in the most respectful way, right? Where he's not that guy like James who's going to save immediately when his riflers fall, right?
Yeah, I mean, James... I feel like James gotten better in recent times, but then again...
I don't know. He's regressed.
He's regressed.
He's gotten back to his old ways pretty bad here, at least for Pro League, man.
Yeah, I mean, he's...
some of those series were just...
For the boosters, it is a free 5 points on HLTV Fantasy when you put James as a saver against any top 30 team.
Oh my goodness.
No, I'm quite annoyed though. I put Stare in my current fantasy team and Astralis just bombed against Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting that much. You know, Eternal Fire, they're CCT legends. Won the multi-finals.
Okay. Oscar and Zeko in their opening duels. Nikodos there to trade things out, which means it's not beyond salvageable just yet for the boys in blue, but how does Sinners play the rest of this round? Let's refresh. Well, can say goodbye to his head. And I have a feeling it's not too long now before Nikodos winds up dead.
And goal here looking like it's heading over towards that B side of the map. Meanwhile, Breezy, they're over towards the A side, so you know how this goes. Very well. Should be seeing a simple save here. No question about it. But yeah, I would welcome. I'd welcome the change. As a veteran caster of CCT, be exciting to, I would say, get some refreshing scores.
Get to bed on time.
That too. Oh, that's not really a problem for me. Usually the problem is,
it's a decent problem for us down these here parts.
You guys might have it worse off than I. You know, I feel like the times are perfect here. The latest I've ever went for a CCT match has to be South America, obviously. Probably. Ooh, Team B can't save. But it probably was like, honestly, like 11, maybe.
Screw you. The worst was 6:30 a.m.
Oh my god. That is.
I had a 6:30 a.m. CCT South America finish.
Unreal.
Yeah, that was a grand finals as well. That was Sharks versus, is it 0-0 Nation, maybe?
I know which one you're talking about. That was the one with a bit of tech delay with it.
It was the one where they were both playing in ESL, Brazilian Premiership as well.
Right.
So Sharks were allowed to play their ESL Brazil game, but the other team weren't, and then they had a fight over it. Yeah, it's great fun, honestly. It's fun to reminisce. Me and Hayes actually lost our sanity at that point.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Wouldn't blame you.
Oscar and Shaw's refresh loses his grip towards long, but there is still TMB here ready and waiting to receive further action. It's quite a similar scoreline to what we saw in our previous map of Inferno, right? We got it back to like a really close scoreline, and then Preezy were still able to finish the half 9-6. Oscar, though, does not want that to be the case. He's looking for that 8-7. He's looking for as close a scoreline as possible going into the second half. A 50-50 chance as Nikodos now peering out towards long. Can he finally deal with the menace? Ooh. Yes, he can, but Shock is right there and delivers a shocking blow, an appropriate name, an appropriate frag, and that is now an open A bomb site for Preezy to have to retake.
There's an instant trade right there from Shock, man. Beautiful work coming through from his rifle. Absolutely gorgeous, but double up in towards bank. I don't think it's going to be a liability here, but aTTaX seems prepared. Walking into the angle there, not prepared enough. Another one there, taking the off angle and make it a 3K here. 13 kills for this guy in the half so far. Obviously looking for more, but he has done so much work. Again, in both maps, in reviving the T side of Inferno, he has delivered, and now he brings that same energy into this map as well.
It's great to see. Great to see that Sinners have not been anywhere near as deflated as they were in that first map, because a 9-6 scoreline on Overpass for your T side is significantly better than a 9-6 scoreline either way on Inferno. Yeah, Preezy will be looking to pick up this final round of the half, but bear in mind they've got 3Ds, a 5-7 and an MP9. It doesn't look massively likely that it'll be happening. As Oscar, pretty malicious on that AWP. Peering on down, looking towards that short side. Looks to be the first to take contact. This is more of the fun-loving, confident Oscar I was hoping to see, even if it is probably misplaced in a round like this. Ooh, the timing. Refresh spotted in towards the water. Well, this spur rotation for Sinners, Shock might be the man to make that happen.
Taking the full sight right now, leading the pack here. He's here on the rotates, and what a surprise for you, TV. What a surprise for Nikotos getting chased. Jock is just taking this round, this half into the palm of his hands here. I mean, what an excellent performance here so far in this series here. For a tough first map, he doesn't let that phase him at all. Instead, he brings up the energy here, and while Tops might have a couple of kills for you, yeah, that's nice. It's good. He'll take it. It's not going to matter in this round in the retake, surely. It is on offer right now, but they are met with smokes and mollies as they try and inch their way out of jump up. They've got a whole lot more fighting to do right now. Oscar has the line covered. Flash reading works out well, and actually Tops finds another one. This could get interesting. A missed shot there. Beastie could keep it contained and maybe redeem a couple of those missed opportunities there, as even sets up the flashbang. A little bit scary, but again, as we said, Shock has done enough in this half.
Yeah, Shock and Quirts both have. Zedko and Beastick maybe not so much, as yeah, Zedko's really having a bad series right now. He had, what, 6 kills on Inferno? 7 kills? Definitely going to need to see a little bit more out of him if we want to ensure that Overpass does fall in favour of Sinners, who call a tactical timeout at the half-time, which gives me a bit more time to rattle off my fun fact that EPL asked the teams, they polled them on whether or not they wanted to change to CS2 in the playoffs bracket of EPL.
There's no way that would ever happen. I feel like that would be insane, but maybe they'd be willing to do it. Maybe they're just crazy enough.
I feel like there are a couple of teams that would definitely be quite annoyed at that decision. Because I do know a couple of teams at Pro League have been grinding CSGO and they've not touched CS2 yet.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm just having some conversations about this with a couple of people, and you think about it here, and again, we were just talking about all the different bugs and the complaints here or there that we have about CS2 before, but we have a open qualifier RMR coming up in January, early January. I think they start January 14th as the official.
Yeah, it's quite scary, isn't it?
So, not a lot of time here for teams to get prepared. Would be interesting here, but Quartz preparing himself in the second half. Nicely done with his USP work there. Finds the initial opening success. Starts to slow down from there, as the round does as well. Down to a halt here for now.
In the meantime, Oscar fading back towards the safe bomb site, swings long, and that is a lovely headshot onto Tops. He's not been playing to the same caliber that I've seen him on this map in very recent times, as Nikodos just gets overwhelmed by Zedko's dual Berettas. It's aTTaX and TMB, the two masterminds behind the early successes of Inferno. And already aTTaX has removed TMB. Another ace required. He's done it once in the pistol, but not a second time. Only a single frag for the entirety of the round for Breezy. As Sinners equalise at 8-8, and it does appear that they've done their homework, at least on their own map pick.
They're coming in very well prepared here to deal and punish Breezy have on offer here. Again, it was another scary slow start, but Shock and Quartz is hopefully 1-2 punch that this roster has at their disposal. Has been able to step it up big time here and keep that consistency as well, which is key. I've not fallen off a single bit. And as they do so, going to leave their team in a great spot here. In the second half, CT side to close things down. Getting a full eco now as well, so not big worries coming up anyways around like this.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a fairly swift cleanup for the likes of Sinners. They've already got 3 players down towards B. Beastic spots some toes, or does he? Oh, he definitely does now. Do they go for the 5-man Glock rush through sewers? No. Instead, they scamper back towards their spawn, where Oscar is waiting with an A1S. Does he hear these footsteps? I think maybe not. He's actually just missed the timing. Freezy have been catching all the good timings here, but surely now Quirds deals with them. 1 down, 2 to go. Say 2 to go, and then 3 to go. Don't worry, my basic maths is not at that poor a par. But yeah, Shock files in for the final 3, and that's 9 on the board for Sinners. As yeah, not to just convolute this entire cast with CS2 conversation, but it is interesting seeing Valve effectively going to be brute forcing CS2 into, well, like $500,000 million tournaments coming up towards the end of the year here. Bearing in mind the transition from what Source to Go wasn't particularly smooth, as much as it is a better transition. Are we going to have like mid-round freeze times to like live patch some of these bugs? Because yeah, there have been some pretty egregious ones being unearthed still to this day, and my FPS is still about 60. aTTaX's ADR probably hovering around a similar statistic. But he's just doubled up in this one, Zedco bodied, and oh my god, the B-bomb site take is amazing. That is unfortunate stuff there for the Barrels player. But yeah, that's where you're going to hit your shots first time round. Quirt's not really given any foothold into this next round, as he's sent scampering to save. Preezy, a saucy B-bomb site take. As they had a remarkable propensity for losing 4 versus 2s towards the B-bomb site up against their recent matchup on alternate attacks. I'm glad that appears to have faded into the distance. That was a very clean B-bomb site take.
I mean, up against a slight bonus there, but with ease they just break past it there. Like you said, a breakthrough here coming through for some of these individuals. aTTaX one of them.
Bless you.
No, I didn't mute up that. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I also did that recently.
Guys. I can't believe it. I thought I muted up. I missed my mute button though. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, thank you for the warm.
Not a problem.
Greeting there, of course.
I did the same recently. I punched the microphone, missing the mute button entirely, so the audience got a nice reverberation followed by a loud sneeze.
Oh my god, no, that one snuck up on me too. I was mid-sentence. That's always the worst feeling.
That's alright. It's the hiccups as well.
Oh, miserable.
Worst hiccups I've ever had. I was on stage at a concert singing. I had a microphone right by me, and I let off the loudest hiccup the world has ever seen. That's
terrible timing.
It's not the best. Speaking of terrible timing, poor old Shock swings right into an anticipating tops. As this round's looking pretty good for Preezy. I reckon double digits pretty much secured, unless Oscar and Beastick can do something wild and wacky. But Beastick definitely not been putting up the same numbers as TMB has on the other end of the spectrum here. Both IGLs, but on slightly more high caliber than the other. Nikodos peering in towards Connector here. Looking for some freebies, and that's the round. 10-9 to Preezy, but I think the next couple of gun rounds are going to be a true test of Preezy's mettle. Can they cling off, or can they cling on after an underwhelming finish to the first half?
At the start of the second half here is maybe works in the way with Sinners on the pistol, but not so much here. Once the rifles have been brought out, obviously that one a big save, but see if they can keep it rolling here. We've got the out double zoomed on any sort of early foul. I think he gets it, Oscar. Opportunity granted, and he will succeed off the back of it, but an instant reply there from aTTaX. a flash that worked out really well, but the kill not to follow suit. Oscar wants to keep things in his favor, but maybe he's overstepped the mark. Now aTTaX immediately grabs onto that. Ah, B-stick! Wow, that is bold, but I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. This is going to be another just quick and easy round for Breezy, isn't it? They're not going to have a lot to say here. They're trying to get the rotates, but Zedko's arriving a little late to the party here.
I mean, it's not just in this round, it's in this series. Zedko has been flattened left, right, and center, and Tops ensures that mantra continues. Chalk left in a 1-on-4, and damn, Breezy. Easy, breezy, brisk and breezy is what these past 2 rounds have been. And yeah, that's going to be a 40-second save call for our man Shock as, yeah, an electrifying rounds here from Breezy. Appropriate given that their logo is a lightning bolt after all.
Looking incredible so far here. On this T side, as soon as they've gotten the rifles out, they just haven't looked back here at all.
Yeah, they've just been a surprisingly above par T side to this moment. And yeah, there's not really an economy for Sinners to actually stop this steamroll. They've got Shock's A1S, they've got money for a couple of pistols perhaps. They've got 3rd stage loss bonus, so they will be able to afford to buy in the next round unless they do something particularly wacky here, but that won't be the case. Breezy just need to make sure they don't lose to a hero rifle, which I think is well within their capabilities. Now that I've said that, of course, Sinners win this round and the next 7, but...
Of course. Ooh, wow, great preparation for that boost. There's still a lot of damage out of Shock, but they spot the rifle immediately because they're that well prepared, and there's just no ground to be gained here in this round for Sinners. Every play that they made here punished quickly, and your fears of cursing, like Breezy, don't come true here. They just swiftly move forward in this round.
B-Stick and Zedko are really starting to worry me here. Zedko especially. Yes, you can give a little bit of rigor room to the IGL, but just one of the supporting cast of riflers can't be performing to this lower degree, as how Oscar hasn't been spotted there is beyond me. Tops, though, he's just walked into 2. There's Oscar on to refresh. That's the pistols finding some pretty decent damage, even if they can't win the round at this stage. Shark even holding onto his A1S. This is a lot of damage being dealt to the T-side Shark. What an incredible adjustment as aTTaX charges 4, but will get him through the smoke. That's so unfortunate. I don't know how that round counts as a 1v2 clutch for aTTaX, but we'll let him have it.
Oh my god, aTTaX with the 1v2.
It's insane. He gets him through a smoke as well. Defending the bomb site from Playground, my favorite way to win a round.
Textbook post plants right there. Brilliant work from aTTaX, winning the 1v2.
The boost.
A little bit of an oopsie on the boost.
That's a tragic turn of events as our Tops tries to turn this round into their favour. Does dodge the frag grenade. And as he waltzes on up, can he dodge Quirts as well? And my answer is no. TMB, thankfully there for the quick trade. 4-on-4 continues. Breezy aren't out of this round just yet, but neither are Sinners, more importantly.
To get aggressive here on the CT side, they are looking for more ground. And a spam. Oh, refresh. Commits right there. Straight to the fences. And able to go 1-for-1. Punishes the aggression here. Leaves them in an odd state. I mean, this round is in an odd state right now. You have a timing with B-Stick on the flank. You have Oscar moving down connector. This is shotgun opping now for Oscar here. And that's not oftentimes a specialty for oppers. But he's able to beat out aTTaX right there. Not the instant headshot necessary. Zedko, I think, has been spotted right there on the peak. He's certainly able to deal with like the Zedko. And now reposition from Oscar here. They got to be careful of this monster flank. Spotted and dealt with by Nikodos. You know that was a nasty shot right now. I think Oscar is over towards the side of short, but it's a head-to-head between the two. Op versus Op right now in the clutch. Nikodos post up, but he should hear this drop soon. There's a drop. Heard out Oscar with his AWP smoke right on the bomb right there, but on the top of the site. Nikodos playing perfectly around the smoke here. Tap and a full stick coming through. Nikodos has to start spamming, not connecting. He hits one, he hits two, and that'll do the job. Preezy closed the round out. But what a round it was.
Yeah, not the cleanest close there from Nikodos, but he gets it done regardless. Honestly, I think Oscar undermines himself a little bit going for that AWP shot down towards Monster. Just a pre-fire onto where he hopes Nikodos is hiding, but instead just sits effectively on the edge of Oscar's own smoke, plays it really nicely, doesn't go for the peek unnecessarily, and is able to convert the final frag of the round. 13-9 now for Preezy as they continue to pull away from Sinners. A T-sided overpass team, not something you get to see every day, is Refresh. A nice spam, but it's Nikodos to cut down Quirts above the smoke early doors. Oscar is back on an AWP here. And honestly, it's not been Oscar's AWP with the most impact. It has been the dynamic duo of Shock and Quirts, and with one of those two youngsters removed already. And a disadvantageous round made all that worse by the lack of firepower.
A lot being gained right now here. Split ground. And held on to here. Tops. And just way forward versus B-Sticks MP9. You know that's not going to work out long range. Maybe a chance here with the setup. They close the distance here. Oscar going to get baited out, but you can see his decisions have to be made. He has a fight between two different angles there. The close range players moving out of long bathrooms, and then one towards long that they have to deal with. And that's just not an easy fight right there. I have to choose and pick your poison. Fortunately for him, he falls to the AWP presence.
Yeah, Zico and Shop not looking like they got much to do here, in all honesty. Preezy finding 14. Now that is clean. Yeah, it might even be clean enough for me to grab some dinner. Don't know if that picked up on the microphone, but that was an incredibly loud stomach rumble from me, so apologies if it did. Zico flattened against the wall as Preezy clearly hungry as well. Hungry for a fast victory here. The Sinners just, again, end of first halves have been their, well, territory. They've been really good at the end of both first halves, but then completely absent come the second. And that's a bit of a worrying trend that's continued on throughout all of their gun rounds, throughout all their buys. And Preezy, they've never looked so comfortable. And this is the T side of Overpass. One of the most CT-sided maps in the pool right now.
Yeah, they actually just lost the pistol. They lost the full Glock Eco after that. Got under rifles. Said, guys, gotta start buckling down now. We got the guns in our hand. And oftentimes I feel like teams, they play a little bit conservatively on those second rounds. They don't go for any sort of forcing measure. And sometimes it leads to a lot of momentum being picked up, which I thought was going to be the case for Sinners. But as soon as Preezy get those AKs in hands, nothing looks better. I think only one really close round there coming down to a clutch out of Oscar, right? And from that point forward, Preezy have not looked back. They're already out Monster right now, perfectly countering the short setup that they have here. And poor lack of sight here. Refresh already taking down two. How has he gotten this deep in? Look at the way Preezy play right now. And oh my god, they even spot the short player here. Have fun with this play, Courts. You are never getting your chance in the light right now. aTTaX is flanking. You got Refresh already in your face. Now Oscar handles that, but they've lost their rifle. And Oscar, I said oftentimes, he's a guy that's willing to go for clutches. He's willing to attempt these rounds, but he knows when it's one step too far, and he's going to have to fight for his life. Misses aTTaX as well in the shot. Like you said, Preezy are hungry to move forward in this tournament here. A continuation of their success over in the online finals.
Yeah, and towards the end of CS, or CSGO at least, this team has found it with the intention of sometime in the future winning tournaments, and I would not put it past Preezy to be in contention for the top spot in East Europe Series 2. They are a fantastic team right now. Very, very capable, especially on their core 3 maps. That is, of course, Ancient, Overpass, and Inferno. Not really been tested all that much on the rest of the pool just yet, but when you buy into their best maps, you best believe they're going to be bringing a spanking. As Nikolos, a swift trade there. 26 and 12, by the way. Fantastic performance. Refresh, perhaps slipping under the radar a little bit, going 19 and 16. You go back 4 months ago, that's not something you'd ever be saying about Refresh. This is as good as he's looked since the old heroic days, I'd say. It's now Sinners. 3 Famises and a shotgun, as Zedco does somehow get away with that trade. TMB.
Oh my god,
that's not him. That's not him. It's okay. That was aTTaX.
Yeah, it's aTTaX. Okay.
It caught me off guard. That threw me, but it's a 3-on-2 right now for Preezy.
I mean, can you imagine just like Oscar looking towards the wall there? Because he got shot 10 times by TMB straight through it, and then aTTaX is like, I'm still lurking back on here, by the way. He was just a distraction.
It was all
he was just to throw your aim off right there. They were going to walk out B as soon as it's being evacuated by Zedco here. Heaven Smoke tossed in and still not realizing it here. So now Zedco locked out behind a smoke, diving through it here. Takes about 30 damage to his name, landing and crunching those legs, but still able to deliver. And maybe he's had a slow series, but if he can save his team the round, maybe there could be something. But they got to get the numbers punched in here. That door swings open. They not sure if they've heard it just yet. Yeah, they seem a little bit unsecure of the last player's location here, and Nikolos looking to close. Not yet. aTTaX now has a chance here. B-Stick needs to deliver, and he won't be able to. Instead, aTTaX finishes the series, and Preezy, they get the 2-0.
Yeah, back-to-back 16-9s. And was that a flawless half almost from them as well? Like, outside of the opening couple of rounds of the Sinners, Preezy just had that one in the bag. Honestly, an incredible overpass showing there, and just another great performance from Preezy, demonstrating why they're a team that should be taken seriously as they do push the fold of tier 1.5. They have a bright future ahead of them. I can already feel it. The Sinners on the flip side, a lot of back to the drawing board moments there. This is going to be a tough one for them to review. Getting bullied that much on the CT side of their own map pick as well. It just shouldn't be happening. It really shouldn't be. But without too much further ado, we've got Aurora and Falcons waiting in the wings. And before we get there, we've got about a 45-minute break because of how dominant Preezy were in that series.
Yeah. I mean, looking forward to seeing that next series. I was excited for this one as well. I was expecting maybe more of a fight out of Sinners, but obviously Preezy have come through. I think a lot of momentum, a lot of winning their sales right now. They're able to establish that dominance. So again, we have another very exciting series right off the back. I can't believe we get to see Aurora versus Falcons here in the opening matchup of East Europe, but that's what we get to watch, and so should be an exciting one, guys. You're not going to want to miss this next best of 3, so make sure you stay tuned, leave a follow on the stream, and we'll be back in 45.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. On Hellcase.com, look at yourself in a new way.
Watch the matches with BO3.GG, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Well, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you got to do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
Champion of champions.
Welcome back to the CCT podcast. We got a couple of things to break down for you. We got some post-player break tournament results. We got the current CCT rankings, and we got the results of the online finals number 2. Interview coming up as well.
Enjoy the interview with one of my favorite and incredibly handsome individuals, along with Taz. It's going to be a banger.
So lots of exciting topics. The absolute legend of the game. It is Taz.
Directly beside him, Taco work together, but they don't go on the same peak. Oh, Taz! The devil strikes, and Taz ties the game.
How's retirement been? Would you get back with the old VP squad?
Would our fans like to see this?
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Well, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you got to do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
Champion of champions.
Welcome back to the CCT podcast. We got a couple of things to break down for you. We got some post-player break tournament results. We got the current CCT rankings, and we got the results of the online finals number 2. Interview coming up as well.
Enjoy the interview with one of my favorite and incredibly handsome individuals, along with Taz. It's going to be a banger.
So lots of exciting topics. The absolute legend of the game, it is Taz.
Directly beside him, talk and work together, but they don't go on the same peak. Oh, Taz! The devil strikes, and Taz ties the game.
How's retirement been? Would you get back with the old VP squad?
What our fans like to see this.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire. The courage to look for a challenge. To feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become
The champion of champions.
We know what tomorrow has for us here, a lot of excitement, but today we got one more best of 3 for us here, and of course it's going to be an exciting one to finish us off for the day. Of course, that last one a little bit quicker than we expected. Today we got, or this last one, it might be a lot more competitive. At least we're hoping for this. Out of Aurora and Falcons, these two teams coming into this one, having to feel pretty confident here. I would say Falcons maybe more so than the likes of Aurora after some tough losses there in the online finals. But of course, it should be a pretty exciting head-to-head between these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both of these teams have been experiencing a little bit of struggle when pushing the boundaries of the upper echelons of Tier 2 and Tier 1.5 lately, especially Aurora. I mean, Aurora, in my books, were like maybe even a top 15 team in the world at one point. They were absolutely destroying, and then they became the Power Rangers, and then they looked good for a while, and not to say that they don't look good with the hairstyles, but the gameplay has been a little bit more questionable. And if that graphic is to be believed, that means they've swapped their coach in Innershine out for a new guy called Bullet. which is an interesting progression. But I do feel like some changes might need to be made on this lineup if results don't start recovering things soon. They're 35th in the world at the moment. They're on a bit of a downward spiral, winning only one game in their past 5. That was against a new look Into the Breach. But either way, this lineup of Lackey, Norway, Kenzie, Celta, and Latic are still looking to make a dent in this playoffs run. And they've got, I'd say, a competitively inexperienced Falcons up against them.
That, I mean, if they, like you said, if that graphic is to be believed here, that'd be a short stint for Intershine, at least in the coaching role. And that would be a bit surprising on my end, of course, if that was to change there. But yeah, I mean, obviously going to be really interesting to see if that is the case here. I haven't seen any news on that just yet, but would be a bit of a shock to see if that's something long term. Though I think it is actually a mistake. Intershine's still doing the coaching over there. So no news. Yeah, I was about to say, I was like,
okay,
that surely would be something that would hit the hit the AHL TVs first, right? But yeah, going back here. I mean, obviously here we could talk a little bit more about what Falcons is bringing to the table, because kind of have seen some of their results. We've seen some of their results now on LAN as well. Did some work over there in the Gamers 8 tournament, which was pretty cool to see. Of course, a very fresh team taking on some tough rosters. There's no question about it, but at least got that experience there, which I imagine was very valuable. What's weird is that, just a week ago here, that some of the blunders that this roster has, despite being, rather consistent versus some of the like tier 2 names, is that they have struggled to deliver versus some rosters. Like Aurora Youngblood a week ago was an insane loss to take, right? And now they're going up against the main team.
I can't remember. No, actually, no, you're right. They did just lose straight up to Aurora Youngblood. I was thinking all the way back to aTTaX, where they play with a stand-in for MHL. But you're right, they are weirdly inconsistent against some lesser teams. Yeah, they've had a pretty good run, beating 9 Pandas twice, PG, Turov, and B8. They're normally pretty good against that tier 3 scene, but when you come up against these tougher oppositions, when you come up against the likes of Aurora, especially if Aurora are hitting their prime, Falcons have definitely looked a little bit underwhelming in parts. And it is nice to see Body getting a pretty decent rating as a rifler over the IGL of NBK here. Launix has been putting up a decent performance, MHL looking good, but again, when you look at the opposition that they've been up against for the most part, it is much weaker teams than the likes of Aurora have been up against. I mean, you look at their losses to 1 win, alternate attacks, Bad News Eagles, also 9 Pandas. But I think Aurora should be the favourites here. Falcons still have a lot to prove, but oh my goodness, is that a fresh veto if I've ever seen one.
Sight for new eyes here. I very much so liking this veto. Nuke to start us off, man. Again, we were just talking about how I feel like Nuke doesn't oftentimes, at least I haven't been able to catch too much of this map here. Actually, interestingly enough, here, same maps that these two have played just about exactly a month back. Last time these guys played, it was the 23rd of August. So that was still a pretty fresh-faced Falcons roster. Not a lot of experience. So now we get to see, I think, just straight up the progression over the month for these two teams, and for Falcons more so specifically, right? These guys have had a month of extra practice, a month of extra work, and now they get to see if they can test their steel up against Aurora and show an improvement on those results, because we do get the same 2 maps out of the gates that these 2 teams played on last time around. So a pretty exciting veto in that sense of the storyline and the trajectory that we're going to witness on the server.
Yeah, I am excited. This is cool. It's great seeing Nuke played first as well. Shout out to Aurora for keeping that firmly within their map pool. We have one common theme map of Ancient waiting in the wings. We have a little bit of typing. I'm assuming that's our good luck have funds as we get into the server. Aurora, a slim favorite, 1.78 to the 1.99 according to 1xBet. That's the odds in their favor. As in the meantime, look at this from Aurora. They might have broken the door of Squeaky, but they're bursting out a hut here. Body, it's a one and done for him. Decapitate Cell to the man, throwing the nade. but instantaneously gives up the A side. But no, they've missed the smoke, not quite badly enough that the bomb carrier will go down, though. Instead, MHL fluffs his lines a little bit there, but Launix has not. Two excellent opening kills in this bomb site retake. Lackey in for a double, in for a triple is Lackey. Hold on a minute, this entire thing turned on its head by Lackey. IGL putting up 4 monster frags, and that will be Aurora securing the first.
That's another underrated factor here right now of Aurora's game, is that even the IGL can still step up to the plate. Now, it's not like a commonality, right? You don't expect him every game to deliver, but he can have rounds like that where he can just decide how things take place, and he certainly decided that round right there with some beautiful work. Exactly what the doctor ordered right there for Aurora. To start off their own map pick there with some excellent pistol work there. Of course, though, again, Nuke is a map that can always do a bit of a surprise for teams when it comes to these second round purchases. Pretty difficult to handle for a lot of teams, a lot of players. So we'll see what sort of diligence is done here by side of Aurora to punish this. Already losing a man, setting in a little bit of hesitation here with that.
Yeah, the amount of times I've seen a T-sided team in round 2 lose to like 4 Deagles and a Scout equivalent on this map is pretty ridiculous for us. Unfortunately dinked in that process. Oh, now chased down by Latic will be removed. Now, I'm not sure what Boros's ping situation is like in this matchup. I know it has been a problem for him recently, averaging around 90 to 100 ping. He is playing from Jordan right now, I believe, which is not amazing for EUCS, but that's an amazing kill from Louts. We're in a 3v3 here. It's getting a bit dicey. NBK, another headshot onto Norway means it's 2 MAC-10s versus now a rifle and a scout. NBK removed, as his body. It might well be crisis averted, but MHL still alive, still has time. Peering the corner, lands the leg shot. This is where you want to be tucking away now. No need to be extending like this. AK retrieved by MHL. Now time is running out. This is going to be a little bit more difficult a task, and with that, the timer has ticked down too low. Seltzer also finds the frag, just about a recovery in time for Aurora to pick up 2.
Yeah, that's actually another big factor here that, you know, probably leads to a little bit of inconsistency for the likes of Falcons, is that ping situation. It's just it changes up your game, probably. I mean, I think Boros has brought that, you know, ping issue and has kind of developed into a little bit of his like aggressive style and his swinging nature. But yeah, I mean, obviously if you're playing on like 90 or above ping, it does change up the way you have to play. Another force buy though, coming on through here, as they did so much good damage here in the last that they actually lobby crunch it. It's the same level of success extended now, even further. It's a P250 for Lackey as he turns the corner there and just gets leveled. That is Falcons keeping their foot on the gas right now. Nori doesn't even know what hit him.
Well, Norway thankfully hasn't been hit yet, but I don't think that's going to be an indication of him particularly wanting to go for this round. There is no money now on the side of Aurora. Losing 4 players in the previous round to a force buy was less than desired. And now with 4 hungry CTs on the prowl for Norway. Yeah, the save looks like it will be coming through, but what an incredible lobby crunch there. As you said, he on a P250 did not stand much of a chance of getting more than the single there. Because that is a really nice response from Falcons. Now, this map is really dangerous for Aurora. If you let them get started on that T side, if you let them start hammering you in those gun rounds, I mean, I've seen these guys 14-1 500 on the T side of Nuke, and it wasn't even close. There was pretty much 2 contested rounds, one of which 500 were able to win. That is an example of their prowess here, and also taking Astralis to double overtime. Again, off the back of a really impressive T-side start, but Falcons less experienced than both sides. Not in terms of the individual players, of course. I mean, MBK's been around since goodness knows how long, but just in terms of playing as a five-man core, that appears to be a weakness perhaps for Aurora at this stage for lack of roster changes, the tanking in competitive nature in at least recent months. Hopefully that's something they're able to fix up here, because they definitely are a team that should be making it through to at least semi-finals here.
Yeah, they're in the same, boat as all of us watching, right? They're looking for a turnaround to that form at the beginning of the year too, right? So, getting back to some titles here in CCT could certainly build up that confidence. That was a huge kickstart to their season at the start of the year. Obviously, it is so difficult to keep that sort of pace in the online format. Winning every sort of CCT, I mean, like you said at the beginning of the year when they were taking a straws into those double overtimes and doing deep work in these events, I feel like they could keep themselves competitive with anybody, but Buddy with the sidearm right there is able to strike way towards that out of yard. It's a great kickoff for him. Doing things off with a little bit of success here, looking to continue that. The rest of the roster going to test Boros here on the ramp side of things.
Yeah, Boros ready and waiting. Playing the old flamey classic. How many can he spray down? So far the answer 2, make it a third. As Kenzie left wanting in 1 versus 5 with a deagle. But also, in other news, 9Z took a map off of Virtus Pro and are currently leading, I believe, going into map number 2. Which, bearing in mind, VP won 16-5, 16-7 in a preseason matchup on LAN versus 9Z. That's a great response, as is a good response from Kenzie onto MHL, but the problem is, it was the 1v5, and he's been absolutely mullered since.
I don't know if you saw, what's funny about that preseason game.
$150,000.
Right, yeah. I mean, a lot of cash on the line right there for it. But also after that, I think there's some like trash talk from VP, and obviously I think it was just to hype up the event, and bring some attention. Nothing ill-willed, but it was like punching down. I would say if you are clowning on a team like 9C as a roster that so established like VP. But yeah, I mean, good if they can come back and say, hey, yeah, you won the preseason game, but we're getting the important one is, a plant almost came through. And nothing too crazy. That'd be a pretty cool story there. A little revenge.
Yeah, it would be really cool. But do you know what was quite funny? I community casted that event with Fish the Husky, who is NA's finest co-streamer. And in that event, there was a 1v1 between 2 Argentine celebrities who I had no idea who they were. And since the tournament was sponsored by Shell, do you know what the prize of the 1v1 was?
I'm going to guess 10,000.
It was oil barrels. They won oil barrels.
No.
Yeah. It was, I've never seen anything like it before.
Oh my god.
As Body's lackey out of the server. A bit of a rough response there as Aurora, another opening advantage lost. I've been having a lot of fun reminiscing with you tonight, Cole.
Yeah. I mean, there's not much more of this that we might have. We don't know.
I'm a bit
at least for Go, right?
Yeah.
Let's, might have plenty more of that. Nice boost. I love that little gimmick, sometimes expected, not in this case though, and able to win out that duel, but Boros takes it right back. Doesn't let them stay down for too long. He's going to put that advantage back into their favor. That smoke spam is just so close, but then it comes right back. So he actually ends up taking a lot more damage than he dishes. Got ourselves into a 4v3, a post-plant situation, and a very awkward start, but Selter clotheslines Lonks on the inbound. Vladic gets a cheeky little smoke right there and dodges out. Look at this guy move right now. Should have been heard, but Vladic, dude, the flicks are unbelievable, but Boros will answer. Headshot out of his rifle. It's all on Boros, so he's got 7 HP. And Selter will send him packing. It's Aurora that strike back here with some flair.
That's an amazing round from Celta as well, by the way. Him dodging the util, running in towards single door, and then actually finding that kill on the CT, aggressing towards his position. Lovely start. Keeps things competitive. Boros basically dinked through that smoke. Was put to bed by Celta as well. aTTaX, that was a disgustingly clean flick shot, but apparently the start to this game already enough to have 1xBet change their minds. Now by 0.04%, they are favouring the likes of Falcons to be taking this series. MVK looking to take an opening kill, and he'll take it cleanly. aTTaX, a lovely no-scope as MHL waits for him on the other side of Hut. Celta towards outside has made noise on top of the roof as Norby lobs a Molotov to try and dispel any ramp or any lobby crunches. Nobody was coming from that direction, so that is an unfortunate wasted Molotov, as it looks like Aurora might have wasted an opportunity to burst onto the bomb site here, but Body, that's excellently adjusted, checks the red box first and then flicks straight up onto Celta's head, leaving Lackey and Norway in a 2 versus 4. As it looks like Falcons might have this one under their wing.
Does appear that way, Body. MHL looking to ensure it. Another just great element of this Falcons team. When it comes to team building, they've made something really exciting, I feel like. Taking a lot of the prospects that have been talked about here in the Tier 2 space. Kept some very experienced and supportive elements. And they just combined them. They're seeing what can work here. And I feel like, again, there's some damage that can certainly be done. Obviously, alongside that, you know, just speaking a little bit more about reminiscing on some old times here. We're not sure, like, 2025 rolls around, what even the circuit's going to look like in terms of it turning into an open circuit. So much more open for qualifications here. That Tier 2 space, I think, is going to get even more important. So I feel like this Falcons roster built an incredible project just in time.
It's been a weird couple of weeks for the stability of our esport, to put it very lightly. Yeah. Are we going to wake up tomorrow and have to cast CS2? I'm not entirely sure. I will be back at the same time. Am I joined by you, Exner, for tomorrow's playoff game?
No, I'm in CCT South America play-ins tomorrow.
Oh, you silly minx. You're going to have a great time, I'm sure. As,
I will. If it happens, you know, who knows?
To be fair,
update.
Yeah, CS2 getting to probably enjoy the full length of an MR12 that will eventually turn into basically the same length as a normal MR15 game, because that's what happened in South America. Also, how is the new overtime system working? Because it just becomes a draw at the end of one overtime. I'm assuming
I think that's just for matchmaking.
That's just for Premier.
Yeah, I'll probably just keep playing it.
But didn't they say something about decreasing the number of round wins you need in overtime with every overtime or something? Or is that just him spitballing on the timeline as Kenzie dudes up MHL and spits him out, but Body above the boxes finds one more. Norway, a swift trade. It's a 4 versus 3, the best advantage Aurora have had in a good while now.
They're doing a good job of keeping this T side nice and close, not letting Falcons run away with anything too crazy. Double opening pick, though. They need to win this round, and Boros has tucked himself perfectly here. A little bit of trigger discipline could go a long way, but he doesn't need it. We'll just take those 2 kills. He doesn't miss a bullet on either one of those sprays. Just quick, concise kills as it was necessary. And I feel like Aurora might have slightly overcooked that one. Missed opportunity there. As I said, they weren't letting him really run away with things too much, but that was before I knew that they were going to win this round. I thought, you know, Aurora would be able to just claim that one with the advantage that they had without it. Sure, I'm going to probably slip out of the wayside and chance for Falcons to establish even more foothold. Yeah, Celta doesn't find anything else there.
Okay, from a 4v3 to a 3v0. That's not a very good end to the round for the likes of Aurora here, and it's not been a very good continuation of the half, as Falcons really Again, with the bird puns swooping down on them. They've doubled the round count of Aurora. And yeah, Aurora just haven't looked particularly confident in a lot of these scenarios now, when, again, they are fully capable of putting 10-plus rounds up on their T side, at least in an older time, in an older fashion. And I do really wish that we got to see a little bit more of that Aurora today, but it's not been the cleanest of CS, and Boris is farm enough the storm here. It's nice from Norby. Can he find much more? The answer, no, unfortunately, as both him and Kenzie flattened by MBK.
Just taken care of right there. With ease. It's going to be another awkward purchase. Up the next. Should be able to afford with the loss bonus some ground here for sure, but might not be having some of those elements that you're hoping for. Like, you'll see what he can do, but just walking and wandering around towards that outer yard. Trying to figure out some solutions here ASAP.
Yeah, there's no solution to this round, though. Lovely headshot from Body. And speaking of bodying, Cole, I don't know if you've just received the link that I just sent you, but on the concept of reminiscing today, even McDonald's has made fun of NACS before. Yeah, back in an advertisement campaign from McDonald's Germany and McDonald's Denmark, back when I think it was like a Cologne 2016 or something, and I can't remember the Danish event that it came through for, but yeah, McDonald's called NA a retirement home and said that when an EU player joins an NA team, it's a Big Mac versus burnt toast and a half-eaten muffin. That's appealing to the masses for you there for McDonald's.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. Always liked being an underdog as an NA player.
I thought you were going to say I always liked Burger King more, and
no, but I can't say that with a straight face.
You know what? Straight face, as a vegetarian, I do think Burger King's food is better.
Fair enough. You got better options. They also have better advertisements, man. Have you ever heard that Whopper song?
Yeah, absolute banger. But if you go back a little bit further to the former Burger King advert where they use, like, the memes, oh my god, that was one of the most painful things I've ever had to sit through. You know what I'm talking about? Hold on a minute. Body and Lounix want a piece. Boros, bit messy. HL peering through towards lobby as well, though. This lobby's about to get crunched as to the bones of Lackey at the sound of that 50 cal. Lounix ready and waiting for another attempt, another crack at it, but bomb's been retrieved and Norby has taken space outside, but how long will that be true? And oh my god, Body!
Jeez.
That was insane. An empty space now left where Norway was standing, and MBK gets a freebie onto aTTaX. It's one taps to close, and Falcons have already closed out this first half.
It's becoming a very worrisome half as well. We got a pistol round. We got the follow-up, which was a force by, second round conversion from Aurora. They lose the third round because they did so much damage in that second round conversion that they went up for another force buy and won that. And then a single gun round that looked clean. It looked like it could be replicable, but we're not seeing it replicated just yet. Here for Aurora, who have only won a singular gun round so far. That is gotta be painful right now for them.
Yeah, that's not good. That's really not looking too hot right now for the Aurora side, as Falcons just punishing them continually. Body sneaking back in towards Secret here as MHL goes for the outside peak, but I feel like we've seen more Deagles than we have gun rounds at this stage, and the sad thing is sometimes the Deagles have been finding more success than the upgraded rifles. Body doesn't give a damn about any of those stats though. He's just looking to improve his own. Bomb dropped, as is aTTaX. He scampers away. What an incredible play from Body. I know it's against the pistols, but just the discipline to fall away as well and have Boros farm up on the Celta, leaves Kenzie at a 1-on-5, and it's not going to happen. And MHL adds insult to injury by gunning him down with a P250, but the kill is then stolen by MBK.
Kill stealer. Unbelievable. But on the board here, Falcons. Last time, I think they got back-to-back 16-10s versus Aurora. Well, right now, you've got MBK nearing max cash and 2 others above 10k. So, you know, oftentimes when games are looking this one-sided, you can take a look at that money and get a quick answer as to how things will shape it up if rounds are close, things like that. Maybe an APOP could work out wonders here. Body able to deliver a single kill. MHL as well. Both players from Mini finding their success in a fast lobby flank coming through. It's all this timing to Lackey, and he wins the duel versus Boros. Necessary. MHL, you might have all the money in the world here, but 1v3, maybe could be interesting to see him give this one a try, but he's just not going to go for it. Not going to try it. Understandable as to why.
Yeah, no need to give up anything unnecessarily to the likes of Aurora. Falcons already have 9. And he will be looking to save on top of the roof there. Do you know what's crazy about this, though? The last game that Aurora played on Nuke was against OneWin, who won the CCT Online Finals number 3. They won at 16-5 and also managed to beat 9 Pandas on LAN. They did lose 16-13 the time before that, but
I guess it doesn't matter.
Okay, MHL is there, but it doesn't matter because MBK has $16,000 and MHL has 12.5.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, why is he getting that aggressive? Like, you get the Tech 9, because you got the repeak, or maybe you repeak a little bit safer, but then I was like, you know what?
Round 14. And they got that much money to spend. I would say big yikes for Aurora, personally, unless they can actually find 5 here. I think 5 is the absolute bare minimum that they could get away with on this T side. What do you reckon, Cole?
Well, it looks like they might actually have a little bit of momentum here for them. That's an opening pick from Seltzer. Another one from Lackey. And if they can grab themselves 5 or 6, despite the one-sided nature of these gun rounds and the majority of them, they actually might just give themselves enough wiggle room to work with here. I'm surprised to see this roster being able to shape up a little bit despite the one-sided. Way this half is shaped up as well. Lonks thought that maybe Seltzer was on the other side of that wall. Not the case. Safe and sound for now. Is the only problem with that play is you can't really take control of T roof. Got to execute soon. It's a weird smoke. It's going to really complicate the matter. And ooh, okay. I think he was already down the ladder right there. Is it able to level him? Again, next round is last of half. You got plenty of money to go for an attempt here in this round. So I want to see Boros and MHL give this one the old college try here.
I prefer rugby tries, to be fair, but the USA didn't qualify for the Rugby World Cup this year, so I'll let you off. 2 versus 4, come on. Time ticking. MHL, Boros, just swoop on in. At least go for some exit frags here, because the T economy does not look great. But, no, they don't go for it. Not in any serious fashion. Boros gets his head ripped straight off. And that is MHL. Left in another save scenario. Picks the ult back up. I think he's spotted by Latic there. Or Lackey, sorry. He is indeed. Lackey pursues, but won't be able to find the frag. Either way, a competitive last round of the half underway here. And with that, Falcons, I think, would still need 10 to round things off for me to be completely confident in their ability to win this map. Aurora potentially in with 6 on the T side, which all things considered is not that bad.
Oh, not at all. It's actually very impressive, the diligence that this team is able to establish. Static versus Body in a battle. The last breath right there, and MHL eventually make sure that Latic doesn't find anything. That's just a really brutal round for Laddick right there. He goes for the fight. He hits the tag. It's a nice shot, but there's much, much more to worry about right there, as you can see. We've got 4v5. A little bit of damage on the body, and Boros about to be tested here. Has to pass. Fumbling with utility right now as they make their initial move here. Strikes perfectly. Lets one slide, though, and Celter will punish because of it.
Okay, this round has a bit of life left in it. Kenzie, can he do MHL, though? MHL not watching the angle. A perfect swing. A great timing. Celter jumping down onto the B-bomb site finds himself in the perfect position to assist in the 3v3. A smoke deployed towards ramp. Another to double doors. As Lackey takes single door presence, doesn't decide to lock it behind him. Instead, pushes further forward. And this is what MBK is somehow watching for. His body is left with Laux to do the heavy lifting. They push down the ramp as Celter holds off. The smoke deployed. A flashbang rings through, but there's not really that much time left. Yes, they've all got kits, but Lackey's got MBK. The swing from body, great though. Hold on a moment. This somehow all falls down to Lackey. Pushes through off the back of a flashbang. Will find the first, but I think there might be just enough time here for the defuse on Falcons. It's down to the wire. The Falcons will find double digits on the CT side of Aurora's map pick.
Wow. I can't believe they're able to retake right there. Laux able to close things out. Finish the job right there. Double-digit rounds landed by Falcons, but there was a fight put up there by the likes of Aurora that they could be happy about at least grabbing 5 here. Again, not the most stabilized, but certainly something you can manage, something you can work with here. So we'll see if they're able to deliver with the lockdown defense. I've seen it many times before, so let's say it's too far out of the picture.
Yeah, Aurora need a good pistol round here, though. You'll hear every caster in the world say that coming into a second pistol round when a team is behind. And I feel like that's not going to change, especially with CS2 having less rounds to play with. Pistol rounds even more important. Wonder when the first economy update comes around. That'll be interesting to see as Latic taking an interest towards the roof. As Lackey might be interested in having some help sent his way. Ramp heavily contested. As Launix in the back lines deals with Celter. Oh, Lackey, the pistol round king, it seems, has just done it all again. Norway does chime in for help as MHL left and needing help in a 1 versus 4 as he runs back into lobby and tries to isolate his duels, but it's not going to happen. Instead, he's left on an island and Aurora will find 6.
That's beautiful work right there. Aurora able to finish the job without too many struggles. Looking very strong right there. Up against pretty solid purchase as well. Of the P250 and Raid Boss for MHL. He wasn't able to find any ground. It's Lackey again doing work here. Winning his team both pistols, so I feel like doing his work right now. We need to see some of the other elements step up here in this second half, right? I mean, Kinsey and Nori, this duo was a huge facilitator of the success for this team. Laddick as an all presence has been huge. We've seen a little bit of flare out of him, but he's going to continue to be called upon here and throughout, especially the CT side of Nuke, right? So a couple different elements looking to level up their game right now.
Yeah, they're looking to ring out the periodic table. Add a couple of elements to the game plan. And one thing that will never change is my terrible and dry sense of humour as Lackey. Does change the dynamic of the round. It should be one that's comfortably close now by Aurora. I say that as MHL is somehow still alive. 50 seconds remaining though. Lovely headshot from Kenzie and Launix with just a Glock. Swings wide, almost a kill, but unfortunately nothing more. Aurora, 7 on the board. Although this next round is the most important of the second half so far. The opening gun round to see whether or not Aurora continue netting rounds in this comeback attempt. And Falcons so worried about it that they've actually gone in and called attack pause.
All right. I got a lot of emphasis on this one. I mean, they know the pressure put on them right now. Also got some history between these two teams, right? Don't forget, last time these rosters battled it out against each other, it was back-to-back 16-10s. Well, guess who's stuck on 10 right now, right? I mean, of course, early on in the second half, and they've got the lead right now. That's something to be happy about. But they've got a mental hurdle to break through as well. So, could be interesting.
It could well be, as Aurora are looking to be the ones to come out on top of their own map pick here. I do feel like this is a win condition for the series, Aurora winning Nuke. It is their best map. It is normally a mainstay for this roster. It's also their second most played after Overpass, but Overpass, Aurora don't like thinking about all that much. It's not a particularly good stronghold for them, a 29% win rate over the 14 times they've played it. In the meantime, we are still thinking about Nuke. That's where we are stuck at the moment, as Kenzie stuck in between credit card, unable to find that smoke spam kill. It's not the end of the world just yet, though. It is just a lack of information for this side of Aurora, as they haven't lobby crunched, and they have also got NBK to deal with if they do go for that avenue of attack, as Falcons in the meantime lose Loudix to Lackey. Boros also taking damage, but he trades onto Kenzie. Lackey swinging wide again, sends Boros packing his body. Tries to thin the numbers of the CT side, but is unable to so far, and it almost looks like through the X-ray, spamming down his teammate there. Latic, big kill onto the opposition IGL, as Body removes one, but can't land the transfer. MHL 1v3, and it's Celta's MP9 to remove him. 8 on the board for Aurora, and back to the drawing board for the Falcons.
Called in a pause for that round there. Definitely feeling a little bit of the heat now put onto them. Aurora now 2 to close the distance on the CT side. For this map here, you know that feeling is sinking in here to their opponents and honestly for themselves as well. Starting to get a little bit excited, starting to get a little bit of hype for them. Building in for this team. Quite happy with the initial success so far in this second half. Certainly turning the tide here. Can they keep it up though? More work to do. Elevated angle being taken for Kenzie, feeling confident. Taking his duels here, spotting out a quick kill there as Kenzie showing up to the plate here. Opportunities for a little bit of extra credit. The op strikes next there. Really good contact play. Baiting MBK right on in. But ooh, Boros will send one packing as well.
Okay, that was cleanly done, but Kenzie is still right around the corner. Spots at least one fading away, but Loudix maybe could do something special towards the A-bomb site here if he isolates his duels and catches a timing, but no, it's not going to happen. Celta sends him down the river. Now it's MHL and Boros trying to paddle up a creek. Or get up a creek without a paddle. Not a particularly enticing scenario to be in. And quite aptly, they are stuck in towards the position aptly named Trash. As that's probably what they'll have to do with this round. Trash it and start over. Nice break. MHL low. Boros 2. A rifle has been stolen. A 1-deek has been landed. But Lackey good for a follow-up, as so is MHL. But yeah, there we go. Kenzie to close, and Aurora, they do pitch their way up onto 9.
Giving that one too much fuss there. A little bit of economic damage done for sure onto Aurora, but at this point here, we're talking a one-round ball game at the moment. Another timeout for another gun round here. Over on the side of Falcons, I mean, again, just putting a lot of pressure on themselves to close out these gun rounds here, and you can understand why. Don't want to let this lead slip any further. I guess give this lead away, really, would be the result here if they continue to lose from this point forward.
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous for Falcons at the moment. They've really not done much on their T-side so far and weren't able to capitalize on any of our gimmick rounds. Yeah, so Aurora looking much more steadfast on the CT side. Latic peering through, confidence brimming. That's a lobby peek. Boros can't quite see the left-hand side of Latic, but MBK might be receiving a full frontal blow, and he will be. It's a great start for Aurora. Another opening pick. Make that a double as Body thankfully able to leave Kenzie's body without a head. But still a man disadvantage. Still fighting back up a steep hill. Falcons do pause for a moment and do at least have body with some map control.
Some foothold here in this round. They gotta have other avenues of approach right now. It's a concession that Aurora are willing to give, but they're not completely unaccounted for there. Have an idea of where body is. You know, he's been out towards that outer yard. aTTaX takes a deep angle here. MHL, how do you get out of this here? He's got to fight his way out. Gonna peek into the op, and that's just a quick adjustment. Bomb dropped into his vision. Timing fight there for Boros. He does win it. It's good control, but look who's collapsed in on you. Nori will greet him with open arms on the retreat. And that very well just might be that here. 15 seconds left and not a lot of time to even try for this round. Maybe best case scenario is a save. Maybe swings up this ladder and goes for a brawl, but it's not going to end in him winning this round, basically, and he will go ahead and concede.
I mean, it's the wise thing to do here. And AK is a valuable save. He's got full Kevlar, almost a full belt of utility, so he won't need to buy up anything in this. As MHL and Boros both can afford to, Lanix and MBK will struggle more. And as Aurora win 5 on the trot to equalize for Falcons, it's again the T side to call a tactical timeout. Only one remaining now, by the way. As Aurora have been a little bit more liberal with them. No, conservative with them. I know what I'm talking about. It's a late night. Excuse the misgivings. I'm also very distracted by everything CS2.
We're in a very wild time right now.
Yeah, it's kind of scary. This has been my life for the past, like 3 years, 3.5 years. My full-time job has been CS for most of that period. And now Valve are just like, haha, about that. Have a new game. And it's not just a new game, it's an erasure of CSGO, almost. You can still play 1.6, you can still play Source, you can even play Condition Zero, whenever the hell that zombie game they released was, but CSGO looks to be taking a permanent backseat to CS2, and yeah, the times there are changing.
Times have already changed here in this map here, but they're gone to the days of Falcons on 16K. I'm sure they miss them. Maybe not as welcoming now that you're staring down the barrel. Here very well might be Aurora taking that lead back for the first time since the scoreline of 2-1. So what a change up here. Lackey running it down as fast as possible over towards that secret position, and look who's waiting for him.
Oh, Lackey in the wings, hungry for a couple more frags to that tally. He is being eagle-eyed. I think he just just averted the timing here. Finds the first, even the second. Continues spraying, but can't quite catch Boris 2. But Kenzie lands a dink onto MBK, converts the frag. Boris and Leonix is a 2-on-4. It is a doable one. The smoke is good. It allows for a bit of entry onto the site. The nade is also very clean. Laps up Leonix's HP down to 42. Boris doing a little better, but still slowly but surely encapsulated. Celta already down to the single door, waiting if he needs to assist his teammates, but Nori already finding the first means that Leonix, I think he might just be scampering out of this in all honesty. They've got the few skits, they've got smokes, they got everything they need to win this round out. Celta playing with a single door, beckons Leonix into his crosshairs, but Leonix actually finds the frag. Nobody's defused the bomb in the meantime. Gets a bit dicey for the moment, but Norway will stick the defuse. And that's Aurora with 6 in a row, putting themselves onto 11-10. Falcons really letting this one slip from underneath their feet.
Yeah, they don't even know what hit him, I think, at this point here. It's been a slow burn of the second half. Not a lot of ground being gained here, and their presence just getting leveled round after round. Definitely not the way they were hoping for this second half to sort of shape up here so far. Cards are dealt here. Gonna have to play with them. See if they can start to turn the ship here. You have some out-of-yard aggression coming through there, but Laux jumps into the open arms of Lackey. Michael said, thank you very much. Success doesn't linger for too long there. MBK trades out.
Yeah, hold on a moment. Falcons finally with a man advantage. Excuse me. It seems like it's been a long time since we've seen this come into fruition. Celta, in the meantime, sitting towards under heaven. MHL swings him. Only he knew how low MHL was, but that's not going to matter. Celta temporarily distracted by body. Kenzie stuck on that A bomb site on his lonesome now. West Normie will try and push up through secret, provide some alleviation, provide some support. Boris behind the back boxes of B-Ram. He can pretty quickly start to spiral things in Falcon's favour at a moment's notice, but Norway still edging up. Does he anticipate there are 2 players holding him in garage? No, he does not. Instead, runs back on down, and that's valuable information given over. This should incite an A hit here, and that's exactly what's coming into play.
Boris ready to strike from above, but he's taken care of very quickly. Nice trade, though. Necessary. Both players down to very low margins, and a lot of noise being made by Nori. His footsteps being heard stomping all about. Stomping all around here. He's got a Molotov, a flash, and kit to his name. Long reposition from MHL back towards heaven, I think, should really seal this one. Oh. Well, he was actually maybe intended for that. He throws the flash at the same angle there. I thought he was maybe tossing that one towards Squeaky, but with his back turned towards it, MBK will claim the T-side's first round. 3 kills from him right there to finally lift Falcons off the deadlock in the second half.
Yeah, that was a much needed round there for the Falcons. Letting 6 slip in a row, it's not a comforting thought. And these rounds have been pretty competitive, so Aurora, after that single loss, don't really have the economy to buy back into this one. And as such, call a tactical timeout of their own. What's the play here? Do they go for the force? Kenzie looking like he really wants to. Drops that over to Latic. MP9s on Celta and Norway. Yes, it is definitely a force buy from Aurora. That much has been made abundantly clear, but whether or not they can force themselves back into the lead, that's another question entirely. Is this round going to come back and bite them? Will they be able to remain competitive? We'll have to wait and see. You happy with this buy, or do you reckon they should have waited that extra round, gone for the half buy here?
I always like a good force fight. I like keeping the pressure on your opponents. And again, I feel like this is the map where you can do it more so than a lot of maps here. You know how effective these MP9s can still manage to be, even if they're really not given a lot of tools. You can still make some magic happen. So we'll see how things pan out here with it. Of course, it is a risk.
There's a lot of risk involved in this game, in this round. Where do you gamble on the side of the Falcons, and where do you gamble stack for Aurora? MHL ready with a Molotov in through the roof. That will disposition Norway. I like that though, jumping over the door frame. He's not spotted, but he is heard. Body though, undetected in towards heaven. This could be very bad for Aurora if they don't have somebody watching the angle, and I do not think that they will. aTTaX in the meantime, down towards Secret as Body will strike from above. Norway needed a double up, but thankfully Celta's there to mitigate the damage. Not for long, Body finds another. And aTTaX is so preoccupied with looking towards A that Lounix has just denied the AWP anything. Lucky now a 1 versus 3, and realistically what he needs to go for, but Lounix might not be an AWP by name, but apparently by nature. That is a monster frag, and Falcons, they will find a comfortable 12.
All right. That is something special right there. A little bit of opping out of Lounix. That's going to leave them in the lead here. And like you said, the risk of that round is going to come through here for Aurora. An incredible start to this half, but the lead slips right back. A wake-up call was given to Falcons once they take the lead right there. That, required maybe some of the older guards, some of the more experienced veterans here, players like MBK and Body, to step up to the plate. Especially in these last 2 rounds, MBK with a 3K and Body just there with the big lurk out towards that outer yard. And obviously, you don't expect too much to take place in this one. Don't have the tools here to really fight back to Aurora. They do have a Zeus, though, and they do have it inside of Hut. Lounix is thinking about moving on in.
I really hope we see a Zeus kill here. I'm willing Norway to find a Zeus kill. But apparently, not gonna happen. Hops top of Hut. And Celta tapping away at Boros. Did he actually land that first bullet? I'm not sure. Either way, this is a free round for Falcons. They'll be pitching up onto 13, but that's not to say Aurora won't be able to immediately come back from this. It's just that force buy has allowed Falcons first onto the home stretch. Alex punches in those digits. That's $800 of extra cash for the side of Falcons. Definitely won't be going amiss. Snowy still with that Zeus. So he wants to keep it into the next round instead.
Why not? Not a lot of fight speed taken in this one. Maybe some exits to be had. Still a little bit of hope for some more action in this round, but really just nothing. Another interesting note about CS2 is Nuke's bomb got a little bit of a buff, as well as all the bombs in this maps. But Nuke, you can definitely feel it more so than others. I feel like you get so far away and still you can be caught. If you're ever playing CS2, if it does come out for everyone tomorrow, make sure to be careful for that. Watch out.
Yeah, this is distressing times for both teams, no doubt. Going to clinch as many ranking points in the CCT circuit as they can, as many wins before CS2 replaces everything here. Aurora really don't want to stumble after that 6-round streak. Netted them a perfect opportunity to convert a comeback win. Lucky edging up. Kenzie takes the first fight, loses it, but there is a swift trade. But Boros will not be able to deal with Celta. That's an excellent frag. And Lackey peaking with confidence. Means we now just have MBK and Launix in the 2 versus 4. MBK whipping out the Zeus this time as he charges on in towards control room. Can't find the frag. Gets Lackey to deal the killing blow. And Launix left in a 1 versus 4 with the bomb in his back, admittedly, but no back left the bomb with. Lackey, great kill onto Launix, and with that, a 4-player left alive round for Aurora. They are comfortably able to contest for 13.
Answer like that, as soon as they get the guns back out, is exactly what they needed right there, right? They definitely couldn't afford to let that round slip, so that sort of round established here. Going to build up some continued confidence in their ability here. This map, try and close things out. Still around off of Falcons, and Falcons still with some effective purchases coming through here. Everyone is close by and towards lobby, with one player getting on top of the T-roof. That's Body. Might get up to his antics once again. He's got some cross smokes right now. Safely move on out. No gaps in those either here. Just some smoke spam and some Molotovs he has to dance through, but dance they do. All the way in towards Secret successfully so far for Launix.
Yeah, successful so far, but Falcons still ensuring they apply the pressure. Will be smoked back in towards Squeaky as Boros jiggles towards the hut. No successes there, though. There's Aurora looking stronger and stronger. A slow play here towards outside as the bomb is slowly but surely running out of time to be planted. 40 seconds remain, and yeah, they've got Secret, they've got bits and pieces outside, but they don't have any real map control here that would allow them to swiftly swoop onto A or B. Normally a good hole, a nice crossfire with Celta. Finally, some Molotovs start bringing down. That does force Kenzie forward, but he's safer now, but not for long. Normally and Kenzie removed. Celta and Latty bite back, try and cling on. Lackey now left in a 1 versus 2. The IGL having a monster game, by the way. 25 kills to his name, but as he pops out of the vents, still 2 difficult targets to find. Deals with the first in MHL. Now just Launix left. The Romanian is the bomb planter, but also plants a 7.62 round firmly in the skull of Lackey. A lovely clutch, and that will put Falcons onto 14.
And that's a terrifying position right now. This is the sort of nightmare scenario that every team wants to avoid. It's a position here where you're low in cash flow right now for Aurora. You don't have a lot to roll in terms of the economy, and you got to fight here for your life with your backs against the wall right now. They've got some serious questions as to what they do. Do they take that same risk they did just a couple rounds prior of going all in on a purchase like this? Would that be a mistake? That could cost him here and not allow them to play for overtime, man. This is never a position that you want to be in as a team, but see what they go for here.
I think they would be a little bit silly to go for the force fight in a round like this, and I do believe Aurora agree. The heavy investment from Kenzie onto the Deeg, and they've got some bits of Kevlar lying around. They're looking to do damage in this round. Of course, they would love a win, but overall, I think the air of realization has fallen. Falcon should be the first to 15 here, but Boros challenged. Boros survives. Launix follows up. As Boros has been beaten to death by flashes and dinks and lions and tigers and bears. Oh my, but Body does go down to Kenzie at the very least. That is an AK picked up, but I don't reckon there'll be much more to come of it, at least not for this round. Bomb just needs to be retrieved and planted as the kill onto Kenzie is also found. 15-12 for Falcons. 3 chances to close.
3 opportunities to finish here. Welcome position for Falcons. They had an incredible start. The second half, though, I was wondering if they were ever going to lift off, and we've gotten our answer eventually. And the answer is yes. It's a full team effort here on their side of things. No missing pieces here. Surprisingly, MHL taking a little bit of a backseat, which is not something you'd expect, but the rest of the roster has been able to fill the void quite nicely. You've got great rounds out of Body, some great plays out of him. Lounx has been very good on some of these secret plays. MBK's even, lifted off on their T-side campaign, so was the reason they were able to break the deadlock in a big fashion here. aTTaX repositions here. A little bit of fumbled movement could cost him his life, but it cost MBK his life initially. We'll get a quick trade delivered. Spores chases things down. He's found the opening here, but he wants more.
There's a lot of damage dealt to Boros and Body, and it's not all the time we see Boros on and all. At least in the meantime, one of the fuller HP players removed as Boros still peeking on in towards his B site. Norway opens the single door. It's not spotted. Oh, Boros, he doesn't know he's crossed either. Misses the timing. Norway and Kenzie a frag of pieces. MHL assisting onto Boros. Not a great sign. Last alive as well. Needs to try and make up for the damage dealt to his teammate, but I don't think it's going to happen. Another MHL 1v4. But hey, at least this time he does have the bomb. His position is unknown. Not that I think this round is doable, but maybe a bomb plant possible, which would be nice for a little bit of extra funding. Although if MHL does survive this, he can drop that weapon over to Lernix and all will be forgiven. And by the looks of things, that's exactly what's going to happen. Aurora onto 13.
Counter-terrorists win.
Just getting all the rounds here. Now you have a chance for Aurora to take something special here. Grab this round here. I feel like Falcons might make the decision. I mean, again, this is some of the tough calls you have to make here, but they're actually going to go for a full investment here. I think they could have gone for a little bit of a half buy. They're going to miss some utility. No, they have plenty of tools here. Of course, had a lot of extra cash and was able to drop Lounx a rifle, so still have everything at their disposal, which is good news here in Aurora. Oh, already losing an opening pick there. aTTaX, this is a wild play here. I wonder if MBK's heard the drop. He's going to go for the peek here. MBK spotting in the aggression. Not quite. aTTaX will answer back quickly and wants more. Takes a deep angle here. And Lackey going to find another ground towards ramp. Another kill out of aTTaX. This round falls apart from the opening pick to a 4v1 here. Body, the only player in the server able to strike for any sort of success here. And we go 30. Unless Body has anything more to say in this round.
One of the last times we'll be seeing a full 30-round game. Let that sink in, ladies and gents, and we might even be going further if Falcons can't close come the next. They've not got that much money behind them. Yes, loss bonus has started to pick up as Body. Oh, okay. Chucks the AK out the map and buys for the M4 save instead. That's an unusual methodology. I suppose he does want to prevent Aurora from picking up an AK, but little does he know everybody on Aurora already has one. So Body will be saving the anime gun. As Aurora gunning for an overtime victory now. Let's see which way this tug of war will lean. With a 20-second save on the cards. I like the positioning of the orb sticker. Nicely done there by whoever crafted this masterpiece.
It's nice.
It's like holding up a mirror so you can see your reflection and think of just how many hours you've spent playing this godforsaken game.
Good for reflection.
Good for reflection.
That's what they say about mirrors.
Thanks, Cole. That's science with Exner. That's a new segment we're starting here.
Only the realest and truest facts here on CCT.
Oh, give me another fun fact. I want a real and true fact from you.
This round, going to determine whether or not this goes into overtime or if Falcons win the map right here.
Damn, he's good at this. That was indeed.
.50 shot. Aurora win or they lose. I went a little bit less true there. Of course, I think they have a better shot of winning this than losing right now. You look at their purchase. It is a pretty there on the side of Falcons. They've got themselves a little bit work to do as they look to make the magic happen with a P250 and MBK back in for livematch and Boros rocking a Deagle. The rifles at times, they weren't enough to break through, but we'll see if they can do it with lesser tools.
Okay, I'm back. I did hear your fun facts before I cut out. Don't worry. This round is
I felt like that one would have hit with you.
Yeah. It was the perfect fact. It was either going to be that or mitochondria is the powerhouse of a cell. I was torn between the two of them. Sladek looking to tear down a couple of these ramp pushers. Misses the opening opportunity. A lovely adjustment onto MHL. Means he is still in the good fight. Just about scampering away in the nick of time as Lackey finds MBK, Kenzie, Laptic. One more apiece, leaving Loudix in a 1 versus 4. And I have a feeling that we might well be going to overtime here. Loudix swings. It's a flashy flick from Laptic. Not quite connecting. He's giving it another crack, and this one perfect. Look at the counter strafe into the kill. As here we are, 30 rounds concluded. Let's see how far this one will need to go. Overtime number 1, waiting in the wings.
Here we go. Big OT number 1 right now. Starting off. Now that they've got so much cash flow, I think already a large majority of these gun rounds have favored them, right? So they're going to be looking for that sweep. They're going to be looking for that flawless sequence of rounds here in the first OT. Now that they've got the win in their sails, now that they don't have any economy to worry about, that's going to put them in a confident position here. Speaking of confidence, Lactic goes aggressive, but man, does he get punished right there. Sideswipe by Boros on the entry right there, and that's a quick reminder of what you're up against.
Yeah, he's a permanent reminder of how strong he is as an individual, how much he can elevate a team. Monty's not quite looked the same without him, despite their various interviews. Body now trying to deal with Seltzer, but Boros instead, the entry menace, taking space, creating problems, as it's all up to Lackey on an AWP, and he gets 1 kill before being flattened. Boros has just hit 30 kills as well, as has Lackey for that matter. It's not always the IGL for Aurora that you rely on to be that missing piece of the puzzle. But Falcons can at least rely on Boros to double entry and put them first onto 16, even if it's not quite in regulation.
Top shot rattles off right there. No connection somehow, missed opportunity. And Knife is out for Latic. I don't know how he's still alive. But he gets out of dodge. Safe and sound there. Continued fights between these two players. Brawl out. And now we've got Kinsey next to strike here. Body looking for the trade, does deliver. It's a 1-for-1 towards that outer yard.
Brawl out, more like who let the dogs out, as Falcons got that dog in him here, looking for the close. And MBK closes down onto Norway. Seltzer a trade on back. We find ourselves now in a 3v3. Boros peeking the outer wrangle, sees a man behind the site. Seltzer naded down. Molly reigns on top of his position. But Seltzer still finds Boros capitalized on a man advantage. Sitting pretty in the smoke, so there's distraction. Zelta swings off the back of the death of his teammate. That's a great trade, leaving MHL again in a clutch, but this one's significantly more winnable. A 1 versus 2, and Lackey has a bit of an off angle behind the site as well. Perfect position, 16 all. There's an equalized scoreline again netted, and Aurora decide not to let Falcons run away with things here.
Not just yet. Able to answer back right there. Salter delivering a nice little defense with his back against the wall there on that A-bomb site. Had a little bit of support. It was also kind of blocked out by the smoke, and I feel like you had to make some sort of proactive move. If he would have just hide back of Silo, let his opper position up there, take that fight towards Hut, and then he would have let the player sneak out of Squeaky. That could have been him, you know, playing a little bit too passive. He decides instead to push through that smoke and is available to land the trade on his opper right there, which I think is a key detail in that round. This is sort of perfect proactivity you need to be having, but perfect proactivity from Body this time around. He's got himself a pick again towards that outer yard. Very effective when it comes to taking those duels. Looks super comfortable in that department. And catches Kinsey off guard. Foot, a toe. Might have been spotted here by Selter. He doesn't strike though just yet.
He knows though. Selter knows. He strikes his body. Tries his best to do anything to get out of that situation, but Boros situates himself as another problem for Aurora, finds a big frag, and leaves a sizable hole in the defense. Selter dances his way down towards B. Does he push this smoke, or does he play discipline? Does he play it safe? No, he charges through, and MHL on the other side, ready to receive him. I'll be honest, Cole, I feel like Aurora needed 2 CT rounds here, but their chances continually fade. Boros swung upon, but still finds the kill with Loudix. And Norway, dissipated by MHL in the meantime, means that Falcons lead by 1 coming into the CT side of overtime number 1.
Yeah, this game has kind of felt like a bit of a roller coaster, so it's really tough to read when it comes to what this overtime is going to look like, but I'm not too far of agreeing with you. Like the 2-to-1 split there with a little bit of struggles on the T side is a bit of a difficulty here. That might cost him a little bit of ground. But again, even still, with that being said, I feel like we saw some good recovery from Aurora in the gun rounds late towards the half. So if they're able to bring that same energy, see if they can deliver. MHL, though, starting off with the op over towards the ramp room here. Again, he needs to step up to the plate there. Knocks down the op counterpart. Latic doesn't even know what hit him right there. He had 2 teammates in front of him. He's the one that bites the bullet.
Yeah, that's the worst way to go. The unexpected death, but he also dealt one. As Kenzie's taken outside control, he keeps slipping on by as Loudix slips into his crosshairs. Big headshot. MBK now torn between 2 angles. Decides to take a difficult to read position on top of the door, but not for long. Speaking of difficult to read positions, Kenzie has again found Boros. MHL overextends, leaving NBK, but that's the ball killer. In an ability to clutch, but unfortunately Celta spams him down through the hut wall, and so not today, NBK. Aurora again equalise onto 17.
It gets even more interesting right now. Tied up once again. Initial T-side success continues for Aurora. Able to win themselves 2 gun rounds back-to-back to end this half. And again, there's questions as to whether or not that was enough, 10-5, but it turned out it was just enough to at least take them into some extra innings here. If they can start things off earlier, it'd be just incredible here for them. Excellent opportunity. Missed shot, a couple of them now for MHL. It's going to cost him this ground, my friend. It's certainly dead. MHL falls. Traded back from Body, but he can't re-peek into Latic. He knows better than that. So he'll bail out. Concede a little bit of ground.
Such an important round for both teams here. As the T start pushing towards ramp, taking further presence. Currently uncontested as they run down towards the lower side of the map. Celta looks to join them too. They're using a lot of utils to get onto this bomb site, though, even though it is clear. Of course, they don't know that. They don't have the vision that we do. But MBK should be in plain view in a moment's time. aTTaX, a gorgeous shot. Laux as well. Doesn't even try and swing or bait out a shot. Just makes the same mistake as his former fallen teammate. And Body, again, left in a clutch. We've seen so many of these situations. It's normally MHL on the receiving end. But at this time, it is the second highest fragger for the Falcons. Good to see the Body still has a kick behind his name, but might well be kicked out of this round in a moment's time. aTTaX aggresses. And what a monster round from Aurora's Orpa there, looking to win it out on the T side as they are the first to 18 in overtime.
Absolute brilliance right there. Coming through, there's just no question about it. aTTaX a time to step up right there. Able to do so big time. They are one off of closing their first opportunity here in this map to finish the job. While Falcons put up a good fight here, they're going to need one to keep themselves alive. Nothing special here. Boros sent through the smoke and continues to chase, but not able to find the kill. aTTaX always positioning himself in to where he can pop a shot off and bail out. It's a consistency in his game.
Falcons consistently letting a couple of rounds they ought not to slip on by them has started to cost them dearly. I do like this ramp setup though. It's not one that's employed often, but Boros has now been boosted up on top of ramp boxes, and there's an avenue that Aurora have been abusing for the past couple of round wins. It might just be a winning maneuver, as Aurora taken a long time to maneuver themselves anywhere outside of really lobby. Yeah, they've got Kenzie again outside, lurking around, looking for entries, but MHL on a scout, that's the real problem in this round. Even if he does spot Kenzie, he needs to land a headshot to find that one shot, one kill potential, but that is a really good Molotov, and Aurora don't really look like they know where they want to finish here, despite only having 30 seconds left.
Gotta make some decisions here. Like you said, not a lot of time here. Last-ditch effort towards the A side to try and finish this game. We're going to do it up against a scout here and a lot of defenders, but none of them find success. They all fall. As Falcons try and stand up against Aurora, they gonna fumble here at the finish line. 15 was found first by Falcons, but Aurora going to rob that game away with the late resurgence there, shutting things down. Again, fantastic work from these guys here, able to deliver on Nuke despite a scary start to this thing. And, you know, the series, it didn't go as we expected out of the gates, but they sure did finish the way, you know, we expected. The strength from Aurora showed eventually.
I mean, damn, that was a really clean finish from Aurora. T-side, which is where they struggled in the first half, in overtime as well. A great comeback to even get them to that position in the first place. And again, it was nice to see a full 30-round affair in regulation. As again, that's not something we're going to be seeing all too much more of, which is weird to say out loud, especially knowing that we have a whole more series of CCT South America to come. But now, as we get ready for Anubis, we have about an 8-minute break before we get into that next map. So go grab yourselves a drink and a snack, and we'll see you all right back here in a couple of minutes.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens spawn. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you got to do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
Champion of champions.
Welcome back to the CCT podcast. We got a couple of things to break down for you. We got some post-player break tournament results. We got the current CCT rankings, and we got the results of the online finals number 2. Interview coming up as well.
Enjoy the interview with one of my favorite and incredibly handsome individuals, along with Taz. It's going to be a banger.
So lots of exciting topics. The absolute legend of the game, it is Taz.
Directly beside him, talk and work together, but they don't go in the same peak. Oh, Taz! The devil strikes, and Taz ties the game.
How's retirement been? Would you get back with the old VP squad?
Would our fans like to see this?
The hunger for glory feeds the desire. The courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions, to reach for greatness, to become
The champion of champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to map 2 of Aurora versus Falcons. CT side will be Aurora. Both of them choosing to start on the CT side of their opponent's map pick, given that it is Anubis, but we'll have to see how that decision pans out. They won 16-10 last time, and aTTaX wins the opening engagement. NBK sent to the Shadow Realm as Falcons take a good bit of mid-control there. Kenzie tapping away, unfortunately unable to find a frag of his own. Lackey, the pistol round god, also unable to deal any real damage as of yet. Lounix, that is a saucy 180 whip around, but bomb planted. This is a tough retake for the CT side. Oh my god.
Struggles, but in a moment's notice there, Boros and Body finding themselves 4 kills right there. Will finish the job. Falcons, they will start off their campaign here successful in the second map with a pistol of their own here. No longer dealing with Lackey and his multi-kills. They get a pistol finally.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Lackey is just a nuke gold, because the last time I saw him on nuke, he dropped another 30 bomb. But he was keeping up with top fragger Boros there. In fact, outdoing him in a lot of scenarios. Hopefully we get to see the same Lackey here on Anubis, because Aurora, when this map first came out, were one of the best Anubis teams in the world. Now, that has since changed pretty drastically. They dropped the ball not just on Anubis, but for a wealth of maps, as Boros drops Kenzie pretty early on, and MBK does walk into a crossfire, but I don't think Falcons are all that worried. No, and they have no need to be. It's a second on the board and a bomb plant.
Yeah, I'm with you. I used to think that Aurora had established, like, honestly, just a lot of the meta on this map. So I was really impressed with what they've been able to bring to the table. But like you said there, I think maybe a little bit of a drop-off has taken place. It would be fair to say. And I'm hoping that they can, build back from that point. I'm expecting them to. If they can do it here in this series, obviously not the start to this map that you'd want here. But delivering a solid CT side, obviously a fundamental factor here in trying to lock things down.
Yeah, we need minimum 5 rounds here for Aurora, preferably more. Kenzie, well, that's a lovely start. Opening up the gun round with a double, no response yet from Falcons. Now, it does look like they perhaps want to try their hand at the A-bomb site instead, but okay, Kenzie being the man holding the cross there was ambitious, given he was on 2 HP. I understand that makes him a little bit more expendable, but they can't afford to lose this round now. The first gun round needs to be in the clutches of Aurora. Launex in the clutches of Norway as he takes down 2 of his own. And it's MHL again left in a 1 versus 4 clutch. It's deja vu. But it's also goodbye to the likes of the pole as Falcons are stopped in their tracks in the opening gun round.
Locked down right there. Not letting anyone pass on that. A-bomb site's key. Multiple multi-kills on both of the early defenses right there. Coming through from, Kenzie and Nori. And we talked about Lackey last time. That last map, able to lock things down. I feel like what Lackey has just done is bought some time here for these two down to start stepping up to the plate. The players you'd more so anticipate here to deliver a little bit of consistency, but he is going to be knocked out of the server there initially. Boros going to take care of business to start out this round here. Deliver with an opening. Lackey takes it right back, so maybe Lackey can still deliver in the second map as well.
Yeah, aTTaX doesn't need an ult to frag though, picking up one on the A4. As aTTaX is in an interesting position here. It's what I like to call a Romanian sandwich. Because he is stuck between 2 very bready fraggers. Okay, moving on swiftly. MBK and Boros looking to fight with Norway as rotations quickly called on over. You know the joke is bad when even I cancel it halfway through with Celta. Oh, might have wanted to cancel that spray halfway through. MBK, that's a big kill that keeps the dream alive, but Lackey comes up from dark to serve the light, and Boros a little light on teammates there. Norway seals it off, and that's Aurora winning 2 gun rounds in a row on the CT side.
That's huge right there, starting off their CT side campaign. The decent foothold here already established. Gathering themselves a little bit of steam here and breaking the economy of Falcons. Some key details here, trying to win themselves a series and again build some of that confidence on up. Especially if it's a replication onto victory versus this roster in particular here again. You've already highlighted it, but these two teams not too unfamiliar with each other here. Last month played up against each other. Last month it was a solid series for the side of Aurora, so they're looking to get that again here. So repeaks with the op come through. Actually didn't take as much damage as I thought. Pretty healthy. And he just wants to get some target practice in right now. Firing away against these distant players. He does get punished eventually, but it only cost him an AK there.
There we have it. Aurora finding 3. As the Falcons, trying to stay above water here, would be advised to put another round up on the board as soon as possible. This is the T side after all, and as a fun little fact, Falcons have a 63 T round win percentage and an overall 59% distributions of rounds won on that attacking side. Aurora a little bit more 50-50, but actually prefer the CT side, which is rather unusual for a team on what is the most one-sided map in the pool against that. Yeah, so perhaps indicative of the fact Aurora will need a little bit more than 5 rounds. But I've just thrown a bunch of numbers at you now, and for the people who don't quite understand what they mean, Aurora CT side mediocre, Falcon T side very good.
Yeah, it's going to lead it to a pretty interesting battle here in this first half. A lot of implications here. You're in this first half kind of meeting a clash of the two titans in terms of the halves. Certainly meeting the clash of titans there towards middle. Body and Boros again. Doubling up their efforts right there to delete any sort of frozen they have on offer here. Making a move towards Selter. He's got so much more work to be done here. Middle prong of approach here dealt with. Selter escaped safely around the corner right there. Scares off the A side play. Bomb just now being retrieved. And the B side soon going to be taken here successfully. MBK's beat him to the punch. He's taken down low and cut off one there. Oh, and another 2 headshots out of the op and AK. The bomb from MHL all of a sudden, I mean, doesn't have time to go back towards A, so he's going to have to double back. Yeah, that's exactly what he does. Numbers going to be starting to be planted here. Punched in successfully. Queuing up the clock now. MHL aggressive towards Temple. This is a huge gap right now. And he's just managed to slip on in. The issue is the bomb isn't necessarily planted for him. That's a big problem as well. And he's spotted out early by Selter, who just wins the duel outright. No surprises there. 3v1 converted.
Yeah, massive there from Selter. Now, we actually had a bit of a conversation before we started the map here where I was criticizing Selter, saying that he's not really been up to par as of late. I mean, he's not been posting the highest rating. There have been instances where he has struggled to really pick up important frags in games, but I'll be honest, he's been anchoring pretty damn well in this series so far. That round, a prime example. Keeping himself alive is basically what nets Aurora the round, because if they'd have killed Selter, I reckon they probably would have spiraled further onto that A bomb site. But after his 1 kill on Delaunix, they slowed things completely and even start running away as they fail to capitalize onto the kill on him on the back of the bomb site. So it appears you were right in this instance, Cole, but Falcons need to get themselves back on the right side of Aurora. Now they are twice as many rounds behind.
Yeah, you never know, what you're going to get out of an anchor. And definitely Selter's current stats not the prettiest here, but he does deliver on rounds like that. Now, he was making a lot of risky moves there that could have been punished here if you're seeing a super sharp Falcons like that. That transition away back into the site, it felt like it was a second too late, and it could have cost him his life, but again, if you're still staying alive, you're getting your kills, you're scaring them off of their bomb site. I mean, that's more than your job done, right? He didn't have to even buy time. He just straight up won a fight and scared them completely away off the side of the map. So that's exactly what you're hoping to do as an anchor there. It's the other thing you're supposed to do as an opera, find these opening duels there. That's wild plays right there from Body. Jumps out. Takes it around the corner and then swinging for the fences is Lackey. This duo is promising. It's solid. Boris able to break apart one of them.
Yeah, I mean, it is great to see a player with Body's, I guess, age and experience still able to deliver high fragging potency in a lot of scenarios. But unfortunately, Anubis, the duo of Body and Boros, not quite as successful as it was previously. That right-click nade, that's pretty brutal. Larnix down. Unfortunate figures, and MBK taking Molotov tick damage there. I don't think it was actually heard by Kenzie. He was a little bit too far away at that point, but he has swiveled around. Larnix swings, bomb dropped. Should cause a bit of a rotation on over. MBK, his position anticipated, railwayed by Kenzie as MBK flattened and Aurora onto 5. Now it's interesting to see for Aurora that they're not crazily heavily relying on the dynamic duo of Kenzie and Norway of former Forza fame to just carry them to ridiculous victories like they used to. Map 1, very much the Lackey show for a lot of it. Map 2, so far, aTTaX, Celta really showing face. And yeah, Kenzie has been putting up some great numbers. But I am happy to see that Aurora are amalgamating into a team effort here.
Yeah, able to coordinate. I feel like aTTaX on this map here. I mean, we've already seen him take so many fights. A lot of them up against some pistol-up players, so maybe you don't want to jump the gun too much on calling him super comfortable, but he just looks super strong on this map here in particular. And add another one to the opening tally here. Well, he's going to complicate the matter here. Jumping around bodies and CT spawn, where you buy guns and somehow Kenzie just slings a couple bullets down range for an opening duel. MHL finds 2. He was on some rather low HP. He drops the bomb. The deal needs to be contained there by Boros, and not quite in time. Lackey going to end up finishing the job. We got a spree for Aurora right now. This is 6 on the trot right now. 2 to start for Falcons, but they have fallen flat ever since.
Yeah, that was honestly one of their more successful rounds. But Tech9 finding a lot of presence. MHL doing good work there, but hopefully he can do a lot more now that he's on his AWP. But speaking of AWPers, going back to your point on aTTaX, yeah, he definitely not fully comfortable yet, but it would be unfair to say that he was uncomfortable going 10 in 3. Yes, a lot of pistol kills thrown in, but I still remember watching this kid when Aurora was a newer lineup back in sort of CCT South Europe Series 1. I believe they beat Bad News Eagles in the finals of that, and aTTaX on this map of Anubis was insane. So incredibly versatile, finding kills across both sides of the map, CT especially. He's looking to continue on that mantle, but for now, dismantled is their IGL and Lackey, now having to call posthumously. His body will open up in middle again, and this time there's no Celta to assist. There's no aTTaX immediately available. Norway instead lobs out some util. And the util in mid is quite messy from Aurora here. That will cause Celta a fair bit of grief. Boros even more, as aTTaX misses a shot against the rifles, and that's what we were a little bit worried about.
Oh. MHL playing the angles right there. You would have liked to save this round. You do have plenty of cash flow to fall back on, but losing a lot of numbers and names in the server is a bit of a problem here. And aTTaX, say unfortunately 4 might be baited in to give this one more of an effort. But the positions here are a little too strong, at least when it comes to MBK. aTTaX eventually going to fall off of middle. I don't know if he's safe at all right now. The issue is MHL right now, but obviously MHL doesn't want to go too far on the hunt. Shot going to pop off here soon. MBK going to just cross it. There's another one. Now MHL is time to strike.
Oh, aTTaX, I don't know if he's getting out of this one. He's being pressured. Oh, but it's MHL to distract, and aTTaX. Oh, that's big. Denies the orb save. Celta needs a drop as well, but thankfully Norway's there to assist. That actually, honestly, cost Falcons more than it did Aurora, though, because that's a full reinvestment needed. Boros has no util and Launix and Mac 10.
I was going to say that. They lost 4 names right there. So, yeah, good finish there. I mean, nice kills offered up, but it is not without its cost right there. You end up losing so many lives on the hunting attempt right there. You got to make this round work here, and initially out of the gates you are. Great pop flashes, great execution. Underhanding the HE here, going to complicate the matter. The molly gets extinguished instantly, but attacked through the smoke. So much damage is being done, and the flank is already formulating here. You already have a very quick movement being made here on the flank. Body could be cut down to pieces. He's able to evade it for now. Oh, and the pop flash. What on earth? How are you able to call that so quickly here? Body and Launex communicating perfectly right there for that flashbang, because Body's not winning that duel straight up. He's not winning that head-to-head right there with 20 HP. One body shot will do him in. But with a flashbang, with a little bit of support, it increases his odds tenfold, and he's able to close out in that fight.
And closing in on Aurora is the likes of Falcons. Good continuation here, but a lot of teams would already be pretty worried about a CT side getting 6 rounds against them. Yes, looking at Aurora's past matches, 6 has not necessarily been enough for them in the past on the defensive side. They are one of the odd exceptions that does prefer the defensive over the far more coveted T side, but again, that works both ways. Falcons, not amazing on their defense. Hopefully balances things out a little bit for the second half, but I'm talking about if, buts and maybes. We're not there yet. We got 5 rounds left to play. And it looks like Falcons want to play this one towards B. Maybe a B split coming through here. I mean, they've been pretty good at getting mid control off the back of Body and Boros, and Boros will be looking to entry towards the actual site this time. And actually, with a full 5-man stack down the B corridor, the smoke should delay things a little bit. That's nicely done. With 3 players just trying to go on a mid and A presence. They might not be there in time on the rotation. Especially as they now lean a little towards A.
Again, throw that same execution, and they just run that same play back twice. And this time, way more success. No fight back at all for anyone on that site right there. Pop flash is perfectly placed. Execution to follow it up there. There is no ground to be gained here. You have to call it an instant save. That'll be that.
Yeah, Orp lost as well. That's the even more troubling part as Launix even decapitates Lackey. Celta wishing he wasn't anchoring on A right now as Boros just instantly removes him from the server. Great headshot. And a very solid 5 rounds on the board here for our birdie boys. Aurora not quite looking as clinical for the past few. I looked at their logo mid-sentence, and for some reason Birdie Boys leaped into my head as a moniker for this team. I don't think it's going to stick around. But yeah, one thing about the Falcons, though, is I don't know how much of a European fan base this team has just yet. It'll be interesting to see if they can garner a little bit more towards CS2. They do have some pretty impressive players here again. NBK, Body, wealth of experience. Boros fights at the major as Lackey knocks Body off his high horse. Kenzie another. Hold on a minute. The Deagle's having a little bit of real estate in this round. The B defense even more competitive with sidearms than it was with actual guns in the last. Celta evades Launix's gaze as well. Forget monikers, forget fan bases. Aurora want to touch base and try and win out this round on just the pistols. Lackey doubles up with the Deagle. Incredible 1D raining on down, and MBK dinked by Celta. That is a ridiculous round for Aurora to be winning.
I mean, Lackey just keeps it up, doesn't he? He's just continuing to have a hell of a series so far. And an absolute robbery of a round there. Something you just would never expect, but they make it look so easy right there. No troubles breaking past in the 3v3. 2 1Ds out of Lackey. What are you left to do but wait for the round to end? After that point, that is incredible work on the site right there. And not something that you expected to struggle up against right there if you're on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, that did not go well for the Falcons there. Aurora 7 on their CT side. As last time they came up against Falcons on this map, they won 16-10. Still very possible a scoreline to boot, as Norway holding the angle. Not quite the scope weapon that MHL was expecting, but regardless, the result that Aurora were anticipating. Lautic removing MBK means this round could be flawless. A massive crumbling from Falcons here. They left in a 1v5, finds at least one. Been an awful lot of these scenarios for the T side, though. A lot of 1 versus 5s, 1 versus 4s, where they're effectively forced into a save. Body, though, has the bomb, has 2 kills, has a minute on the clock. I mean, maybe he could go for a bomb plant here, as that would definitely help out the team economy, but it's still a pretty tall order to ask of him. Let's see what Body decides to play.
Sneak his way in towards that A side. There goes a timing there that Selter could have given up, but a little too sharp right there for Selter. He's not going to let that slide. Most some problems going to continue here. Aurora is now 1.5. We talked about the expectations that we should have here for these two teams, but winning the half here is going to certainly mean a lot for the side of Aurora. There's no question about it.
Falcons stacking up towards the boats here. Selter looking again to anchor things down. The weight of his anchorage enough to hold a vessel at this point, but Falcons need a vessel back into this map, and the A-bomb side appears to be where they'll attempt it. Onyx first man out here clears space, but takes tick damage in the Molotov. He's 2 in 10 right now, a pretty poor game. Definitely lacking behind the team, but Falcons no longer lacking in map control in a bomb plant. Going to be a 5-on-5 retake here, and Selter, that's a great way to start. Can't quite continue it. It's a lot of blows for blows. Kill feed lit up both ways. Norway a solid swing. A 2v2 with MBK and MHL. Left to do. Their teammates could not. Let's see this round through. NBK coming down the stairs as well. Likely will be enough to secure this Kenzie. Caught between 2 aggressive oppositions. MHL removed. MBK actually goes down, but there's not enough time for the to defuse despite the kit on the back of Kenzie, and with that the bomb will go off and Falcons will finally put 6 up on the board.
And that went a little bit scary right there, but like you said, just not enough time left on the clock to make that happen. So the fear quieted. Falcons going to find themselves chance. One more. 7th round here, keeping things as close as can be. Question is that going to be a big relief here? Are we heading into a little bit the more difficult side of the map? In theory, but like we've talked about here in this particular head-to-head, that could be a different story there. This timing on the aggression isn't exactly ideal for Falcons. There's Lucky. Catches Launex looking all which ways. It was a tough start to this one. You're down into an immediate 5v3, and Lackey hasn't taken a point of damage.
You were saying?
Well, until now. It's one way to do it there, but it's short-lived.
Nice trade. Bomb dropped. MHL on body. Not really in a position to retrieve it right now. But Selter actually in a really good spot, providing he looks back to deny them much more presence. And okay, no, it did. Oh, to too many keyboard slams from the Falcons side, as they are at a pretty rough deficit going on to what is the less favoured side of their map pick.
They got some work to do in the second half. Gonna have to leave a big mark here on this defense. So we're now heading to the T side here. See if come through. They go for a wild setup right now out of the gates. Heavy presence being established towards middle. They're going to chew up a quick little cheeky flank there. This 1xBet odds have gotten a little bit stark for Falcons here. The B flank is coming through as well as an A flank. They got flanks all over the map. Kingsley's starting to check though, and as he does, he immediately clotheslines. They got no option for allowing X in this round right now. He smoked off, mollied on his other position, so he actually just straight up cannot fight. The bomb's already planted here. Retake is in. Lackey takes a very awkward off angle here. Backs on out using Vladic as support, but look at the kills that flood the feed. 4v5, and they immediately find all the success, but Kinsey, one more, and he closes out the 1v3, knocks the heads right back off. Oh my god, the back and forth right there, but it ends up favoring Aurora.
Damn, that's the Kenzie I've been waiting to see. In fact, he's been here for a while now, 17-7. He's been putting up a stellar performance. Latic a 2KD as well, courtesy of some former Alt Pro S's. Aurora winning out that pistol round spells a lot of trouble for Falcons. They've got to bite the bullet, take the eco here. They're not quite as proficient as Aurora seem to be on their pistols. Don't want to take an incredible financial risk, and this should well be an Aurora 11th round. Now, Aurora do like to go A lot more than their counterparts in Falcons, which might be something Falcons can abuse here. It's a nice gamble stack. But it is still USPs minus Boros' Deagle. How much really will they be able to garner? Flashes rain on out, and Celta's been fully blinded by it. Aki deals with the first though, and okay, that's it. That's the round. That was about a 10-second execute, and everybody on Falcons is dead. Looking a bit more like roast chickens at this point. Does Aurora bring the heat?
They do. Bringing in the energy here. Right now for their team. Able to force back the eco here, but still some more work to be done. So they can keep up that success. Up against the gun rounds here, it's a little bit of a different story. Tougher task at hand here now. Quick execution towards B here. Already testing the waters right now. Mackin's in play. Headshots are out there from Lackey, but multi-kills back and a team kill in the mix right there. But that's a... Now quiets down finally. A bomb plate going to come through and a 2v2 going to ensue. Both players coming through right now from CT and Temple. It's a off angle taken right there. Nori spots out the first body. Reveals his position behind the smoke here. Trying to shoot on through here. Another smoke gets recycled on in. Footsteps start to be heard here as well. His body wants to make his way through the smoke, but he knows better than to try that there. Jumping out eventually and double swinging with Lau and X. And they're able to close it out in the post plant.
There we go. That's more like it. Beefy's coming on in. It's the full stick. 2 AKs retreat for their troubles. Trouble in paradise perhaps for Aurora, as they are only 4 rounds ahead here. Every opportunity for Falcons to bite their way back in. Claw their way forward, but again, another rifle round here for the T side. The boys in blue can't afford to rest on their laurels. Now, they will be bringing in a good wealth of utility, some kits, some upgraded weaponry. But Latic, most importantly, now has the AWP, and that's been a danger when it's in his hands so far. Will he be able to continue? As Aurora continue towards the A-bomb site, at least for early presence. As Kenzie actually takes a walk down the canal side.
right there. Not being able to win it. Kinsey dropped early. It's a huge relief. More pressure to come through here. Poor utility tossed out there. Laddick. Nice little molly to support Blackie's movement up middle here. Gonna help him clear out these angles. Not gonna help him land these sprays though. It's a lot of damage onto MHL, but he's able to walk away with his life here. Putting further pressure. Eventually dropping out here towards E-Box here, ready to fight up another angle. Help here from Nori. Needs to land that frag, but just can't seem to find it. MBK taking down two of the heavy hitters here on Aurora. Looking for another. Finds the timing onto Lackey. He's doing all the work right now.
Matic chimes on in for another. Still a man deficit here for Aurora. MBK continuing to dance around, has some support from Body. And NBK, what an impeccable round from the IGL. 4 to Vitali. And doesn't it just feel nice saying MBK and Body winning out a round together? 2023, multiple years on from when they last played in a team together. Man, are they still an efficient duo as Falcons still able to put vital rounds up on the board here on their own map pick, even on a non-favoured side.
Feels good to say, I imagine, and it's good to watch as well here. I feel like these two individuals can bail them out of the worst of situations right there, but Mackey's Deagle's already bailed them out once on the side of Aurora. No question about that. Able to do great work here. Off the back of that opening pick. AK received. Thank you very much. Nori gonna take his prize and walk away. Making this round a little bit more difficult here. Not terribly scary, but definitely some challenges to work through here. This is a committed angle as well from MBK. He's got to hold his ground big time.
He's not struggled so far. Oh, look at him go. NBK, almost another ace. Denied at last by Lackey, who scampers back for the AK, but this is an impossible round. Lovely headshot onto Lounix, but MHL, instant trade, and Aurora starting to let quite a few slip through the net here. Only a 2-round lead from their original of five rounds, I believe.
I feel like this is a story of unlikely heroes right now, man. MBK and Body just delivering here big time. 4 kills back to back from MBK now. Then on the other side of things, Lackey leading the pack for his team. He's actually just trying to pull this one across the line in 2. He's doing his very best work right now. And he's doing it consistently. He's not looking back.
Man, I remember NBK, RPK, aTTaX, Alex, and Zywu. My favorite Vitality roster. 5 Frenchmen. Included some of the old goddess. Oh, that's a 1G. That's an actual 1G. Lackey's just molotoved himself to death.
Yeah, didn't help there. MHL provides some extra damage to ensure that. That's no fun right there. Get a little 1G rolling in the chat, everybody.
I've not seen a proper 1G in a while. Chat normally, beat themselves to the punch. Normally say it for all the wrong reasons, but Norway, for all the right reasons, gets Aurora back into this round. Dancing around, MHL has been smoked off the angle and gets a surprise nade running at him through the smoke. Speaking of running at MHL through the smoke, Norway happy to oblige. MBK, though, has been fantastic these past couple of rounds, but this time it's only the single for us left in a 1-on-3, and Norway will not be able to successfully hold him off himself to now in the danger zone, but has the advantage as he pushes through the smoke. That's 12 on the board now to Aurora.
There's that strong fight back. I mean, they did a lot of damage in that round where Lackey just had a deagle, so you're getting a very effective purchase still, even despite the sort of lacking success over the last couple rounds here. Still getting some efficient investment on out. Some worries to be had here, no question. The fight here through. Good damage done with that HE. Molly's going to even further put a scare on them. Lackey this time has a rifle out and ready to go, and it's actually a collateral. He lands to dispatch of everyone pushing forward right there. Ease. Spam through smoke, not connecting either. I feel like best case is you get out of here with what you have. Worst case, you have to deal with this lurk about it for Selter, who's been waiting patiently with open arms to greet you. Run your campaign around that corner. Lone X could have a prize though waiting for him. No, just instead an instant headshot.
Yeah, with that, Kenzie looks to extend the advantage further, denies MHL from finding much. MHL seem like a name that's popped up a lot in this series for all the wrong reasons. They've been like one of the last two players alive, and they very rarely get all that much done. They didn't have a necessarily bad scoreline in the first map, but the second one are lagging behind a little bit. Body also not posting quite the same numbers as Nuke, and Lackey ensures that remains the case as he whacks him from the round and puts Aurora onto 13, back into a 4-round lead. And this is where things get scary for Falcons, a repeat of history perhaps. As the last time they competed against Aurora, the finishing blow was a 16-10.
Job just doesn't get any easier here. As you see this roster continue to pick up steam. 14 going to be found, it seems. 5 USPs look to stand against him. 5 circle a route towards mid. Love that little angle there. Everyone turning the corner there. I don't think Selter likes that angle of everyone turning the corner. On a bit of a different approach there, just a little bit later. And Kinsey to ensure some victory there. Be able to take care of business. AK save for Boros. That's actually quite nice. But outside of that, probably not too much else.
Yeah, well, at what point do we say this comeback is a bridge too far for Falcons?
I think if we see Aurora hit 15 pretty early here in this effort to fight back, he could start to make a case here. Did some good damage right now. Boros is going to fall with that AK. Or no, he's actually able to stay alive. Lao and X falls with the AK, but didn't have that for long anyways. The 1x bet odds, though, they've certainly counted.
Oh, okay.
Them out there.
That's definitely the wrong way around, but those are some pretty stark odds. Unless 1x bet knows something that we don't. Yeah, I feel like for the odds to be that grievous, Falcons would have to start, like, blindfolding Aurora. There's Latic. Line sides, MBK, Boros.
Oh,
about to walk out into just a free kill for Norway. That one was different, and Kenzie. That one was just saucy. MHL spams away, doesn't deny the bomb carrier on the cross, and it's MHL and Launix to save in a 2 versus 5 up against 15. That is 6 opportunities to close now for the Falcons, and well, that one gets a yikes from me.
Yeah, man, that's a bit of wild aggression right there, man. Back to back.
So unnecessary as well. It was a 4v5. Okay, come on, Lennox.
Kenzie's looking to keep him contained here. He met by a smoke. Ooh, he still found his one. Obviously, MHL are going to be able to win out in these duels here, but again, he's left last man standing. Here's that op rattling off around the corner. He's like, oh, I want that. He knows better. He knows he can't go for it. Oh my god. And Selter just sends him packing. MHL gives him a swing at the last second, a buzzer beater. And it is its demise instantly.
Man, this is, speaking of buzzer beater, we can hear the buzzer in the background. Something I'm sure they'll be patching for CS2. But in the meantime, Aurora look to patch up Falcons, send them packing in an even more damning manner than the last time these two teams crossed paths. It appears Falcons really did need to win Nuke in order to stand a chance in this series, as Launix now tries to anchor down A, very blind, practically touching in the flashbang, in the smoke, as Lackey and Seltzer have just stormed their way forward. Boros can bid goodbye to the round and goodbye to a positive KT. MHL and MBK, they already know that this one's lost. They just need to fight with all they can. On that off chance, that 1% chance they can bite their way back in, and MBK bites down onto Lackey. McKenzie sinks his teeth straight back, and without MHL, another 1v4. This must be his 9th 1v4 clutch attempt of the series. It's not going to work out. aTTaX sleeps him, and that is going to be a pretty dominant map 2 victory for Aurora, and a 2-0 victory overall.
And well, as we said coming into the series here, we were going to look to see if we were going to see some big improvement in Falcons in this particular head-to-head here versus Aurora. We definitely saw that on Nuke. We saw an incredible fight here from them, an incredible lockdown defense here. It really didn't allow for too much to pass them up until a little bit of ground there towards the end, and maybe that was enough ground to be taken all the way home, because like you said, I think they needed Nuke here. Not a lot of fight in that first half. We had some big hero moments. I would say Lackey has come through as a clear, MVP of this series in particular, which is super promising. I mean, again, not oftentimes do you get the opportunity to have that sort of impact out of your IGL, but Lackey looked clean all the way through. Both maps had big moments. That Deagle 3K on the B site defense there on Anubis was absolutely fantastic, and no question here he comes through as the difference maker.
Yeah, and it's also good to see that MBK also had a couple of massive impact rounds. 2 rounds in a row, MBK found a 4K. Yes, one of them was up against only a hero rifle, but as much as we can say nice things about individuals on the Falcons roster, overall, that was a poor team effort on Anubis, especially, actually, in the first half as well. That's the T side. That's the side that Falcons typically thrive on when they have success on this map. And I think they went down 9-6 by the end of it. Coming into the flip, they just didn't start strongly, didn't win any of the pistol or other gimmick rounds. And that's where Aurora just sort of got themselves away from Falcons. I think they put 3 rounds up on that second half. And yeah, Aurora just a very, very clean finisher. And that's what I hope we can see more of out of them, because they have been that little bit more absent lately.
Yeah, and you think this is a tough team to kind of show this sort of dominance. A tough team to 2-0. There's no question about it, but they looked very solid today. They came through with some good energy here. And honestly, again, I got to give some credit there to kind of not giving MHL a lot of opportunities to work with on op. I felt like he was never in the rounds. He was never in the right place. He was always getting countered there. And especially when you actually looked at his Nuke performance, it was true there. And then we saw it very clearly with all the saves that he had to go for in that second map. Like, just constantly left without much of a say. So great performance here from Aurora. You got to be happy with that. And again, that's going to start a lot of confidence building at the start of this East Europe event.
Yeah, and also another fun fact there is that now both the Academy lineup and the main lineup of Aurora have beaten Falcons within their last 5 matches, which is a bit of a slip up there from the Falcons guys, if I'm honest.
That's cold.
Yeah, hopefully they are able to bounce back from this one in whatever version of CS we'll be playing next. I reckon the rest of East Europe will at least be played out on CSGO. I think that's the information we've gotten so far. That would make sense. But otherwise, it would make sense if Aurora can replicate that performance again, that they do make it through to the predicted semis. I'm excited to see them trying to make that a reality. But otherwise, for now, that is the end of the day here at CCT East Europe Series 2. We got a couple more round of 16 matchups coming tomorrow. So be sure to be back here at the same time and the same place. But in the meantime, thank you for coming. Thank you to production. Thank you to you, Colt, for joining me. It's been a pleasure as always. And from the pair of us, good night to all of you at home. And yeah, hopefully see you back here tomorrow. Goodbye.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. On Hellcase.com, look at yourself in a new way.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Well, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
Champion of champions.
Welcome back to the CCT podcast. We got a couple of things to break down for you. We got some post-player break tournament results. We got the current CCT rankings, and we got the results of the online finals number 2. Interview coming up as well.
Enjoy the interview with one of my favorite and incredibly handsome individuals, along with Taz. It's going to be a banger.
So lots of exciting topics. The absolute legend of the game. It is Taz.
Directly beside him, talk or work together, but they don't go on the same peak. Oh, Taz! The devil strikes, and Taz ties the game.
How's retirement been? Would you get back with the old VP squad?
What our fans like to see this.
you.